Welcome to Amazon Dropship Pro. Now, if your goal is to start a six-figure Amazon dropshipping business, you're in the right place. This course will walk you through all the different nuances. It will teach you software that will manage 95% of your business for you. And if you're wondering why I'm recording this on a little phone in the corner of the screen, it's because rather than put it on the computer, it's like a weird time of day and the lighting behind me is like all illuminated. So this makes it a little bit easier to see, right? But I want to welcome you to the course. Obviously, there's immense value in this course. And one of the benefits of Amazon, we're going to cover the different nuances of like what dropshipping is, as well as the different nuances of like dropshipping on Amazon and how it differs from dropshipping on other marketplaces, right? But the key here is one of the benefits of dropshipping on Amazon is that you're able to use software for practically everything, right? So it takes your time out of the equation. So you can leverage software, which is a no-brainer, right? Also, once you start building your store and once you start adding products to your store, every product is almost like a metaphorical brick to help build your I guess your store higher, right? Or your house higher, essentially. And that really is beneficial because you, instead of taking like on eBay, for example, or on Facebook Marketplace or on Poshmark or any of the other places that you would drop ship, what tends to work on those is like the metaphorical throwing shit at a wall and seeing what sticks by just listing a bunch of products. On Amazon, and that doesn't take a lot of time, like on those marketplaces, like the other ones besides Amazon, it doesn't take a lot of time to list products, but all those products won't sell, right? So you're really kind of throwing a bunch of things and hoping something works. On Amazon, you're taking a bunch of time. The software is going to make this super streamlined and easy for you, like I'm going to show you in this course. But you're going to take a lot of time to find good listings, or not a lot of time, you're going to take more time to find good listings. But once you find good listings, each listing adds to your store, and those listings will sit there for the long term, not just like a short shelf life of like a week or a couple weeks, for the long term, and be completely automated, both in pricing, stock monitoring, and all of that stuff, right? And just sit there and pass you sales over and over and over again, right? So a store on Amazon, for example, that has 10 good dropshipping products, very, very different and way more profitable than a store that has 10 dropshipping products on eBay or 10 dropshipping products on Facebook Marketplace, right? And so you can imagine, like, as you build your store out, currently, I think mine has like, I really don't know, but let's just say like 400 roughly. It might be like high threes. But as you build your store out and you put more and more products in there, and I'm going to show you how to do that in this course. There's software that will literally spit you out products and you'll be able to check them. I'll show you that entire process. As you do that, you're going to be building your store higher and higher and higher. And those products are going to be long-term earners for you. Okay. So that's the key there. I wanted to welcome you to the course. I want to invite you, obviously, to a quick overview of exactly what we're going to learn. And I'm just going to kind of touch on the lectures. Now, obviously you can see we're recording the intro right here. Then next we're going to cover what is dropshipping and obviously how it's different on Amazon versus other platforms. Then we're going to cover, recommended software and why you need that software. All the software that I'm going to cover in that lecture is not required, but it's highly recommended. You can do everything manually. Don't recommend it because it's going to take your time. It's going to be a complete headache. And if you scale, trust me, like it's a slow start to it, right? Because you got to learn it. There's a higher learning curve with this and Amazon and a lot of the software here. Don't worry, I'm going to make it very easy for you. But there's a higher learning curve here with Amazon dropshipping than there is with like any other dropshipping business by far, in my opinion. Okay. But once you get the learning curve down and once you kind of master how to source, and we will go over all of that, then you're going to be a master at it and you will be able to scale very, very quickly. Okay. And the software allows you to do that. And so if you don't use software and you do everything pretty much manually, you're just begging for a headache because you could wake up one day to like 50 or 100 orders and then you won't have any software to help you out. You won't have any, you just trust me on it. You're going to need the software. Okay. So it's not required, but highly, highly, highly recommended. Okay. It's all software that I use every single day in my own business. The next thing is Amazon's dropshipping policy. So we'll cover that specifically. A lot of people think that you can't dropship on Amazon, that it's against the terms of service. That is not correct. You are allowed to dropship on Amazon if you do it correctly. We will cover that. Obviously, we'll cover the specific nuances of like how to dropship correctly, as well as the specific nuances of like what I recommend that you do and kind of blending the two together to maximize your profit. But we'll cover all that in that lecture. Then some tutorials really fast about how to actually find products. We'll cover manual methods. We'll cover software. We'll cover all sorts of things that will literally run you through how to find profitable products. And that then you can kind of take off and go test it out yourself, right? Then we'll get into some of the software and managing that and like more of the back end stuff so that you're able to scale and you're able to scale properly and the software's managing everything for you, right? So we'll cover software that tracks all your inventory and all your prices, right? We'll cover software that, then obviously we'll build on that and make that automatic. So there's 2 ways to do it. You can kind of make it automatic in the beginning, or you can use the software, do it manually, and then make it automatic. I'll show you both of those, but it's highly, highly valuable either way. Then we'll cover software that automates your prices. We'll also cover software that saves time on order fulfillment, that's going to copy and paste like the addresses super quickly to save you a lot of time. We'll cover software that will input your tracking numbers automatically, meaning that you don't literally need to go to your actual, you don't need to go to your email every single time, copy the tracking number and put it into, like, the software will do that for you. Pretty cool, right? There's software for everything, okay? We'll also talk about increasing your handling times, why that's important, how Amazon shares the Buybox and how you can get it more often. We'll then cover matching Buybox prices or matching low prices and when to do both. Both of those strategies work very, very well depending on the product and depending on the listing. We'll then cover understanding your seller metrics and protecting your account, what to do when your item's out of stock on your supplier's website, or what to do if you're losing money on a sale. There's workarounds, there's systems that you can do, and I will give you my entire system myself so that you can use it and replicate it in your own business to save you when that happens, right? We'll also cover customer service templates, so you don't have to deal with the customers every single time and like formulate a response. I'll give you templates for literally everything so that when you get a message from a customer, you can then see what the message is, identify what the problem is, go find the template to solve it, right? And obviously you can, personalize them if you want to the customer, or personalize them a little bit to you, or you can just copy and paste them, whatever you like. And I cover in depth what the templates are for, how to use them. Then we'll move on to dealing with returns. We'll also move on to one of the best ways to protect your overall metrics, which is recommended when you're beginning, but you don't need to do it. But it's a good kind of thing to understand. It's also a good kind of trump card to have in your back pocket if you need it, if you run into issues, right? Then we'll do a whole section on taxes, because if you can keep more of the money that you make, you're obviously going to net more profit, right? Like, you can increase your revenue, that's wonderful. But if you can keep more of the revenue that you make, it's a no-brainer, right? You're making more money with the same effort. It's a no-brainer, okay? Then we'll talk about, like, if you do run into suspensions or if you do run into restrictions, how you can combat them. I'll give you 2 plans of action that will help you a lot. I've used them myself. They work very, very well. And that's pretty much the overall course. Now, this might change a little bit as I add or take some things away, depending on you're watching it. But at the launch, this is how it looks currently. Okay, now I do plan on adding wholesale things in the future. When I do add wholesale, dropshipping lectures or wholesale suppliers or tips on that, then obviously the course will be built out. Maybe I'll create an entirely new section for wholesale. But currently, right now at the launch, this is what the course looks like. Congratulations on enrolling. This is a great, great choice. Take it seriously, treat this like a business, and you will scale it and it will pay off.
So what is Amazon dropshipping and how does it work? Essentially, dropshipping involves using your Amazon store to facilitate sales from a supplier to a customer, right? You act as the middleman connecting customers with products without physically handling any inventory. Here's how it works, right? So a customer finds a product on Amazon, they make a purchase, and then they provide their information and payment details to you. You then place the order with your supplier using that customer's information, and the supplier then ships the product directly to the customer. This method eliminates the need to pre-purchase or store any inventory, allowing you to list numerous products without significant upfront costs or storage space requirements. However, dropshipping on Amazon differs significantly from dropshipping on other platforms like Facebook Marketplace or eBay, for example. On those platforms, you can list a multitude of products and rely on the volume approach to drive sales. In contrast, Amazon requires a more strategic, honed-in approach. Instead of competing against other sellers in general, you compete on specific product listings against the sellers specifically on them. This means that you must identify well-ranked and profitable listings that align with your sourcing capabilities, and we'll cover all that as well. While this approach requires more upfront effort than those other platforms, it offers greater scalability and greater longevity, in my opinion, which means more money for you on autopilot. Now, once you identify profitable listings, you can then optimize pricing and inventory management to maximize profit over time. And all this can be done with software tools that will do it all for you. We'll cover all that and more. The key to successful dropshipping on Amazon lies in thorough product research and strategic listing selection. While other platforms might prioritize quantity over quality, Amazon rewards sellers who can identify and capitalize on specific high-performing quality listings. It's a more targeted approach, like I said. Now, through software tools and proven methods, you can streamline the product research process and identify profitable opportunities a lot more efficiently. Once you've established a portfolio of successful listings and you put them up, you can continue to expand and refine your offerings at that point, building a sustainable business model over time. Now, this is one of the only businesses that you can automate a large portion of it with software once you set it up. Meaning, once it's up, it's pretty hands-off. The software does almost everything. Now, in essence, dropshipping on Amazon involves leveraging the platform's vast reach to connect customers with products seamlessly. By understanding the nuances of Amazon's marketplace and implementing effective strategies, you can create a lucrative business without the overhead of a traditional inventory management system that most e-com businesses require. We'll cover exactly how to navigate this and make it extremely easy, so don't worry. It's much less difficult than it sounds once you learn the software tools and you set it up. But this will empower you to then build a successful e-commerce business, and it'll teach you a lot about e-commerce and making money on Amazon in general.
All right, so here's the software stack that's literally going to run your entire Amazon business for you. Now, these are recommended, obviously, but in my opinion, you need these, okay? So let's get out of the way first and foremost. You do not need a repricer. You don't need to pay monthly for a repricer. The Amazon repricer does the job just fine. Now, contrary to what other people will tell you, they go out, when you're drop shipping on listings like we're going to do, you don't need a repricer. If you're doing something else where you're scaling up with millions of dollars of inventory and buying wholesale or something like that, or, you have a private label, you wouldn't need a repricer for private label. Or like if you're scaling up with like an arbitrage store and you have a bunch of inventory, then a repricer and investing in a repricer that's like hundreds of dollars a month means, a lot more than it does for us, right? So we don't necessarily need that, especially when you're starting. The repricers can literally get up to like $500 a month, or they can be as low as like $20 or $30 or $40 a month, but you don't need one. Amazon has one in the back end of Seller Central. I'm going to show you how to use it. It works 100% well. It works free. You don't need to pay for it. And I'm going to show you how to use it. It's literally what I use. I don't even use a repricer. I used to recommend Be Cool because it was a cheaper version of a repricer, worked well, but honestly, I've seen success. I've scaled my store up past $10,000 a month, literally just using Amazon's repricer. So it's not like you need anything special, and it's not like you really need to compete. The difference between the other ones is they'll reprice your items. They'll do the same thing that the Amazon one will, but they'll also take other data into account of like the other sellers on the listing, their inventory levels. So it's really kind of using like AI with the other ones, but you don't need any of that. All you need to do is a repricer that Amazon will have, which will either match the lowest price or match the Buybox price. Those are the two keys that we're going to do, and Amazon's works perfectly fine, okay? I'll show you how to use that in this course, okay? So you don't need a repricer. Let's get that out of the way. Now, the next thing that we're going to cover, and we're going to go at this backwards, I guess. I don't know why, but Spot and Paste is a copy-paste software. Once you scale up and you're doing and processing a lot of orders, and even in the beginning, this is going to be a no-brainer. It's going to save you a lot of time and make your life so much easier. So let me give you an example. So this is an example of a past sale that I made. And obviously once it's been like enough time has elapsed, you can't actually see the buyer's address. Amazon only gives you the buyer's address pre-sale. And then once you obviously, mark it shipped, then you can no longer see the address after an extended period of time. So typically this would be like Megan, and then you'd have her street address and then Pleasant Hill, California. So what Spot and Paste does is it pops up right here. You can also see it right up here, Spot and Paste. And what it does is it copies this. So it copies the address. And then when you're on your supplier's website, there will be a little paste button where you can come up and you just paste the address into the supplier's website. And it saves you so much time. It's so easy. I have a lecture on this in the course as well. It will show you how to use this. It will also show you how to program it on sites that it doesn't necessarily work on. But for the majority of retail sites that you're going to see, it will work on. If you do find a wholesale supplier, or you do find another obscure retail supplier that it doesn't work on, I show you a quick fix. It'll literally program it by dragging it over in about 10 seconds. So Spot and Paste is a no-brainer. It's $10 a month. I highly recommend this. For $10 a month, it's going to save you exorbitant amount of time, right? Because if you're buying this course, if you're trying to scale up a business, if you're an entrepreneur, your time is worth way more than $10 an hour, right? Well, this is going to save you hours, if not literally like multiple hours. And it's gonna make your life so much easier, right? Especially once you start processing a lot of orders. Get this, it's a no-brainer. The next thing that we're going to cover is Source Mogul. So this is a must. Source Mogul is the number one way that I find products on retail suppliers, even obscure retail suppliers. Now, I've mastered this. I used to use this for online arbitrage. I now use it for drop shipping, and I'm going to show you how to use Source Mogul to find endless profitable products pretty much that you can then obviously, what it does is it goes out and it compares Amazon listings, finds the on other specific retail suppliers, finds that listing on the retail supplier, and then you can obviously go through, set the different like levers on the actual software. It's very easy to use. I have several tutorials in this course that will show you how to do it. And you can set the levers, and then it will basically spit you out products. So for example, I never recommend Walmart, right? Well, let me use a different example that's better. Let's say hypothetically you're going to let's say Fat Brain Toys. That's a random toy website that's a little bit of an obscure supplier, right? So Fat Brain Toys might have, I don't know, let's say 50,000 products in their catalog. So meaning they have 50,000 products listed on their website, right? So what Source Mogul will do with Fat Brain Toys, for example, and I believe that they have hundreds, if not 1,000 plus, I'm not sure what the actual number is, but they have a lot of websites that you can sort through on their catalog. But what Source Mogul will then do is it will take, all of the products on Fat Brain Toys website, which is 50,000, compare them and find those products on Amazon if they're on Amazon. So maybe, 20,000 of those 50,000 have actual Amazon listings. So it's finding that. And then it drops it down to 20,000 products that you can sort through. And then based on the settings that you set, okay, you're looking for 10% or maybe 15% ROI. The return has to be at least $7 and it has to be under a certain rank so that you know it's selling a certain amount per month, right? You can set all those levers. I'm going to show you how to do that. It's actually very easy to use once you get started, and the software is super easy to use as well. So I'm going to show you that in depth in many tutorials to come. But basically what this does is, okay, it took the 50,000 originally, found 20,000 of those on Amazon, and then when you set it, let's say to 15% ROI with $7 profit margin for anything that's under 200,000 bestseller ranks, so that you know it's selling, I don't know, a certain number a month, it found 100 of those products. So now you went from 50,000, which if you had to go through and sort through that website manually and check every single product would take you months, literally months, if not longer, right? Because that's 50,000 products you have to check everything like that with. Where Source Mogul just cut that 50,000 down to 100, and now you only have to check 100, and you could do that in a night very easily, right? And then maybe of that 100 that fit that criteria, some of them you can sell, some of them you can't sell, some of them don't check out, some of them, are a variation, or we're going to cover all that in the future. But maybe you take that 100 down to like 6 good products that you found, and now you have 6 great products that Source Mogul found you that might sell over and over and over again in a month and profit you, $6 or $7 every single sale, right? And so that's kind of the nuance of how Source Mogul works. Obviously, you can use this. There's hundreds of websites on Source Mogul that you can use. This is a must. It's a no-brainer. The entire strategy of finding products is built using this software primarily, okay? So get this. It's $90 a month, and if you go through my link, you can try it for free. So obviously all these links will be posted either above this or below. I'll try to post them above this video, but this is a must. Get this, and you can try it for free. I've been subscribed to Source Mogul. I have a relationship with them. I've been on calls with their owner, calls with their team. I talk to them constantly. They're a great company, and this software is going to make your life so much easier and help you find profitable products. Okay, this software isn't just going to help you find like 5 profitable products like we talked about, or 6, I think I said. It's going to help you find hundreds, okay, which then you can then obviously build your store off of, and you'll be making thousands every single month, if not getting over to 10,000 profit a month. Okay, so this is a no-brainer, great software. The next thing is SKUGrid. Now, SKUGrid, I don't think is $10 a month. I put 10-ish here. I think SKUGrid is depending on, so what you want to do on SKUGrid and I'll show you what SKU Grid looks like. So here's an example of a product that I'm using and monitoring on SKU Grid for Fat Brain Toys like we just covered, right? So it's literally monitoring the website on Fat Brain Toys and checking it constantly to make sure that the price goes up or that the price doesn't go up or it doesn't go down, and also that it remains in stock. If it ever is out of stock, this is what SKU Grid does, then it's going to, and I'm going to show you how to do and set all this up. It's super easy. If it's ever out of stock on Amazon, it's then going to take that out of stock on your, or if it's ever out of stock on your supplier's website, in this case, Fat Brain Toys, it's then going to take it out of stock on Amazon for you. So the software is going to monitor prices if you set it up that way. I don't ever really recommend that. You can if you want, and I'll cover that. But more importantly, what it does is you don't have to constantly monitor the stock levels on all the websites, because as you scale, you're going to have hundreds of products, and there's no way that you can constantly be checking URLs every single day to make sure that your products are still in stock. But SKU Grid will do that automatically every single hour, so that not only is it checking to see if your products remain in stock, if they aren't in stock anymore, it's then immediately taking them out of stock on Amazon, so you don't make a sale for a product that your supplier doesn't have. So this is a no-brainer. This software is a complete lifesaver. It's going to save you so much time and so many headaches. And it's basically the automation of your inventory. It will take your inventory out of stock based on the parameters that you set and based on the supplier that you give it. And there's entire tutorials in this course that will show you how to use this and how to set it up. It's simpler than it looks, okay? So I'm not sure the pricing on SKU Grid. Let's just go to like the main thing, because it's been so long since I've actually checked these. I just pay for them now. I don't even really check because I know it's profitable. But right here, so what you want to do on SKU Grid is there's two different ways, I believe, to pay for it. Okay, here it is right here. So you can buy credits, or you can just pay monthly for the amount of items. So I don't buy credits because I think that complicates it. I know other people recommend that you buy credits. What I recommend that you do is you simply pay monthly for the amount of products that you're monitoring. So if you're only, let's say hypothetically right now you have 50 products in your inventory, well then you only need 50, items to monitor, right? And then that would be $15.99. Now, as you scale, you can then upgrade, right? So if you have 150, well, then you can monitor 250 items every single hour, and then it's going to be $30 a month. But the key here is you're paying for it to monitor your products monthly based on the amount of products that you actually have here. And so you're only paying the software more as you're scaling and making more money anyway, because you have more products, right? So this software is a no-brainer. I mean, when you're starting $15 a month, I think right now I'm on, I want to say the $60 one. I don't have 850 items, but I don't have 500 in my store either. But I think I'm on the 60-month one. But regardless, I don't even check this because it's so profitable, and it's a no-brainer. It literally monitors all my stock, changes all my stock levels for me, and that way, like I used to do that manually. It was a complete headache, and I would mess it up all the time. I don't recommend that. So SKU Grid, no-brainer. We'll change this to $15 a month starting out, or I think it was $14.99 or whatever it was. But then as you scale, you can upgrade your plan as you need more. You don't need to worry about upgrading your plan. SKU Grid will literally tell you when you add like your 51st product, like, hey, you need to upgrade. And then you can upgrade then because you'll be making more money and it won't really matter. Now, the last thing that we need to cover is the Jungle Scout Chrome extension. And one thing I want to say about the Source Mogul as well, like you should constantly be paying for SKU Grid every single month without ever stopping, right? You should constantly be paying for Spot and Paste every single month without ever stopping. Those two are cheap. You got a $10 a month thing and a $15 a month thing. Source Mogul, on the other hand, not only can you try it for free in my link, but also it's $90 a month after when you after your free trial goes through, it's $90 a month. You will make so much more than $90 a month using this software. I promise you that. That said, if you run into like a cash flow issue where you're constantly scaled up and you're spending like 30 grand a month on products with your cost of goods, but you're netting like 40 grand or something like that. So you have, for example, a 25% profit margin, making $10,000 profit a month because you're spending 30 grand, but you're getting $40,000 back. But like, let's say hypothetically, you don't want to scale that much because you're running into cash flow issues where you don't have $30,000 of credit, or you don't have $30,000, or let's even go more beginner, right? Let's say you're spending $5,000 a month and you're making $7,500 a month in sales, right? So then you're making $2,500 profit a month, overall. but maybe you don't have $5,000 to spend on products, or maybe you don't have $5,000 of credit that you can leverage. So you want to slow down and you want to kind of recoup some of the money before you keep scaling and keep getting sales because you don't have the money to spend. Well, then you can always cancel Source Mogul, right? Like you can pay monthly for this and then cancel and then re-sign up and then pay more. Like, so you don't need to constantly be paying 90 a month. You're not being locked into a 90 a month forever type of thing here, right? I don't ever cancel this, but you can if you ever run into an issue where you run into a cash flow issue, or maybe you scale up really, really quickly and you have like 300 products that are all doing well, and like you don't really want to scale much more at the current foreseeable moment. Well, then you can just turn it off and you don't have to source any more products. It's not like you constantly have to pay for this and you constantly have to be finding products. You can go out, find a bunch of products, cancel the subscription, and then kind of learn the ropes as you have like 20 to 50 products or something like that. And that's actually what I recommend anyway. You don't want to scale too fast, because trust me, you like when you're starting, you're going to be like, oh my God, I need more sales. I need more products. And you're going to be doing anything to scale. But as you scale, I promise you, it can get out of hand really fast, because you could wake up to like 100 orders and be like, holy shit, how do I process all these, right? And not only do you have to process them all, which takes time, you have to spend all the money to buy all the products so that you can recoup that money in them. So just trust me when I say, like, you want to use all these things to scale, but you can always shut them down. You can always cancel them. You can always turn them off if you're scaling too fast. Finally, Jungle Scout Chrome extension. So the Chrome extension, okay, not the web app. Now, this is $30 to $50 a month, depending on if you pay yearly or if you're paying monthly. So let me show you what the Jungle Scout Chrome extension looks like. When you're on a listing, this is huge, because when you're doing product research, Source Mogul is going to spit you out. And even if you're doing it manually, I'm going to show you how to do it manually as well. But obviously, like I said, Source Mogul is a no-brainer and it's going to help you so much. When Source Mogul is going to spit you out like this product and then the supplier's website so that you can compare them. And then I'll run you through a quick checklist to make sure that the product's profitable, it's something that you want to sell, and a number of other things, right? One of the things in the checklist is using the Jungle Scout Chrome extension right here and simply clicking the button, which will then tell you how many sales this has. So for example, let's say hypothetically Source Mogul spit this product out to us, which it typically wouldn't, but if it does, well, now we know it's not selling anything because Jungle Scout's literally running the data and telling us it's not selling anything. Let's find a product that is selling something. Like, let's try this one. Let's see what Jungle Scout tells us, right? Let it load really fast. All right, click Jungle Scout. All right, so this one's getting 99 daily sales, or 98 daily sales. It just changed, and about 3,000 monthly sales. So this is selling very, very well, okay? And that's the key with Jungle Scout. Like, you can literally check any listing for the sales volume. You don't need to actually reverse engineer or kind of, guess with the bestseller rank, because this can be misleading a lot of times based on the category. Also, it can be misleading sometimes because based on like the subcategory, it doesn't always tell you the category. So save yourself time, save yourself headaches for, checking a bunch of things and taking the guesswork out of it, because Jungle Scout will literally tell you, number one. And you don't want to make mistakes with that. And honestly, I lost my train of thought. I don't even remember what number 2 is, but you get the picture. This is a no-brainer. It's going to save you so much time for $30 or $50 a month. Oh, I remember what number 2 was. Number 2 was when you're doing like it, you might think like always, like even with the order processing with like SKU Grid, it's the same overall approach. Like when you're processing one order, it's not really that big of a deal, right? When you're processing multiple orders, it becomes a big deal to save that time. Same thing with this. When you're sorting through hundreds of products, checking them all manually is going to be a nightmare, whereas you can just click the button and literally find out right here on Jungle Scout in a millisecond, right? And you might not think it's that big of a deal when you're comparing, like, okay, I can just check it manually on this versus clicking this on one product when you're checking. But if you're checking hundreds of products or even dozens of products, it's going to save you 20 minutes. It's going to save you hours of your life, if not more, maybe days over the span of a month, by simply using this type of software. It's a no-brainer, okay? So this is what it looks like. This is the link that I'm going to. This is an affiliate link, by the way. I've had this software. I've recommended Jungle Scout for the past 5-6 years since I've started selling on Amazon. And well, I've been selling on Amazon for longer than that, but since I started teaching on Amazon. But what you want to do when you click this link, this is where it will take you. You need Jungle Scout. I highly recommend that you get it. Do not play guessing games with your products. That's how you run into issues, okay? So then you want to click the suite plan right here. And then that will take you to the offer page where you can either sign up for the basic, sign up for the suite. You only need the basic, right? And you can pay yearly, which is going to be $350 a month, which is or $350 annually, which ends up being $30 a month, and save some. And that's going to give you access to the browser extension, which I just talked about, right? Or you can click pay monthly, and if you're more comfortable with that and you don't want to just pay for a year, which is $50 a month, and then you get billed monthly and you can cancel whenever you want, right? So it's really up to you on how you want to do that. Either works, either is fine. But again, just to recap, this is the screen that you're going to see when you click the link. Click the suite plan. You only need the suite, the basic one, right? And then you want to go either yearly or monthly and go basic. Depending on if you pay yearly up front, it's going to be $30 and you get a bundle discount. Or you can just go $50 a month. And then if you're not comfortable with it, you can always cancel, but you're going to be comfortable with it. It's a no-brainer. So these 4 are non-negotiables. You need this software stack. It's going to help you scale your business. I guarantee it. Okay. I use all of these myself. I just showed you them all. They're no-brainers. And now we're going to jump into some more lectures where obviously every single lecture or every single software here, I'm going to go in depth and explain how you can use it, how you can set up, and how it's going to save you exorbitant amounts of time and help you make more money in your Amazon dropshipping business.
So is dropshipping allowed on Amazon or not? Here's exactly what Amazon says in their terms of service regarding dropshipping on their platform. Now, technically, Amazon only permits the use of wholesale suppliers where you are the seller of record on the invoice that's being shipped to the customer, okay? However, if you're not ready for wholesale, and a lot of beginners are not, obviously, you should at least opt for obscure retail suppliers, avoiding retail giants like Walmart, Home Depot, etc. As long as you're using retail suppliers that aren't recognizable and are smaller sites, you're typically 100% fine as long as you're keeping your seller metrics within the reasonable limits. This is typically what I recommend for beginners who don't have any experience with e-commerce or much money to get started, but eventually understand that the goal should be to move into wholesale dropshipping anyway, because this is actually an easier business model to understand on Amazon, and you'll have less competition and higher margins overall because you'll be competing against less sellers since the barrier to entry to selling is slightly higher. Now, while you might be tempted to use well-known retail suppliers like Walmart, Depot, Target, etc., or any other recognizable big box brand store, it's risky and could lead to issues down the line. Do not do it. It is not worth it. Trust me, and you'd much rather have the ability to continue to sell on Amazon rather than torpedo your seller account just for a few $1,000s in the beginning, but then you can't sell ever again anymore if your account goes down. The money will come. Start with the right approach and it'll pay off a lot faster than you think for sure, but you'll then also have a long-term business that continues to bring money in and month out. It's also essential to ensure that you've drop shipped items that match the product detail page on Amazon that your listing is 100%. Any discrepancies such as different variations, different colors, sizes, you name it, it can lead to customer dissatisfaction and potential issues down the line if it's reported. This isn't difficult, right? So don't get overwhelmed, but often these small things can be overlooked by beginners. So as a rule of thumb, just be extra meticulous when making sure that the product you're listing matches the detail page exactly. Always double, triple, or even quadruple check between the product that you're drop shipping and the product that you're listing against on Amazon. Check that it's the same quantity, right? Not a multi-pack. It's not an 8-pack and you're buying like a 3-pack or a 1, right? Check that the product numbers match up and that all the descriptive information matches up as well, right? Literally do a search. If there's a certain number on one of the listings on your supplier or a certain number with like lettering on, the Amazon listing, do a search on the other page for that number and see if you can find it. That's one of the easiest and most surefire ways. Now, you'll be fine as long as you're paying attention and as long as you're doing a meticulous job of checking each listing. But I want to hit that home because a lot of beginners assume products are the same just because they might look the same in the product picture without 100% checking. Don't assume, always check. Long-term, wholesale suppliers are preferable, obviously, like I said, because they establish a direct relationship with you and you can provide documentation without conflicting branding on the invoice, right? And that's what I was referring to when Amazon's saying you need to be the seller of record on the invoice. Now, remember, with FBM or fulfilled by merchant, which is what you'll be listing under since you'll be drop shipping, that means that you're responsible for customer service, returns and refunds, right? Not just shipping to the customer, or in this case, marking it shipped with the tracking number, since again, we're drop shipping. You still need to focus on customer service if you get a message. You still need to handle a return here and there, and that's totally fine. We'll cover all that and more, so don't worry. But it's just a reminder, there is a ton of opportunity with this if you do it right. But again, you need to understand full-heartedly whether it's allowed on Amazon. But again, you need to understand how to actually do it properly on the Amazon platform.
So in this video, I'm going to show you how to dropship on Amazon by reverse searching private label brands for profitable products, and then obviously listing them on your own store and keeping track of all of it. Okay, now this is going to be very, very, very similar to the same thing as Facebook Marketplace. Okay, so Facebook Marketplace, I specifically showed you how to dropship and find suppliers by reverse sniping on eBay, right? And then taking those same profitable listings from stores that are dropshipping and selling well and dropshipping them on Facebook. Now on Amazon, we're staying on the Amazon platform, but what you can do is you can use Amazon specifically to find private label brands and other dropshippers. Okay, now you can do this by basically finding a website you want to dropship from, Googling or searching online what their private label brands are, and I've already given you a starter list of these. Remember when we talked about it for eBay, I've given you that starter list, okay? And what you can do is then you can search for that private label brand specifically on Amazon, because then you know the person that's selling that private label brand is typically not the brand, okay? So it's typically one of two things. Either it's a used product and they're selling it as a used product on Amazon as a reseller, or they're drop shipping it onto the platform from that actual supplier, okay? So you can find drop shipping stores very, very easily. Now, I'm gonna avoid mainstays because I wanna hit the fact home that I don't recommend that you drop ship. When you're drop shipping on Amazon like this, I don't recommend that you drop ship from eBay. I don't recommend that you drop ship from Walmart, which is obviously, Mainstays is a Walmart brand, and I don't recommend that you drop ship from Home Depot. The reason that I say that is because most people, when they start, do that. So A, the competition is relatively high. The margins are relatively low. You can still find products, obviously, but I don't recommend it because most importantly, Amazon's onto that, and you don't want to be one of those people because God forbid they take one of those listings down or they hit everybody on one of those listings that's drop shipping. You're a prime target. So avoid those three suppliers. Don't do it. So let's go with an obscure one. Let's go with like Cobalt for Lowe's. And this is on the starter list, right? So what do? We type in the private label brand onto Amazon. Now, every one of these is probably, in most cases, either somebody that's buying it from at a relatively cheap price and shipping it into Amazon FBA, like you see here. This is a Prime listing, so we want to stay away from that. We don't want to compete with Prime listings unless the margin is ridiculously high and there's like one seller that's Prime, right? But typically, as a rule of thumb, avoid Prime listings. So what you're looking for is listings that aren't Prime, right? Like these two, for example, that do look like they're stock photos so that they could be drop shipped, right? And typically there's going to have a high number of sellers on those listings, and they're going to be drop shipping it from where? Well, they're going to be drop shipping it from Lowe's typically, because Cobalt is the Lowe's brand, right? So this is a Prime, we're going to avoid this. This is Prime, we're going to avoid this. This is an example of one that looks like, okay, only 10 left in stock, order soon. It looks like a stock image, and it doesn't have Prime on it. So I'm going to open this up and we're going to check it out. Now, here's what we want to do, okay? When you're doing this, you want to copy the title, and you're going to right click and search Google for it, or just search Google. And does it pop up on Lowe's? Okay, so it does pop up on Lowe's right here. One of the things I hit home before is you want to make sure that they are the exact same. So do your due diligence. If you spend time on nothing else and you want to spend your time wisely, make sure that the pictures all match, obviously, that it's like the same exact pictures representing the product. Make sure that the model number matches potentially, or the item number matches, or the UPC, or whatever product identifier it is matches. Make sure that it's not a variation listing. Make sure that it's not a bundle listing, meaning like this comes with the battery and that doesn't come with the battery or something like that. So read it, okay? Make sure that they match up. That's the most important thing that I can tell you, okay? So is this the same listing? It looks like this is the 40 volt lithium ion bare tool, 40 volt, 14-inch cordless electric chainsaw, ion bare tool 14-inch, battery charger not included, battery charger sold separately, not included. It looks to be very, very similar. 40 volt brushless chainsaw provides 140 cuts of 4x4 wood. Brushless chainsaw, where is it? Provides 40 volt brushless chainsaw provides 140 volt. So it looks like they literally took the same exact thing. So this is typically the same listing, okay? So we found a listing. Is it profitable, right? Can we buy it? Oh, well, there you go right there. This item is no longer sold on Lowe's.com. So either these people are sourcing this from some other place that would have potentially been a good one, or what is probably most likely is this person just hasn't caught up to the fact they don't have like a stock system or an inventory system, which I will show you here. We're going to use SKU Grid. It's very, very easy to set up. And I'm going to show you that in a future lecture. So this is a bad product, okay? I'm going through this slowly on purpose. This is prime. We want to avoid this. Here we go. Here's an example of one. So $104. It doesn't look like there's 9 used and new offers, but none of them are prime. So let's check it out. It looks to be like stock photo. All right, here we go. So we still have no prime sellers on here. So that's good. We're going to right click this and search Google to try and find it on Lowe's. Cobalt 40 Max 5. Is this the 5? No, this is the 2.5. So that's 5 AH. This is 2.5 AH. So that's not what we're looking for. Here we go. That's Amazon, Walmart. So this could be a Walmart one. There it is right there. 2.5, 40, 2.5. It looks to be different picture. Okay, that's a similar picture. That's a similar picture. And it looks like it's on Walmart, but this could also be being drop shipped from Lowe's. So let's go try to find it. We're going to type Lowe's in at the end here. Let's go to the end and type Lowe's in. Here it is right here. I don't know why it didn't pop up right away. So, okay, there we have 2.5 AH, 40V, and it's $79.98. So this could be a potentially profitable listing, although the margin, it doesn't look like it's going to be a great margin, just off like gut feeling, because this is 104 and this is selling for 79. It could be profitable, but like we'll see the margin here in a second, and I'll show it to you. So right here, you have $104. It's the same exact listing, right? 2.5 AH, 2.5 AH, rechargeable lithium ion, cordless power equipment battery, rechargeable lithium ion, cordless power equipment battery. Looks to be the same. Item dimensions. So if there's like a UPC or an identifier here, I would check that out. Sometimes like for like electronics specifically, you'll see like a number in the thing. Make sure that that number shows up in the description at some point. It usually typically will. The dimensions here are going to be another good indicator. So where were they? Oh, 375. Item dimensions. Let's see, don't see 375. Let's try to find the dimensions of this product really fast. I don't see it, but obviously I don't want to waste your time, so I'm not going to sit here and like, figure out specifically what the item specs are. I would do this and spend a lot more time on it if I was really going to list this product in Dropship. But for the sake of just showing you, because I'm like 98% sure this is the same thing, here I would do a little bit more verification. Remember what I said is you want to be sure that they're the same exact product. But I'm like 98% sure that this is the same product. So let's go ahead and check it out, okay? So what are we going to do, right? What can we potentially source this for originally? Well, you can't just source it for $79.98 because obviously there's going to be taxes and potentially shipping. So you want to make swant to you add it to your cart first and foremost, because it might not be able to be shipped to your area. It might only be local pickup. Also, you want to see a tax, you want to get an estimate on taxes. And I always recommend that you take 10% of the estimate in taxes. That's high, right? I believe California is the highest in taxes at like 8%, I want to say, or something like that. But so if you take 10%, A, it's easy to calculate in your mind. B, it's going to give you a little bit of a cushion in your margin. And obviously, see, it's just like easy to calculate if for whatever reason you know it has free shipping. Well, then 10% is easy to calculate because of $79.98, 10% of that is $7.99 or whatever it is, right? So it's just easy to calculate. But I just want to take this to the cart to see, and we're going to see what the potential shipping charge is going to be. So we're going to ship to the home, and we're just going to start the checkout to see what it's going to be. So estimated tax is going to be $480. Shipping is free, so it's going to cost us about $85. I always overestimate just for, again, another cushion in your margin, right? I'd rather be overestimating here than underestimating. So $85 is going to be my estimate from Lowe's.com, okay? Now, what we basically want to do before we're estimating $85 on this specific product right here, right? But A, we need to know if we can sell it, number one, and we also need to know if it's even selling on Amazon to be worth our time, right? So $19,000 roughly in tools and home improvement, which is pretty solid, okay? We need to know A, if we can sell it, and B, if it's selling. It is selling pretty well, but what I always recommend is get the Jungle Scout Chrome extension. You only need the Jungle Scout Chrome extension, not the web app. It's going to save you so much time. Look, it's estimating 360 monthly sales, 366, about 15 daily sales. This is a game changer. Get this. I will link it above for you. I'm not sure if there's a specific deal, but that is an affiliate link, but I have it as well. Highly recommend it. If you're planning on taking Amazon dropshipping seriously, this is a game changer, okay? Get it. It's going to save you so much time. As you scale your store and add more listings, you don't want to be doing everything manually, but I'm just going through and showing you this right now, just so you kind of understand it, and then we'll add kind of tools to your metaphorical dropshipping tool belt, okay? So we're going to take the ACE in here to make sure that we can sell it. You're going to take it into the back end of Seller Central, add a product, right? And then add it and add it as a product to see if you're able to sell it in new condition, and if there's any restrictions on it, right? So I already know that I'm able to sell this. I checked it. So I am able to sell this. Chances are you probably will be, but sometimes you're gated. So one of the things that you don't want to do is, you don't want to try to, go through and waste all your time just to find out at the end when you try to add it as a dropshipping product that you're gated, okay? So you might want to do that in the beginning when you're looking at it, just before you even waste any time on it, because if you can't sell it and you're gated for it, then there's no sense in even looking into the product, obviously. Another thing I will say about that too is if you are gated, always request approval, okay? There's a slight chance that even if you're new, that you could get ungated. Chances are if you're new, you probably won't get ungated for it. But like if you start selling well, as you start doing this more and more on Amazon and you build up your seller metrics, you will get auto ungated for certain brands, auto ungated for certain products. It happens very, very easily, okay? So always check. Worst thing that can happen is they say, hey, submit some paperwork, and then you just X out of it and you don't go any further. But every once in a while, you will hit request approval when it's gated, and it will just automatically ungate you, okay? So always try. So now we're going to see if this is profitable for us, okay? So we want to check, it's telling us that the buy box right now is 104.44, but I don't want to trust that. I want to look at the new and used sellers. So the low price there is a used one. We're not really concerned with that. This one's the lowest one right here at 81 and new, but this person doesn't really have a lot of ratings. I personally do, so chances are rank higher than that. So just as like a rule of thumb, I would say like if you're starting new, always go with the cheapest new price. So that's probably what you're competing against. And so this would not be profitable, okay? So you don't want to do this. If you feel like you can sell this at a higher price point, obviously because you can set your repricer up, I will show you that in a new lecture as well, so that it doesn't go below a certain price, so you never sell it lower than that, then it's all reward potentially and no risk, right? Because you're never going to go down to 64 or whatever anyway, or 74 or whatever anyway. So I want to see if this is profitable if I list it at 104.44. Let's find out. So now I'm going to go into the FBA calculator to make sure I'm profitable. I copied the ASIN, right? So I'm going to search that ASIN in the FBA calculator, and you can get the Amazon fulfillment by Amazon revenue calculator by just Googling it. When you're signed into Seller Central, you can find it and then click it. It's very, very easy to find. And this is a great one. There's other ones out there that are paid, but I'm just going to show you a free one right here because Amazon provides one for you, and it's very, very easy to use. You can see I've even saved it as like a bookmark up here, and I always use it when I'm dropshipping. Okay, this is my dropshipping browser. So right here, I believe the item price was 104.44. So that's what I'm potentially going to list this at, okay? And remember, you won't be competing. If you're like brand new, you're not going to be competing there. For the sake of just showing you an example, I kind of want to show you this. And every once in a while, when you put an ASIN in, it might ask you for the product dimensions or the estimated weight. You can just estimate that. It doesn't really matter at the end of the day. It can matter slightly, so you want to estimate or get it from the listing, but it doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things because you're not going to be shipping it into FBA much anyway, okay? So it's going to estimate based on the listing already, so I wouldn't really sweat that. Shipping is not going to cost you anything because the supplier is going to ship it, so don't worry about that, okay? You're only really interested in the item price and the cost of the product to you, okay? And we estimated the cost of the product was $85 from Lowe's, so let's calculate to make sure that we're profitable. And we are profitable at $3.77, so realistically, at this price point, I don't really want to make $3.77 every time I spend $85. It's not a good margin. It's only a 3.6% margin. So not really worth my time. You could list it if you want. It is still profitable and it's all reward and really no risk because you're only going to make this $3.77 when you spend $85 on that listing, okay? That's a bad example. Let me try to find one more for you. So this is prime. This is prime. We're going to avoid those. Let's find one that might look somewhat decent here. All right, let's try this one. I was going to try to find a higher priced one, but this is $23 and it's not prime. So let's try to find this. We're going to copy this and we're going to right click and search Google. Also, make sure that it's showing a picture of 3 here. Make sure that this is just a one thing and not like a here. Okay, so it's 3 of these, right? So you need to find the listing on Lowe's that has 3 of these, not just one. So 3-pack right here of 20-foot spool. 0.065 spool. So this is the listing right here, okay? And it looks like it's 2048. This is 23. So again, that's not a very good listing. Let's try to find one more. Prime, we want to avoid that. This isn't prime and it looks to be $83. So cobalt lithium ion, here we go. Now it does have the battery included right here for $161.97, and this doesn't look to be prime either. So we could also look for that, or the battery not included for $83. So we can find either of these on Lowe's, okay? And this might be the 110 mile per hour right there. Yeah, 110 mile per hour right there. And this is battery and charger included, okay? So assuming that this is the same thing, again, I want to stress the fact that you want to make sure, okay? So I'd probably spend a good 2-3 minutes literally verifying that this is exactly the same thing. It has a lot of the same specs. It's the same measurements. It has the same product identifiers or model numbers or something, all in the listing, okay? And you can find all that information like on the specific listing. The weight's a good indicator, the product dimensions and all that good stuff, okay? So this has the battery and charger included right here at $161.97, okay? So this seems to be a potentially good profitable listing. I know firsthand from Lowe's at $119, this is going to have free shipping. I'm going to overestimate at 10%. That's why I always say overestimate at 10%. And you can obviously do deliveries available. So it's going to be $120. I'm going to round up. I'm also going to take $12 because 10% of $120 is $12. So it's going to be $120 plus 12 is $132 is the cost to my customer from Lowe's, okay? And I just estimated that using 10% taxes and assuming free shipping, obviously, because I'm over the limit on Lowe's. Now, so $132 to my customer. It's going to cost me $161.97 to ship or to get on the actual listing, okay? So I want to know if I'm profitable. Now, I want you to make sure, obviously, take the ASIN into your Seller Central. You need to make sure that you can sell this, obviously, before you waste your time anymore. Also, you want to hit Jungle Scout, make sure it's selling. A lot of times you'll find a great listing and then it will have zeros here or it'll be crossed off. It means it's not selling. Avoid it. It's a waste of your time. So it is selling well. So now I'm going to take this obviously into the FBA calculator. And now we know that it was $132 was the cost of the product from Lowe's. And if we scroll up here, it's $161.97. It does say new and used though. So let's make sure that that's, yeah, new is $161.95. So we'll say $161.97, whatever. That's the buy box price. So $161.97 and calculate it. So it is profitable again, but again, the margin there is not very, very good, okay? So again, that's why I recommend that you use obscure suppliers. Now, we didn't really do much here. There's a number of other ones that you can check into. So chances are you can find a great one, okay? But this is just kind of an overview. You can do this with any private label brand on Amazon and find it reverse engineer, find a good product that people are drop shipping, see if it's profitable, see if you can sell it, see if it's selling, and then list it onto Amazon, okay? It's really that simple. It doesn't take a lot of effort, and it's the same kind of general overview, except you're not using eBay and then listing it onto Facebook like I showed you before. Here, you're using Amazon and then listing it onto Amazon via your Seller Central. So in the next video specifically, I'm going to show you how to take this a step further, right? We're going to stay on this listing. And what we're going to do is you can source like this by searching private label brands and then finding good items. This works very, very well, especially for beginners. And I recommend that you start here because it's going to kind of, it's going to teach you a lot about the process, okay? But then you can take it a step further. Once you find a listing that people are drop shipping, you can then come to all the offers and then check out all the stores here. And these are typically drop shipping stores with other drop shipping products, okay? So I'll show you that in the next tutorial. All right, so we're gonna take that last tutorial one step further here. And what we're going to do is we're going to do the same thing, but we're gonna go one step further. We found a drop shipping listing searching private label brands on Amazon, right? We search Cobalt, we look through some of the Cobalt listings. You can do this with pretty much any private label brand to find drop shippers, okay? I just showed you that. We found a drop shipping listing, okay? And so what we want to do is take it one step further and look at all the sellers on this. Now, obviously, Amazon Warehouse is not a drop shipper, okay? Amazon.com, not a drop shipper. This store right here just launched, not a drop. Well, they might be drop shipping, but I don't really care about them because they just launched, okay? What we want to find is somebody that's rated well, that's been doing this for a little bit, and obviously, you know, has experience doing this because typically they're going to have some decent products, okay? It's not always the case because they could have potentially bought that account and just started, but typically speaking, that's usually the case, okay? So I'm going to go after this one right here with 630. I'm going to right click and open this one. And then I'm also going to go over here to this one with over 1,000. We're going to right click and go to this one, okay? I'm going to X out of this. I'm going to X out of this. We don't need this. I'm going to X out of the private label brand thing. We don't need this. But what I want to do, and what I want to hit home really fast, is you should be tracking all these things so that you can find your suppliers later, right? So if for whatever reason somebody goes and buys that product from you on Amazon, you're going to be able to it's going to show you, it's going to email you and also pop up in your Seller Central with an order, right? And so you should keep track of those orders with the same dropshipping spreadsheet that I talk about with the Facebook Marketplace. It doesn't literally list like I told you, list like the supply, like where it actually happened, right? Where the sale happened. So is it Facebook Marketplace? Is it Mercari? Is it Poshmark? Is it Amazon, right? Use that same spreadsheet when you get orders, okay? But this spreadsheet right here, you can set it up very, very similar. I recommend that you do this pretty much the same. You can modify it slightly if you want, but make sure you have all this information in there, is to keep track of where where to source your products, okay? So the supplier, where did we get that one? Well, we got it from Lowe's, right? The item, what was the item title on Amazon? I just X'd out of it, but I've copied literally the title on Amazon so I know, because when I get an Amazon order, I'm going to come back and I can either search for that title here and find the corresponding link to the product, or I can search for the ASIN, right? So the ASIN is the same thing that we put into the product identify, or into the FBA calculator to identify the product. It's the same thing that we checked in Seller Central. The little digit, let me just go find an ASIN to show you. Let's pull up a random listing here. So the ASIN is, obviously, if you scroll down, you'll see the thing that's the ASIN, which is the Amazon identification number, okay? You just want to copy the ASIN and put it in there, okay? So if we were dropshipping this listing and we found a supplier, we'd paste the ASIN in here. And you want to keep track of all of this. Do not avoid this. You're going to need all this information. The worst thing is when you get an order and you don't know where you actually, where your supplier is profitably. That's the last thing you want. Now, I always change these to like 8 or 10 just to kind of keep them organized and looking good. And then obviously you take the link to the product. So this would be like www.lowes.com. You would copy and paste that same URL where you sourced it. And I don't have that because I X'd out of it, right? But you like, it would be like something like this, right? It would look like this, right? You'd have the entire product source. And that way, when somebody comes and orders this ASIN on Amazon or this product right here, well, then you source it from Lowe's. Now, the next thing that I recommend that you do, and this is going to matter because when you set up your repricer, I'm going to show you how to do that. You're going to want to know what your minimum price is, right? What your break-even point is, or what you're willing to go and take profit-wise, right? So if we go back to the FBA calculator, this is a bad example of one because it's only a net profit of $5.67. But if this was a lot higher, for example, let's say the cost of the product here was only $70 and we put this in, we found a profitable product and I was like, oh, wow, like, cool. I can sell this at $161. I can buy this from the supplier at 70 bucks, and that's a $67 margin at 41%, right? So then obviously I go list this, I put it into, everything else. I'm going to show you how to put it into SKU grid so it checks the inventory in a future tutorial. So that would also be a step here. And then later on, you're obviously going to put it in your repricer. So you're going to want to know your minimum price so your repricer can reprice according to the buy box, but never go below your minimum price. So you're still always profitable and you don't have to worry about it. The benefit of doing this on Amazon and drop shipping on Amazon is once you find a listing, it literally sits there and earns for you, and your repricer set up and SKU grid is set up, your inventory program, all that's set up, and your minimum price is set up. It's a lot more work than a Facebook Marketplace listing, but once everything's set up, you don't need to worry about it anymore. And so every product, adds more value to your store. That's why Amazon dropshipping is so valuable, and that's why there's so much potential there. But you need to find out your minimum price, right? So what I do then is I say okay, if the Amazon price is not 161, right? So the buy box price is no longer 161. Maybe somebody drops the price to 140. Well, then we calculate what our net profit would be according to all these fees if we sourced it at 70 bucks and all those other things, right? So that's totally fine. We're still profitable at 50 bucks, right? So we want to keep playing with this number up here on the item buy box price for Amazon until we find out, pretty much what we're comfortable taking. Now, sometimes I take this all the way down to $1 or $2 simply because I'm willing to make the sale at a low margin like that. Just because I want to improve my metrics and just because I'm willing to take a profit, just because I have the money and the cash flow and the credit to do it. So any profit for me specifically is good profit in my opinion. And I'm more concerned about selling more and metrics, but you don't have to take that low of a margin. You can always, it depends on what you're comfortable with, right? You can always look for a 10% margin or higher. You can always look for a $5 or $10 profit margin. It really is up to you, but let's just play around with this number a little bit more. We'll take it down to 120. So somebody tanks the buy box price to 120 from 160. Well, we're still profitable at 30. What if they go to 99.99? Oh, didn't mean to do that. What if they go to 99.99? Are we still profitable? Okay, we're still profitable at $15, right? So that's still good. Well, what if they take it to 70? Okay, and then we're losing $10, okay? So we need to find that break-even point. Let's say you only want to go to a $5 net profit. Well, what is that? Is that $80? No. Is it $90? Okay, there roughly is about 90. So you could say that your minimum price is 90. You could also go a little bit lower and say it might be 88. Okay, there you go. Perfect, 88. So then we're going to say okay, that's what I'm comfortable making. I'm comfortable making at very, very minimum my repricer to go all the way down to $4.80 profit margin if I sell this at 88 and I buy it at 70, right? So then right there, your minimum price is 88. So the reason you put this into your spreadsheet is so that when you go and put this into your repricer, you know what to set your minimum price at, because you're going to need to know that to reprice it, and you're never going to want your repricer to go below that. Otherwise, you'll be losing money, okay? So that's why I recommend setting this up. All this information is very, very similar. This is a different spreadsheet than your orders spreadsheet, right? So when you get an order, the one that I showed you earlier in the course. But when you're dropshipping on Amazon, these are all important things that you're going to need. So make sure that you have another spreadsheet for them, okay? Now let's move into the sourcing. So we found we took it one step further, right? We searched private label brands on Amazon. We found the dropshipping listings. Now we're finding stores on those listings that are dropshipping. We're going to go to their storefronts to see what types of products they're dropshipping, because typically speaking, people are creatures of habit. If they're drop shipping from Lowe's, then chances are a lot of their items in their store are, Lowe's drop shipping orders, right? And look, they're clearly drop shipping. They have a lot of pages, a lot of products, okay? Now, it isn't always the case, but typically, the first couple pages have some of the best listings here. So let's just pull up one as an example, right? And you do the same thing. You would take it one step further and you just go down this list and search all of these specific products here and find the supplier. Typically, it's going to be Lowe's, but you can Google this specific product and find the supplier, right? You can assume it's going to be Lowe's because, like I said, people are creatures of habit, but let's just find it, right? Is this a good listing, okay? Well, as you're going down, none of these are prime, right? So they're all being drop shipped clearly, okay? So we found one, let's check it out. Now, one thing I will say is when you're on this listing and you're clicking on the listing from someone's store like I just showed you, there won't be any people competing on this because you're just on their store specifically, right? So I'm just on their store. Nobody else is competing. So I need to actually search this again and find the Amazon listing, because while we're in Amazon, we're within home headquarters store on Amazon. So they're not competing with anybody, right? So I need to right click and search Amazon for this, or you just paste it into the search bar. And this is actually the right click. Where is it? Move this over there. That's the other store. The right click search Amazon is actually it's a Google Chrome plugin. I believe it's just called right click search Amazon, but you can find that, or you can literally just copy it and then paste it into the search bar just the same. But I just kind of wanted to touch on that. So we're looking for the Husqvarna 128 LD 17 inch, 128 LD 17 inch. There we go. Amazon's choice right there. Although it is Prime, so probably not something we want to compete with unless you can source it relatively cheap. So we found it right there, detachable gas string trimmer. We did find it there. Just to verify and show you, I'm sure home headquarters or whoever that person was, home headquarters is probably on this listing. Home headquarters, there we are. We clearly found the right listing. Now it's sold by Amazon, so we clearly want to avoid this, and it's Prime. This is a bad listing, okay? But just to show you, let me even see, like, assuming it wasn't being sold by Amazon, assuming it wasn't a Prime, is it a good product to find? Now we do the same thing, right? We took it one step further. We want to search Google for this now. So we're going to search Google. Typically it's going to be Lowe's, because like I said, most people are creatures of habit. If they're dropshipping from Lowe's, chances are most of their listings are going to be from Lowe's, or maybe one or two other places. You're rarely going to find a store that's like dropshipping from like 100 different places. It's typically roughly the same usual places, okay? And this is $199 on Lowe's. It's selling for $219 on Amazon. So there's a difference there, but it's really not going to be that profitable. Let's find one that potentially is. So this one's Filter Light. Let's go after something like this. This is a bestseller. And typically, this is not always the case, so you can, if you have more time, avoid ones with like Amazon's Choice or bestseller tags, because usually the price is going to drop on those a lot, and usually Amazon's going to be on those listings, okay? Or they're going to be very competitive. Let me go check this one out. So again, we're in their store, right? Home headquarters, we're in their store. So there's nobody competing on this listing. So we need to take it one step further and actually search Amazon for this. So you can copy and paste this into the Amazon search bar, or you can just right click search Amazon if you've downloaded it. And again, this is an Amazon's Choice, I believe 20 ounce. And so look how much the price dropped. So that's a perfect example of that. We're going to avoid that one. Now let's try this, I guess. And we're going to right click. We're going to search Amazon. Filter Light right there. 1550s. The price has dropped significantly, and that's typically going to, be the case on a lot of times. So their price is obviously listed high. Again, this is a Prime listing with Amazon, so that's one we're going to avoid. Let's go down a little bit. Let's try to find one. Summer Deluxe Stairway. We're going to right click and search this on Amazon first, right? Because we're in their store. And then when we find that, so Summer Deluxe Hallway, simple, 32 inch. And this one is also Prime and probably sold by Amazon, so that's a bad one. And this one, the Bosch Power Tools. We're going to copy this, search Amazon. We're looking for the Bosch Power Tools, Combo Kit CLP, Combo Kit CLP K22. 120, 12 volt, 120, 12 volt. So there's that listing right there. We found the listing right there. As you can see, Amazon is on this, which is not a good sign, but it is not Prime. So maybe this is going to be a potentially good listing. Okay. So what we're going to do now is we're going to right click and search Google to find this. It's probably going to be Lowe's again, remember. So Bosch Power Tool, Combo Kit. There it is right there. Bam. And it's 99 on Lowe's. Obviously not profitable right here. So that's another bad example, okay? Now, I'm not going to waste your time, but if you do this with some stores, sometimes you'll find duds of stores where like they just have all their products overpriced, and there's clearly a lot of products here. But just like I showed you before, it's the same overall thing. You want to find a product, you want to search for it, obviously find the supplier, and then you want to see if you're profitable, okay? But one thing I do want to say is if you're coming from a store like this, if you're coming from somebody else's store, look, Oasis 7, we're on their store, and you click on a listing, remember on that specific listing, because you came from their store, they're not going to have competition. So you need to actually take it one step further and search Amazon for that, okay? And then you can just keep doing this, and you can either search private label brands on Amazon, or you can search private label brands on Amazon, find stores, and then reverse engineer those stores' best listings. You can even outsource this to a VA if you don't want to spend the time on it, right? And then all you need to do is, it's a lot like that store specifically had a lot of products. If we go back to this other store, Oasis 748 Marketing, this one also had, this story has even more products. But basically you can go down these products right here, and typically these are all going to be dropship products, right? So I'll check one more for you really fast, but you can do this on your own, and you can find products just the same like this. And remember, it's the same with Amazon. It's a slower process, but because it's a slower process, once you find a good listing, that listing is going to sit there and potentially sell and earn for you, honestly, for the foreseeable future, okay? So this is the Ninja 72 ounce 1000 watt base, Ninja 72 ounce countertop 1000 watts base. And this is a Amazon choice, Amazon selling it, and Prime. So we're going to avoid this one as well. But that's basically just showing you the tip of the iceberg here. Obviously, you're just going to go down their product list, do every single thing again, and figure out and reverse engineer where they're being sourced from. Obviously, the majority of these are probably Lowe's. But you might see other ones in there. Chances are they're not drop shipping all of Lowe's inventory at 125 pages. But then you're literally just going to go down. All these products are products that can be drop shipped. So you want to find out if they're profitable, because they wouldn't all be in this person's store here and been listed. They are clearly profitable and good drop shipping products at some point. So you just need to find the ones that in this person's store that are still profitable and can be drop shipped. Okay. So that's the second way that you can find profitable products to drop ship on Amazon. In the next tutorial, I'm going to show you how to actually do it with software. The software is called Source Mogul, so watch the next tutorial. It's a really innovative way to kind of combine online arbitrage sourcing with finding profitable products to dropship. All right, so we're going to have some fun here, and I'm going to show you one of my favorite ways to actually source, okay? And nobody sources this way to my knowledge, or very, very few people source this way to my knowledge, so you're going to have a complete advantage against all competition, at least for a little while, right? Until, people get their inventory in. We'll talk about that here in a second, right? So in this video, I'm going to show you how to drop ship on Amazon and how to source Amazon drop shipping products using an online arbitrage software called Source Mogul, okay? And basically what it's going to let you do is it's going to let you do product research. And this is much more short term, obviously. You must obviously monitor price changes from your supplier. And I'm going to show you how to actually do that. So like you're going to use SKU Grid. We're going to have a complete tutorial on SKU Grid coming very, very soon in the next, I don't know if it's the next tutorial, but it might be like 2 after that. So you're going to monitor your prices with SKU Grid, obviously. And then it's going to be a little bit more short term. It's not going to be like a long-term wholesale listing. And these are going to be retail suppliers. But the benefit of an online arbitrage software like Source Mogul, for example, is it's going to scan retail websites. Let me show you really fast. There's like hundreds on here. It's going to scan all these retail websites when you select one. So for example, Macy's, right? They have 142,326 products listed in their catalog right now, okay? And so you can have Source Mogul scan Macy's and compare the entirety of Macy's store against the products on Amazon. And what you're able to do there, and I'm going to show you how this works here in a second, is you're going to be able to compare the specific products if they match up and find price differences currently right now between Macy's and Amazon. That makes it very, very easy for you then to list those Macy's products onto Amazon, because you don't actually need to go out and purchase the inventory and then ship it into Amazon, or purchase the inventory, wait till you receive it, and then list it for sale so you can ship it out. You can list it right now, immediately, as soon as you find the products. And that makes it very, very easy, very, very profitable, and one of the best and most innovative ways to source via drop shipping, okay? Now, I don't really, like I said, know many people that do this, because typically you're either a reseller or you're a drop shipper. Very few people do both. And so I have a very extensive experience and history in reselling. That's how I know about softwares and how to use them, like Source Mogul. And not many drop shippers do it like this. They usually reverse engineer and snipe using other software, and they all piggyback off other drop shipping listings, right? So you have a leg up on drop shippers by doing this, because not many of them are sourcing this way. And you have a leg up on online arbitrage and resellers, because you are able to get your products listed on Amazon for those margins and those prices days, weeks, and sometimes even months before they're able to, okay? Because half of these people are going to be finding these same products, but then they're either going to have them, they're going to either order them to their house and list them from their house, or they're going to order them to their house, which is going to take potentially a week, and then ship them into FBA, which is going to take them a week or two at least, could be even a month, right? So you have a leg up on both of them, okay? So I'm going to show you how to use Source Mogul here in a second. It's a freaking game changer. I really hope that this tutorial helps you. And this has been my number one way to source. And the benefit of this is they have hundreds of different sites here that you can scan with literally millions, 100%, millions, and probably tens of millions of products here. So even if we both do this, or like there starts to be like hundreds of people on the course, this still won't get saturated. Now you can also use if you have experience with other online arbitrage softwares, like an OA Genius, for example, or like a tactical arbitrage, you can also use those to find price discrepancies. I like Source Mogul the best. I've recommended it for 4 to 5 years now since I started doing reselling. So I'm going to recommend it to you. It also works very, very well. And I'm going to blow your mind on how well this works to source dropshipping products here in a second. Okay. So what I recommend that you do is click the link above. It will take you to it is an affiliate link. It will take you to a Source Mogul landing page where you can sign up for Source Mogul and get a 7-day free trial, okay? And then after that 7-day free trial ends, because I guarantee you'll probably, I don't like to make guarantees, but if you're not finding products and listing products and making sales on Amazon, and you're actually spending time and doing this seriously, so that means that you're not spending like 10 minutes here and there trying to do this, and then like 10 minutes, and you list like 5 products and you don't make any sales. If you're actually taking this seriously and you're spending a good amount of time sourcing through these, and you're listing products and enough products, and you're actually taking this seriously, you will make money in 7 days, okay? And then you will see the value of this software and you will want to stick with it. And so by clicking the link directly above this actual video, you can get into Source Mogul 7 days for free, try it out. And then after that, the next 3 months are $20 off because it's an affiliate link and I've set up a deal with them, okay? I have a good relationship with this company. I was on Zoom calls with them. I think the sales team, and I think the other guy was the owner. I'm actually not even sure about that, but I was on a call with 2 of them. They're always trying to improve the software for resellers and dropshippers like us. So there's a lot of potential here, okay? So click that link, sign up for the trial, and we'll resume and I'll show you how to actually use the software, okay? So I actually like the classic view of the software better. They're redoing it and kind of making a 2.0 version. And there's a lot more innovative ways. I'm not really going to get into those specifically because we don't really need them right here, right now. A lot of them, matter kind of for reselling, but you can obviously use them for dropshipping. So I'm going to show you the classic view. But if you want to stay with the 2.0 version view, you're going to see all the same things. The only way that you need to search here is you're going to go to Start Search, where we are right now. So this is actually the home page. Let me take you back there. You're going to click Start Search. This is where you're going to be once you set your API key up. And your API key is, once you log into, I know I'm kind of all over the place. Once you log in, you actually need to connect Source Mogul to your Amazon Seller Central account. But when you log in, you are not able to do anything. And there's a complete tutorial thing right here on the homepage that shows you how to connect. And then once you finally connect, you will see this page right here, okay? So it's not hard. They show you how to put in specific codes in the back end of your Seller Central. Very easy, okay? They make it very easy. So if you're in the 2.0 version and you want to scan that way, you're going to go up here to Start Search. You're going to go to Buy Retailer. And then you'll see all these retailers. You can click one. You can start the search. Right here, search selected, and start the search, and then bam, it's going to start searching those, and then you'll see them pop up, search status, so current searches, and you'll see them pop up here in current searches and then completed searches. So current searches obviously are going to be pending, so I don't have any pending searches right now. Completed searches, we're going to search Bed Bath & Beyond. I haven't looked at any of these products yet, okay, so I'm going to show you how to actually sort through Bed Bath & Beyond to find good items to drop ship onto Amazon, okay? Once they're done, they'll be completed, okay? Now, one thing I will say about Source Mogul is it pulls them in real time, okay? So if you scan a search right now, then that means that those are the products currently in stock and those current prices on Bed Bath & Beyond right now, okay? So if you do a search, you need to look through that search within a day or two for it to be specifically relevant, okay? Because prices can change, stock can change, right? And all those things might change. And also prices on Amazon might change, right? And so you need to look through them in a day or two for it to be relevant. And if you don't, then what you want to do is you want to delete it, and then you want to go back and research it again and get an updated version, right? So if I search Bed Bath & Beyond right now, because I actually put this up last night, I didn't get a chance to actually record this tutorial last night because I was actually fulfilling a lot of orders, which is a good thing. But so this might be a little outdated, but it's still within a day. That's totally fine, right? So ideally you want to, when you're about to search, start your search via retail, right? So go to retailer, pick one of these things right here, pick one of these, cross it off your list that you're about to source it, and then bam, once you click it, you start the search, it'll come into search status, current searches, where you'll see it go pending, and then you come down to completed searches when it's done, and then you can click on this and view it, okay? Now I'm going to go to classic view because, like I said, I like that better, but they both work very similarly. You'll see like all the same tabs here, all the same opportunities here to sort through. It's just going to be on the top in classic where it's on the side, and a different color scheme in 2.0, okay? So let's move over to classic. That covers everything there. I just kind of like the way that this looks in classic. I don't really know why. Maybe because I'm just so used to using the classic version. I've been doing this for like 4 years. So I'm going to go to status really fast, and I clicked view, but it didn't seem to pop up. There we go. And we're going to view all of the products in the specific Bed Bath & Beyond category and their Amazon counterpart, right? So you can literally see them all right here. It's very, very cool, very, very innovative, and the price differences, right? You can also see the keeper graph if you want all that data. It's also going to gauge your potential ROI estimates, and these numbers can be off if prices have changed. But basically, all you need to do is, it looks like it's pulled 536 results of the, whatever it was, 300, I think it was like 142,000 products or something like that have a 20% ROI plus. And we can gauge these numbers and change these, and you'll see like, okay, it's gonna, get more and more small here as we kind of see now only 374 as we raise our profit margin. So what are you willing to accept, right? Anything above $5 profit margin. Well, let's go all the way up to 10 and see if there's any other products that we can find really good here. Chances are, obviously, there's probably a bunch of good products, but I just kind of want to show you. So I'm going to go to, let's go actually to 7. I usually go like 20% or 7, and I change these numbers around. Sometimes I'll go like 18, sometimes go 35, and I'll scan different websites just to kind of get different looks of products. You always want to have this all the way up right here. Or at least like one lower, right? You never want to have it down low because you want to make sure that they're matching the pictures pretty much on point and the title's pretty much on point. And then if there's any product identifiers like a UPC or a specific ASIN number or model number, they're also looking to match those up, right? Now, typically, a lot of these are going to be very similar, right? As you can see, especially if you have the match rate accuracy pretty much all the way up, okay? But every once in a while, you will notice that it's a different product, so avoid that, right? And every once in a while, it might look like a very, very similar product, but it's not going to be the exact same product, okay? So you need to still do your due diligence. This does not necessarily mean that these are always the same exact products, right? They very well could be, and chances are most of them will be, but you still need to check into them, okay? So we're going to set all of these parameters up here really fast. So remove products without a buy box. You can click this on if you don't want to ever be on a listing without a buy box. I always usually select this off. Some of my best-selling listings, in fact, one of my best-selling listings, I made $1,000 on it like, I want to say like a week ago. I think it was last Friday or Saturday. Today it's Wednesday, I believe. Tuesday, I should know that. It's Tuesday, so I guess it's like 4 or 5 days ago or something like that. I made $1,000 on one of the products without a buy box, so I never click this anymore. You can still find good products, in my opinion, but if you obviously you can't reprice them with your repricer because you can't match the buy box, so that's the only difference there. So only show products that are merchant fulfilled. You can also do that because that's obviously going to help you avoid anything with like an Amazon on it or anything that's Prime. I don't click this either. I like to gauge them for myself because even if there's like a Prime offer on there, which, merchant fulfilled or Amazon fulfilled, it just means they shipped it into FBA. Even if there's an FBA offer on there, every once in a while they might go out of stock, right? Or they might only have like 2 items in inventory, but like you'll never see that, and then they'll go out of stock, and then there's only merchant fulfilled on there. So I don't ever click that because that's going to take out a bunch of opportunities for good products, okay? Remove products that have no category. You can also click that there. I don't really click that either, okay? So what you want to do, you want to have, again, that's how I set this side up. You want to either have this all the way up at high or one lower. And then you want to have, set whatever you're willing to accept ROI-wise, set whatever you're willing to accept profit-wise, with those specific numbers. I'm going to go 20% ROI plus and $7 profit margin plus, okay? So anything above those is what I'm going to see. Now, the next thing we want to do is set the sales rank filter, right? So anything under a certain sales rank. Now, a little caveat here, I always let's go like 100,000 just to show you for examples. You can go a little higher, but one thing that you'll notice is like every once in a while, it will show you engage the sales rank on the subcategory, okay? So let's pull up like an Amazon listing randomly. It always pulls this one up. So you'll see here, like if I scroll down to the ASIN, right? This is what we're looking for. Like the ASIN's down here and the product category is down here, right? So like this is 343,000 in clothing, shoes, and jewelry, which is the parent category, okay? So that's what you're concerned with. That's why I still recommend that you always use Jungle Scout, because it's the only thing that's going to be sure and tell you what it's actually selling. Every once in a while on a listing, the parent category right here will be hidden and you'll only see like, oh, this is 745 in girls stud earrings, and think like this is selling really, really well. It's under 100,000, so I'm going to get on this listing, right? But realistically, that's not the parent listing. That's a subcategory of the parent listing, and so it's irrelevant. It doesn't matter what the ranking is there. You're focused on the Amazon's bestseller rank in the parent category, and sometimes that will be hidden, okay? And you'll only see like one of the subcategories. So that is something that trips beginners up. That's why I still recommend getting Jungle Scout. I will link Jungle Scout again above. If you haven't gotten it already, get it. It will pay for itself tenfold, I promise you, okay? Be sure on these listings, you're going to be wasting a lot of your time, or maybe even listing products that will never sell. And then obviously you're going to be spending more money. You're going to be spending more time to list them. You're going to be spending more money potentially on them if your repricing software is charging you per product. And I'm not going to recommend that to you, but even still, you still might choose that. So just get Jungle Scout. It's a no-brainer, okay? And so we're going to go under 100,000 here, not 10,000. Whereas it's 25,000, 100,000. We'll go under 100,000 there. So anything 1 to 100,000 here, and everything else is pretty much set, okay? And now you'll see that since I made that a little bit more, narrow, now only 70 products, 70 opportunities here out of 142,000 or whatever it was are potentially good products to dropship. But I would have never had to find these if I had to go through manually on Bed Bath & Beyond and compare every single product. I'd be doing that for months, if not a year, to search through 142,000 products, right? It's not possible. So this software is a freaking game changer, okay? I'm going to skip the baby robe here just because I don't really like to dropship clothes. I've found personally that even if you have good listings, people tend to return things on Amazon when they're closed if they don't fit. So I'm just going to avoid that altogether. I'm overdoing clothes, but it very well could be a good dropshipping listing. So let's look at this one. I'm going to right-click this. It's going to open by clicking the pictures here. Even if you don't right-click them, by just clicking them, it opens up that actual listing, right? So it's going to, let me just show you. I had to say right-click to complicate it. So if I click this, it's going to take me to the Bed Bath & Beyond listing of this, right? Now, if I go back to Source Mogul and I click the picture here, it's going to take me to the Amazon listing, okay? So I want to compare the Amazon listing to the Bed Bath & Beyond listing of this product and find out if these are good products to dropship and if there's a price discrepancy, okay? And this is why this software is such a game changer, because it's going to find all these products for you, and they might not all be good, but they're going to be good leads, right? So let's say hypothetically there's 70 here. I might search through all 70 of these in like an hour or so, and maybe only 10 of them are good dropshipping products potentially, right? Maybe only 5 of them are. Maybe 20 of them are. It's going to depend specifically supplier to supplier in a certain situation. But that's 5 to 10 great products that are going to be good for like at least a couple weeks potentially that you're going to be able to drop ship effectively, okay? So let's look at this really fast. This is quantity 1, same day delivery, standard shipping. So it is standard shipping. I'm not sure why there's a price discrepancy here. So what I'm going to do is add it to the cart and see what the actual price to me is. Color, it looks like it only has black in stock. And so I'm getting ahead of myself. The first thing you want to do is make sure okay, do the pictures match up? All right, it's got Victoria there. It's got 3 knobs that are silver and a blue one. It looks very, very similar. Victoria or Victrola or whatever. Blue one, 3 knobs that are silver, looks very, very similar. Now we want to make sure that if, it does look similar, that just like I've showed you in other tutorials, like the titles or like the descriptions match up, the specs match up, maybe the measurements match up. If there's a product identifier, see like right here, it says model VRS 2400 black. Well, is there a model? Is this a VRS 2400 black? Not necessarily. I might not see that, but you never know. Here it is, VRS 2400 MH. And is this black? It is That's black right there, gray, mahogany. Okay, so this is a black one right here. So this is a perfect example of if this is out of stock in other colors, see out of stock online, well, that's not a good buy anymore, right? Even though it's comparing the same listing because you can only source it in black right now, right? So if you go to the black listing on Amazon, well, no, because it's only $42.93 on this black listing and Amazon's on it and it's Prime, we want to avoid that. So that's a bad listing, even though originally it looked good. Let's move on, right? It's okay. There's 68 more here. So let's click these two. We're going to compare these. You have the Philips Sonicare Essence Rechargeable Electric Toothbrush. You have the Philips Sonicare Essence Rechargeable Electric Toothbrush in mid blue. This looks to be blue, but we'll find that out here in a second. And it says in white. So is this white? No. Just click Essence. Oh, white/blue. Okay, that's fine. So what are the measurements, right? Is this number potentially in this listing anywhere? We want to find it just to make sure. So HX5611, HX5611, and there it is right there, HX, oh, so that's a different one, 5612. So this is not the same one. It does not appear to be. And one way that you can do it is like search. So it's Control F on PC. Yeah, there's definitely a search function on Mac. I'm just not sure what it is. And so if it was like HX, we can literally type that in the search bar and it should pop up with anything very similar to that. And that's how you can find it very fast, right? This is telling me that it's a model after this. It's 5612. So this might not be the right one right here. If we click on this one, this is the 56. Yeah, so this is not even the same model. I would avoid this. It's very, very similar, but it very well could be a different model. Not something I want to go after. And that looked very, very similar there, okay? Let's go down and find like one that looks easy. Obviously, I'd go through all of these if I was sourcing myself, but I'm trying to show you a good example and how valuable the software is. So is there even a place to add this to the cart? This item is no longer for sale online. Okay, so bad product. It's totally fine. Typically, it might take you like 10 products sometimes. It honestly might take you 50 products sometimes, but eventually you'll find a great one. And all like anything on Amazon specifically, it's not like Facebook. Once you find a good product, that product can potentially sell for you over and over and over and over and over again because you can just keep raising the quantity and keep your stock high, right? And so every item that you add to your store is a valuable asset that's going to keep potentially selling. So that's why it might take a little bit longer. It's totally fine. This one, no longer sale online. It's totally fine. Let's move on. Kids' toys here. We have the Little Tikes Fish and Splash. No longer sale online. And this probably could be, these are out of stock because I scanned this like yesterday and I didn't have a chance to go through it. So like, again, this is why I always say like, you don't want to wait. You want to scan it and then go. So this looks very similar. Here we have one right here. The Bright Starts Tummy Time Prop and Play Mat. Bright Starts Tummy Time Wow Prop and Play Mat right here. And this looks like two options from the polar bear. The bear and that thing is, I'm not sure what that is. And this is this the polar bear? It looks like it is. Two options, used and new. So it looks like somebody just shipped it. Oh, it's Amazon warehouse, but it's used acceptable. Okay. So this still is a pretty solid one that you can possibly drop ship because the only offer right here on them is new, right? It's $55 new. And then the other one's used and it's only acceptable, right? So chances are Amazon's going to sell out of their used inventory very, very quickly. And then the only people on this polar bear listing will be you and the other new drop shipper right here. And clearly this dude's probably drop shipping. He's got $55. It's new. He's got a delivery up here. It probably is a drop shipper, but I'm not going to look into that right now. So you're competing against $55 for this. And this is only $29.99, probably with shipping and tax. So let's add it to the cart and see. And so the pre-tax total right here with shipping, just estimating, is going to be $36, right? So like I always say, take 10% tax-wise when you're estimating so you don't have to specifically add it to the cart because it's going to depend on where the specific state is that the person's ordering. It's also going to depend on if you're tax exempt. If you're tax exempt, then it won't really matter, right? Because then you don't have to pay taxes on this and then your price here is only $36, right? So let's take, it's going to be $3 because 10% of 29 is $2.99, right? So we'll estimate $3. So 3 plus 36 is our total right here. So that's going to be $39. So $39 is going to be our cost estimate, and that is a high estimate. It probably will only cost us like 37 something or 38 maybe, but we're going to estimate high at 39, okay? It's going to cost us 39 to get this to our buyer from our supplier. So is it still profitable, right? Well, $39 is our cost. We're competing against somebody at $54.99. Let's find out. Let's take the ASIN. So we're going to paste that ASIN into our FBA calculator. And I do want to hit home that you obviously should be taking this into Seller Central as well and making sure that you can obviously sell it. And another thing that we definitely want to do is, I already know because I just saw this glimpse right here, it's 8,000 in baby, so it's selling well, but always make sure with Jungle Scout and make sure that it's selling well. And this is selling great, right? So not only will Amazon sell out of their product really, really quickly, but it's selling, you know, a lot of units. So chances are, if this is a profitable listing, I can make a lot of money by listing this, you know, and then drop shipping it, obviously, even if it's only like a couple bucks here and there. So the item price was, what was it? $55.99, I believe. Check really fast. It was $54.99, excuse me. Whoops, $54.99. And our cost was what? $39, right? So what is it? Is it going to be profitable? Well, it is profitable. There's a perfect example of a drop shipping listing, okay? So we're going to spend $39, we're going to make $774 back. That's a 14% margin, and bam, that's a profitable drop shipping listing, okay? So that's how you use Source Mogul to find drop shipping listings. There's so many other ones here that you can sort through that are potential good buys that you can go through, okay? And Source Mogul is a freaking game changer. I'm telling you, this has been the best way that I source. Don't get me wrong. You can find great products, sniping, obviously, via others, you know, via private label brands. You should do that, okay? You can also take it one step further, check into stores and reverse engineer and snipe their best listings. But also use Source Mogul. It's a great way to find drop shipping listings, okay? So I really hope that helped. It's a really innovative way. I'm going to show you SKU Grid specifically in the next lecture here. So we're going to actually put this product into SKU Grid and set up the repricer so that you can, I'll show you how to set up not your repricer, excuse me. I'll show you how to set up SKU Grid, which is your inventory tracking software. So what SKU Grid basically does is it's going to constantly scan this listing right here on Bed Bath & Beyond to make sure, A, it stays in stock. And if it goes out of stock, it's going to email you and let you know that it's out of stock so you can take it out of your Amazon store. And then B, it's also going to check the price to make sure that the price doesn't change. And if it does, it's going to email you and tell you if the price went up or if the price went down, right? If the price went down, then that's great. You don't have to do anything because it just means you're going to make more money, right? If it goes up, well, then you still need to go back and re-gauge it and make sure you're still profitable, okay? Or you might need to raise your price, or you might need to take it off your store, okay? So SKU Grid is the next step. It's phenomenal. We just found one that's profitable to drop ship. So now you're going to list this on your store, right? And then obviously I'm going to show you how to track your inventory with SKU Grid. And in a lecture after that, we'll then cover how to actually reprice your inventory automatically in Amazon. All right, so we just used Source Mogul to find a great dropshipping product, okay? And that was the tutorial that I just showed you, right? So we're gonna stick with this specific product that you just learned. That said, it doesn't really matter if you use Source Mogul or if you use either of the other two, sourcing techniques. They all work very, very well. Once you find a product, you're going to want to do two things. Well, you're going to want to do three things, actually. You're going to want to add it first and foremost to your Amazon account, right? So you can start making money, right? But then as soon as you do that, you want to start pricing it. So repricing it, which I'm going to show you in the next lecture, okay? And I'm going to show you a free repricer that Amazon gives you in the back end of Seller Central and how to use it. And then you also want to start tracking the inventory and the price on your specific website, okay? So what I've covered before is this little spreadsheet, right? You want the supplier, right, where you source your item, right? You want the item name on Amazon, you want the ASIN, you want the link to the product, and you want to find your minimum price, okay? And then obviously any notes you want to make after that's totally fine. This is how I recommend that you set up a spreadsheet so that you know where to source your items when somebody orders from you on Amazon, okay? So let's go fill through this really fast, and then I'll show you how to actually reprice it, okay? So if we come here, we are going to go first and foremost to find the link to the product on our website that we just found, right? So make sure that you're not doing the cart one. You want to find the actual link to the product on Bed Bath & Beyond or whatever website it is, okay? You're going to paste that into the link to the product right there, okay? Now let's go to Amazon because I don't need this anymore. We're going to go to Amazon. We're going to get the name of the item. So we can identify it in two ways. We can either identify it by the name of the item on Amazon or the ASIN, which is the product identifier on Amazon. get the ASIN, you scroll down so you see like all these details here, find the one that says ASIN and copy that, paste that in right there. And that way you're just going to have all this data so that when you actually need to come back and source this item, you can find it on your spreadsheet by literally searching again. So Control F is search on PC. I don't know what the actual search on Mac is, but it's something very similar. So let's say somebody orders an ASIN on Amazon. Well, you take that ASIN from your Amazon order and you paste it into your spreadsheet. Bam, it's going to find it. Even if you have like thousands of products here, it's just going to pop into to this one really fast. And then, oh, you know, this is the link where I sourced that, right? It's very, very easy to actually keep track of, okay? Now your supplier is going to be Bed, Bath, and Beyond. We'll just go Bed, Bath. Because I cannot type Bed, Bath, and Beyond. Doesn't really matter. You just want to know where your suppliers are. I like to keep track of that, obviously. So if you need that in the future, also like to keep track of it to start slowly seeing like where I'm sourcing from more and which, you know, stores I tend to be better suppliers for me. So now we have all that information right there. Now we need one more thing. We need the minimum price, okay? And why is this important? Well, it's important for our repricer, specifically when we go set that repricer up, okay? And we're going to show you that in the next lecture. So I've already covered this previously, but when you're in the FBA calculator originally, right, and you put your item price in, which we deemed to be $55 roughly on Amazon, that's what it's selling for, and we deemed our item price on Bed Bath & Beyond to be $39, which shows us, when we put it in the FBA calculator, that we do indeed have a net profit margin of $7.74, and our margin right here is 14% roughly, okay? But what happens if this price tanks on Amazon and the Buybox price goes down? We need to know what our minimum price is so we can then put that minimum price into our repricing software so that it's not actually going to ever go below that price so we never lose money on a product, okay? So you might think like, okay, like I'm not willing to take any lower than $7. Well, then your minimum price stays $54.99, right? I always go low because I'm interested in the sales to improve my metrics because I think that makes a long-term difference. The more you start selling on Amazon, typically speaking, the more you'll get sales in a lot of ways. They reward sellers who sell well. So even if you're taking like $1 profit and I'm only spending $39, which isn't a lot to me, it might be to you and you might not have a lot of credit or a lot of cash flow, and that's totally fine. Then obviously you're going to approach this differently. I'm going to find my minimum price by taking this down a little bit. So let's say like if somebody drops the Buybox price to $45, am I still profitable? Okay, I'm pretty much break even right there, so that's fine. That's probably what I'd set my minimum price to be, and I'd make that sale. If it ended up being a net margin there, I'd make the sale and then I'd remove it from my inventory. You can go a little higher. You can say like, I'm willing to take like $49 potentially, and then, okay, you're still making a $3.50 profit margin here, which is a 7% margin. It might even be like a 12% margin after your cash back, maybe even a 15% margin after your cash back and your cash back credit card. So there's a number of ways to obviously play it off the back end, but so that's why I'm willing to take lower margins here, right? So you need to play around with this item number up here to find out what you're willing to take margin wise, and then you need to find out what that number is, okay? So we're going to say $49.99 here for this example. Or actually, I'm going to go back just for sake of showing you. So $45.99. And then 9 cents is break even, okay? So I'm gonna say $45.99 is my break even price, and I'm gonna put that minimum price into my spreadsheet, okay? And then as you start finding more products, you're just gonna fill down the spreadsheet, right? And you're gonna have products so that you know when someone comes and buys this ASIN or this item on Amazon, you come and you source it from this actual link right here, and then it should take you to your link and you go, bam, I'm going to buy this. So now that we found that, we need to use SKU Grid to actually go ahead and track our inventory and our prices. And like I said previously, what SKU Grid is going to do is once you sign up for it, it's actually going to allow you to track. It's going to go in depending on the settings that you set up, and I'm going to tell you to do it every single hour and literally go back and ping that same web page and see if it's still in stock and if the price has changed. And if the price has changed, it's going to email you and notify you so you can make those changes, okay? So you're going to originally go into your settings right here, and that's going to open this up right here. And this is how I typically set it up, right? So every hour, you can make it more if you want, but every hour is obviously good. You want it tracking your prices and your inventory as often as possible so that you don't get stuck like, with somebody buying a product that's out of stock on another website, right? You want it as frequent as possible. And I also recommend, not charging for this reason because I'm recommending it as frequently as possible. I also recommend that you don't pay by how often it's doing it. I recommend that you pay by by like the amount of products that it's tracking, right? Not the frequency. When it actually goes to make you pay when you subscribe, it's going to tell you, okay, do you want to pay by the product? And you want to pay by the product. That's definitely what you want to choose, right? Or do you want to pay by how many times it's actually checking for you? And that's not what you want to choose, right? Some people make the case because they don't check it as frequently that it's cheaper. And in that case, it is. But you always want to check it as frequently as possible because you never want to get stuck with a product that's out of stock, because you never really want to cancel an order on Amazon unless you absolutely have to, okay? That's going to ding your metrics and they take it very seriously. So every hour is what I recommend. And also when you go to select and sign up for this, pay by the specific product, not by how many times it checks for you, okay? So look, it's saying like 1 check equals 1 credit, typically, because I just opened a demo account to kind of show you. Also, how many items do you want to display per page? Doesn't really matter. I just put it at 250. If you have more products, you can go down if you want to do that. It tends to be a little bit slower the more products that you have. So I would recommend like 250 or 500 would be a good kind of, estimate there. And then I say yes here. I say no here. I say maximum days before it dispatches from my supplier is 7. That just means like the handling time. You can make this lower if you want. Display stock as a color, I keep that normal, and everything else pretty much is normal here. And then you want to save your settings. The main thing that you're doing here is you're setting this up to ping every single hour so that it's going to let you know, okay? And then it's going to email you right here when you go to notifications. And then you're going to put your email in here in notifications and then go down again, send notifications every hour because it's checking every single hour what to include in your emails. Make sure that yours is set up like this, right? And then you're going to save the settings. And then it's going to email you to the email that you put in here every single hour if something has changed. If it hasn't changed, you won't get any emails, okay? So that basically lets you get notifications via email every single time something goes out of stock, which is very, very important, and every single time a price change, which is also obviously very, very important. So now we want to go back and add that item into our inventory, okay? So we're going to go add single item here. For reference ID, I usually recommend putting the ASIN in and where you sourced it, because it's already going to have your specific title in there, okay? It's already going to know that. So I'm going to say like this is, what was this? This was Bed, Bath, and Beyond. So I know where I sourced it. And then the ASIN right there. Let's go grab the ASIN. And the ASIN, okay? And then obviously you're gonna need the supplier link. You already got that right here. So we're gonna right click this and copy the supplier link, and we're gonna paste it in here. And it's gonna, look, it identifies Bed Bath & Beyond product identified. And then you're gonna hit save. Those are the only 2 things that you really need to do. A reference ID, so you can obviously identify the product, which isn't really relevant. I just kind of like to set it up this way. And a link to the supplier where the actual product is, and that URL specifically where you source that product. So if it's a variation, make sure you click on that specific variation. If it's a size, make sure you click on that specific size so the URL changes. Grab that specific URL, put it into your spreadsheet, and then put it into this software right here. And then it will ping that specific URL and check the price and the stock availability and let you know if something changes. And then you're gonna hit save, and it's really that simple. And that's pretty much how you set up SKU Grid. It's very, very easy to set up. I took you through the settings. I took you through how to set up the notifications. And I also took you through how to actually add a product. And in the next specific tutorial, I'm gonna show you how to reprice your items with the Amazon repricer that comes in Seller Central. There's a number of other Amazon repricers out there. I used to recommend Be Cool. I also used to recommend Reprice It. There's another ones like Aura, and those can be like hundreds of products every month, or like Inform.co. You don't need any of those. I'm gonna be the first one to tell you don't need any of those. The Amazon one, it used to be shoddy in the past and it didn't really work well. It's improved a lot. It works fine. It's gonna match the Buybox price, which is all we're really doing. And it's also gonna let you set a minimum and maximum price, which is all you really need, which is why you're basically taking and estimating the minimum price right now. You're going to put this minimum price in, you're going to put the ASIN in the repricer. I'm going to show you that in the next tutorial, but go ahead, click the link above, sign up for the free trial. That is an affiliate link. Sign up for the free trial of SKU Grid, grab it so you can start tracking your inventory. That is crucial, okay? You need to be tracking your inventory because if something goes out of stock, you can't play around with that on Amazon. If something goes out of stock and you can't source it, you're going to have to cancel orders. And at too many canceled orders is going to get your account shut down and suspended, and they're going to keep all your money. It won't, if you track it with SKU Grid, that won't happen to you, okay? But if you don't and you try to go without this and manually track, or just, say like, screw it, I'm not going to track at all, that's when you're going to run into problems. So do not skip this step. Grab SKU Grid, click the link above, and I'll see you in the next repricing tutorial.
For dropshipping on Amazon, one of the best softwares out there that I've come across is called Reprice Hub. This gem of a tool constantly checks the prices of the items that I'm selling against the third-party website's current price, and if the price goes up, then Reprice Hub adjusts my listing price accordingly, so I'm still making money if it sells. And if the item goes out of stock, then the software updates my listing, so my Amazon inventory reflects that as well, and I'm never left scrambling trying to source it from another website or having to cancel an order, which, if you know anything about selling on Amazon, is a big no-no that you want to avoid. It's like essentially having a virtual assistant that ensures I'll never lose money on a sale, which, let's face it, is the ultimate goal of any business. So when you first sign up for Reprice Hub, it'll look like this, and you'll notice that there's a ton of different features for this software. You can add products, which I'll show you here in a second, and you can also list products that you plan on dropshipping. You can even manage your orders and reprice your items. You can set shipping templates. You can set repricing templates and then apply them instantly as soon as you add a product too. So for example, here's a listing where if you look on Webstaurant Store, these 10 by 14 gray plastic food trays, 24 cases, are selling for $45.24. But if you look on Amazon at these same ones, they're selling for $81.39. So this is a great opportunity to make drop shipping profit by listing this product on Amazon, and then any sales that we get, we then source it from Webstaurant to the customer. So how would you go about adding this into Reprice Hub to make sure that it's keeping stock of your inventory and changing your prices? Well, so essentially what you do is you go to Reprice Hub and then you go to Lister. Now you can add them in bulk if you want to, but I typically go with the single lister. It makes it a little bit easier, and then you can just add one ASIN at a time. So we're gonna go to the Amazon listing, scroll down to grab the ASIN. There we go. If you have Jungle Scout, like I always recommend, it's just up here on the top and you can copy it. So then paste the ASIN in there. The next thing's gonna be the supplier product link, because Reprice Hub is gonna constantly scan it to make sure that it stays in stock and that the price doesn't go up or down. And if it does, make those adjustments. So you wanna take the URL of your product, paste it in there. You also wanna nominate whether it's a retail website or a wholesale website. It's automatically gonna grab the estimated supplier price, and it's automatically gonna put a 15% profit markup. And you'll also notice that it puts a 15% Amazon fee in there. Now, depending on the category on Amazon, it's going to be an 8% to anywhere from a 15% fee. So I like to personally just keep it at 15% to assume the worst. And then anything that we make on top of that is just added profit. It kind of gives you a little bit of wiggle room in there so that you're not losing money on sales. And if you want to create a template, so you don't have to do this every single time, you just click this little down arrow and click add new template. And you'll see here we can say, okay, 15% profit, free shipping. And then every single time we have something with free shipping on a supplier's website where we know we're not going to be charged shipping, and it's going to obviously vary supplier to supplier, then you can just apply this template and it makes it go a lot faster. So I would set up a few different templates. If you constantly source from a website that charges you, like, I don't know, $4.99 shipping, if your price is under $30, well, then make a $4.99 shipping, 15% profit template and apply that to all those listings when you list from that website. So we're going to set the profit up here. So it would be 15% profit, 15% Amazon fee. The supplier shipping cost here is going to be 0, because this is assuming that we're sourcing from a supplier that has free shipping. Supplier's tax, supplier's discount are all going to stay the same. The bundle quantity is going to be 1 because we're not bundling anything together. I always recommend, especially for Amazon dropshipping, to increase your handling times. This is going to give you extra wiggle room, because one of the metrics that they measure you by is how fast you're able to get shipments out based on the handling time criteria that you set in the back end of Seller Central. So always make this 5. The last thing that you want to do is make it short, because a lot of people think that the shorter you put your handling time, the better, because one of the criteria that Amazon uses to see who gets the buy box and who wins the sales is delivery and availability to the customer. However, if you get a sale and then you're not able to actually ship it out in time, it's going to ding your metrics and ultimately hurt your seller account. Do not do that. I would rather not make a sale that's going to hurt my metrics, or make fewer sales that I know are going to help my metrics, rather than the opposite. So always make this 5 days. You can even go higher if you want, although 5 days is typically the sweet spot. Now, if you have a supplier where you know 100% that you're getting it out out within a certain time period, then by all means shorten this. But this is just like a general rule of thumb to help most people. And vice versa, of course, too. One of the suppliers that we're going to touch on here in a second is Newegg, and some of those can come from overseas. So if you're dealing with a supplier like that, then make sure you're increasing the handling time even more, right? Maybe 10 days if it's a specific supplier like that, just to make sure that your metrics stay intact. Now, I'm always going to have the quantity at 10. I just like that. It's a good sweet spot. You could put it 5, especially when you're using Reprice Hub, and it's just going to restock the quantity automatically. It's totally fine. So always have all 3 of these checked as well. When the item's sold, restock the quantity, reprice the product on Amazon. And obviously, if the product goes out of stock, set the quantity to 0 so you don't sell an item where it's out of stock on your supplier's website and then you have to cancel an order or scramble to source it from another website. And then click save. And that way, every single time you don't need to apply all of these settings here, you can just choose and apply the template, and then bam, it's automatically applied. Now, the repricing strategy, you can add a strategy as well. So depending on whether or not your product has a buy box on the Amazon listing is going to be the criteria that you put in here to set up your repricer. So for example, this one does have a buy box. See how it has an add to cart and a buy now button? This one has a buy box. Let's find one that does not have a buy box as an example. So this is a perfect example of one that doesn't have a buy box. So if you're dealing with something like this where it says see all buying options, then you want to match the lowest price. If you're selling something that's new with a buy box, where in this case we're drop shipping something that does, because this has the add to cart button and the buy now, then you're going to want to match the buy box price. All right. So going back to Reprice Hub, we're going to match the buy box price because it does have a buy box. Again, if it didn't have a buy box, then we'd match the lowest price by clicking here. These are really the only 2 that I use. I don't go FBM only or FBA only. Typically when you're on drop shipping listings, most of them, not all of them, but most of them are going to be other FBM sellers that are also drop shipping. It's rare that you're competing on a listing like in this case where we have FBA sellers, but it does happen occasionally, at least in my experience. So for this one, like I said, we're going to match the buy box. We are going to match it. You never want to price below. I also don't recommend pricing above because then you're waiting longer to make a little bit extra profit. Just match the buy box. Never price below though, because that's just ultimately going to trigger someone else's repricer and you guys are going to go race to the bottom pricing and then nobody wins. So never do that. Just match the buy box exactly. And this is going to be 0 because you're matching, so you're not increasing or lowering it any amounts. So what to do if there's no competition? If there's no competition, you could say do not reprice or use the max price that you set. I'm going to say do not reprice. So choose what to do if the competition goes below my minimum price. So if the price goes below our minimum price, that means that we're going to lose money as well, right? So we don't want to reprice below that. We want to wait for them to sell out of their inventory. And then at that point, we'll make our sales that are profitable. You don't want to make a sale where you're losing money. That's just dumb, especially when you're drop shipping and you can control that. Don't change my price when I'm in the buy box. You want that enabled. So for example, if you're matching the buy box price, but somebody else has a lower price, then you don't need to change to match their price as well if you own the buy box. So always enable that. Choose the minimum seller rating to compete against. I compete against everybody. I don't set a minimum seller rating. You can get complicated and do that. I don't do that for most listings because in most cases, you're only typically competing against 3 to 5, sometimes up to 10 people. But realistically, you should be factoring that into how much you're selling as well based on the estimated sales volume of the listing. Again, we're getting a little bit in depth here. I use Jungle Scout to gauge the sales velocity and then also the competition on that listing. And I use something called Online Seller Add-on, which you can see here, and Jungle Scout's right there. So I don't ever put this here. Now, the only thing else that you need to add is the minimum profit, right? So with minimum profit, what I like to do is a fixed profit amount. I'll make sure that I'm making at least $1. Now you could set this up to have 15% profit and then you'd switch it to percentage. But because I have VAs that are fulfilling my orders, anytime I make a sale that's profitable, I want that, right? Even if it's $1, that's totally fine. We're going to take that $1 and it's going to increase our seller metrics, which is ultimately going to help our seller account overall. That's the way that I approach it. But again, if you wanted to just make sure that all your sales are at least 10% or all your sales are at least 15%, which typically in my dropshipping business on Amazon, they're on average around 15%. Some of my sales are like 40% profit margin on certain products, and some of them are literally like 5% or 10%. On average in the business, it's about 15%. So if you wanted to, you could just go 15% profit margin and go that way. But I always go $1 profit just to make sure that I'm profitable. And I never put my minimum price below $1 profit. And then you'd save it and then create the listing. And that's how easy it is to use Reprice Hub. And it does everything for you. Then once it's done, you want to go over to the products page where you can manage your products. You can apply the repricing strategy to it if you want to, and you can go back in and edit it here. You could also unlink it from your Amazon inventory. If you wanted to delete it, you could do that as well. And this is where you're going to slowly add all your products, and they're going to be repriced for you, and it's also going to monitor the stock. Now, Reprice Hub is a game changer for Amazon dropshippers. If you want to try it out, you can get 30% off your first month using the link in the description and code Garrett. It's going to make sure you're profitable on all your sales, ensure that your inventory stays in stock so you never sell something that you can't dropship to the customer, and it's going to save you loads of time and money because then you won't have to spend hours manually checking them yourself or paying a virtual assistant to do it for you.
All right, so now we've added a product into our Seller Central, right? We found a good product to dropship, okay? And we've also set up, on SKU Grids specifically, how we're going to actually track and monitor whether that price changes on a supplier or whether or not it goes in and out of stock, right? Now we want to automate our pricing to constantly match the buy box on that specific listing, okay? We also know the minimum price. I put that into the spreadsheet like I showed you before, right? Like we also know the specific minimum price that we're willing to take, and we don't want to go below, right? So all this information, we already know it's $45.99. All this information is going to be crucial when we actually go ahead and we put it into our repricing software, okay? So what you want to do is you want to go to pricing, and then you're going to go to automate pricing in Seller Central, okay? Then you're going to see right here, it's going to say customize or create a customized pricing rule. So right here, you're going to create a customized pricing rule, and it's going to take you to automate pricing like this, okay? So what rule do we want? Well, we want a competitive buy box rule, right? We want to match the buy box specifically, okay? Now, how do you want to name this rule? You can pretty much name it all. I'm going to name this test right here, but you can name it match buy box, and then you want to proceed to the marketplace selection. Now, I'm obviously all three of these. You can, you might just be Amazon.com right now, or you might be selling another one. That's totally fine. Regardless, I'm going to go Amazon.com just to kind of show you. Now, right here, this is the most important thing, okay? So you don't want to stay below the buy box price, because if you stay below the buy box price, even by a cent, other people's repricers might also do that. And so it's just going to facilitate race to the bottom pricing, and nobody's going to win, right? So you always just want to match the buy box price, okay? Just match the buy box price. You will get sales if you match the buy box price, and you will make money dropshipping via this setup right here, okay? Now, all offers on Amazon are the same ASIN and condition. You want that. Do you also want to compare prices that are off Amazon? I'm going to say no. We're only specifically interested in matching the buy box price on Amazon. I don't care what the price is on Walmart. I don't care what the price is on, Bed Bath & Beyond, for example, because obviously that's where we're dropshipping from. So you want to make sure that this is no, you're matching the buy box price, and you're matching the same condition in ASIN specifically, okay? Now, do you want to continue repricing if you update your price elsewhere in Seller Central? I always check this yes. You don't have to, but every once in a while, I'll manipulate my price slightly manually. So I always have this click yes. This isn't going to do anything bad for you. It's all positive. So I would just make sure to click this yes as well, okay? And then you're going to say save this rule in Amazon.com. And now it's going to take you to this right here, where you can obviously proceed to your SKU selection. So right here, I'm going to use this as a test example. So pretend that this is the product. I just uploaded a random book to kind of show you here. Pretend that this is the product that we just uploaded. So what you're going to see here is you're going to see your price, which I believe was $54.99, which was what we matched the buy box price at, okay? So we're going to say that it should say right here, $54.99 is what our price is, right? Now, our maximum price, you can set this to whatever. I'm going to say $9.99. Every once in a while, when you go to save this as a rule, it's going to tell you that that's too high, and it's going to tell you specifically underneath in red, you may not go over like $340. You may not go over like $240 on this listing, or whatever it specifically says, right? That's just specific rules that Amazon has, so you can't price gouge customers. So if it does that, it doesn't always do that. If it does that, then just come back and change it and then resubmit it, and you should be fine, okay? And we already said what our minimum price is. That's why I told you to do that before. It's $45.99. So we're going to put $45.99 into our minimum price. We're going to make sure that we select this right here. And obviously, you're going to do this for every single product if you're doing it in bulk and you're adding them all in bulk. Or if you're doing one by one, it makes it a lot easier. You can just go back into that same rule, right? So you're going to pricing, automate pricing. You're going to find that rule. You're going to see it. It's going to be the only rule set up, and you're going to go over to the right and click edit it instead of actually add a new rule, right? You're going to edit your current rule, and that will allow you to it will take you right here to this menu right here where you can add more SKUs in from your actual inventory, okay? And set your minimum price that way, okay? And then right here, you're either going to do bulk action, or you're just going to specifically come over here and take action if you're only doing one. So if you're only doing one right here, well, then you're going to go test, because that's one that we set up right here. It wasn't, obviously, normally I match Buybox, but you can go test. Or if you're doing bulk action, same thing over here. You're going to go test here because that's what I named mine, but yours is probably going to say something like match Buybox price or something like that, okay? And it's literally that easy to set up the repricer in Amazon, right? You set the rule, right, which I showed you how to do. It's going to take you to your inventory page where it shows you all your current inventory. You're going to be able to select which ones you want to set the rule up for, and then obviously you want to make sure that your minimum price and your maximum price is set. And then you're going to come over to bulk action or action specifically on that listing and just hit match Buybox price with your specific rule that you set up, and bam, it's going to save it, and it should start automatically repricing for you. All right, so in this lecture, I'm now going to show you how to actually have SKUGrid automatically manage your stock levels for you, right? So not only will they monitor the stock levels on the websites that you input, but they'll actually change your stock levels to what you set in Amazon. So you don't have to do this manually anymore if you don't want to, okay? So what you want to do is, you'll see I actually already have this in there, but what you want to do is you want to connect a new marketplace, okay? And so what you're going to do here is you're going to choose the platform, and you're going to click Amazon. You're also going to click where it actually is, obviously. For the majority of you, that's going to be the US. For me, that's the US, right? And then you're going to click save, all right? Now, this is just an actual, test template. I did it for the UK because I already connected, to my Amazon seller account in the US. So for an example, I'm going to show you the UK one, even though I obviously can't connect to that, right? So if you're in the US, yours is going to say Amazon, US, right? If you're in the UK, it's going to say Amazon UK, et cetera, okay? And so what you want to do then is you want to go ahead and you want to connect it. Well, you connect your Amazon seller account, and you're going to get it to connect via the API. It'll walk you through the entire thing. It's just like any of the other softwares. All you need to do is you need to go into the back end of your Seller Central. It'll show you how to do that. You put in their API key, and then bam, it basically grants access for SKUGrid to access your Amazon seller account and change your inventory levels, okay? So the next thing that you want to do is you want to come down and you want to go down and you want to click Show Extra Marketplace Settings, all right? And so you want to set your default quantity. What basically that means is every single time it changes your stock levels from out of stock to in stock, what do you want that quantity to be? Now, I always usually go 15 to 20 here. So you can put 15, you can put 20. I think that that's a good kind of barometer to set it at because it's constantly going to be resetting it back to that. Although, if you do have items that, are constantly moving very, very quickly, you might want to set it, a lot higher than that. I would recommend, and this is just a recommendation, don't go too much higher than 15 to 20. The reason I set it to 15 to 20 is because I can always manually set it higher if I decide to, if I start to see a product selling very, very quickly, right? And one of the worst things that can happen is, let's say hypothetically you have a product that's moving in and out of stock very, very quickly, right? Like very, very frequently, for example. For example, I used to sell cat food, and the cat food would go in and out of stock all the time. And so what would happen is every once in a while, I would wake up to like 20 cat food orders, and then it would be out of stock on the website. And I'd be out, like I would literally have to make 20 cat orders for an out of stock item. And that's a headache. You don't want to be trying to track down products on other websites. It adds more variables, it adds more headaches, and it's the last thing that you want to do. So what I would say is limit this to about 15 to 20. You can always add more, but you don't want to get caught up in, on times where it's changing your stock levels automatically when you're like sleeping or something like that, and then a product potentially goes out of stock. It's not going to happen frequently. It's only random specific products, but this is just a recommendation. I suggest you follow it until you get more and more comfortable, and then you can change it in the future, all right? So default quantity, make it 15 to 20. If you really want to go higher than that, you can, but I don't recommend that you do, okay? Now, I don't focus on any of these things right here. The only thing that I did put is you want to make sure that your auto update stock is on. So yes, again, we're not focused on any of the repricing. We're not having SKUGrid reprice our things. I told you, and showed you how to set up the repricing via Amazon. It works totally fine. You do not need a repricer. Amazon works fine, okay? So we're simply just using SKUGrid to monitor our stock levels and change our stock, okay? So make sure, again, default quantity, have that set to 15 to 20. Usually 15 or 20 works well. Auto update stock, you want yes, right? Only put items out of stock, don't put them back in stock. You want that disabled, right? Because what you can do is you can go back and manually change that, and I'll show you how to do that in a second for specific products, right? You always want to put your products back in stock and have SKU Grid put your items back in stock when they come back in stock on the website. So make sure that this is disabled. Auto update the price. Doesn't really matter what you have here. I always click no because I don't have them update the price. But again, you're not going to be feeding this back into it, and you're not going to have any information on price in there, so it really doesn't matter. But just as a safety precaution, make sure that that's a no, okay? So I don't think there was anything else that you really need to do here. Let me just make sure. Default handling time. So you can also change your default handling time if you want. I always put this at least. I usually change it specifically, on each product, but I usually at least put this to 4 days. It really isn't going to affect your sales too much. Obviously, if you're going up against another seller that has similar metrics than you, and has a similar price than you, and everything, like all things equal, and your handling time is more than them, then they're going to get the buy box more frequently, but you still will get the buy box, right? The reason you want to do this is because one of the things that can happen when you start scaling up a dropshipping store very, very quickly is your late shipment rate can go through the roof very, very fast, okay? And so you want to set this as high as potentially possible. I wouldn't go 2 or 3 days, even that's low. Yeah, sure. Most websites will ship them out within 2 to 3 days, obviously, but some of the websites and some of the obscure suppliers that you might be using might not ship them out that fast. And you don't want to get hit with a bunch of orders in a row, because all you need to go over your late shipment rate is, I believe, 4 or 5% or something like that. I think it's 4% to go over your late shipment rate. So let's say you have 100 orders and 96 of them ship out perfectly within like 10 minutes, right? Even that fast. But then 4 of your orders don't, well, then you're over your late shipment rate, right? So always have this default a little bit higher. Yes, you might sacrifice a sale or two here and there. It's worth it, I promise you, all right? And then you can also have only put the items in stock, don't put them out of stock. You want that disabled as well. Then save your settings, all right? And that's basically how you set up SKU Grid and have it connect into the back end of your Seller Central. Now, assuming that it is hooked up to the back end of your Seller Central, the next thing that you want to do is you either want to enable SKU Grid when you're adding products, and I'll show you how to do that here in a second, or if you already have products that are enabled, what you want to do is you want to come in and you want to edit those products, okay? And then you want to click this down. There should be a little thing here that's like more information. And if you click that down, you'll see all this stuff right here, unless it's already up for you. They change it, when they update the software here and there. But usually there's like a button if you only have this top section that's like add more information, right? Or I have this listed already. You might want to click that, right? And then it'll come down with this information, right? And so you'll see the selling marketplace is what you literally just hooked up before, right? Obviously, this was the test one that I just showed you, but mine actually is Amazon USA. So make sure you have the marketplace selected there. Then obviously you want to input the ASIN, okay? And click, I have this item listed, input the ASIN, input the SKU right here, and then you can update the item, okay? So there's 3 things that you need that SKU Grid needs so that it basically updates your stock levels for you, okay? It needs the marketplace, which you just set up, right? Once it's obviously set up, then you'll have this in your drop-down menu on each product. You input the ASIN again, so it can identify that product via the ASIN, and you also input the SKU for that product, so it can identify that product on the SKU. And obviously, you can find this on the actual product listing. You can also find this in the back end of your Seller Central, in your inventory, or on the specific product. It's easy to find. Make sure you have those 3, okay? Then update the item, and then you should see, if we go back, you should see that item obviously is updating then, right? And so that's basically how you do it. The other way that you can do it is when you add the single item, you'll see that before I showed you just how to do it when you do it manually. You want to, input your reference ID, which usually is like the way that I set it up, at least, is the website dash the ASIN, so I know and I can reference it later if I want to search things or something like that. And then obviously the supplier link. What you can do when you're adding products is, if you want to obviously do the same thing with a reference ID, same thing with a supplier link, that doesn't change. You need those. But then you want to click more options. Obviously, you've input this right here, all right, the reference ID, the supplier link, and then you want to click, I have this item listed, okay? And that's going to bring down the drop-down menu down here, okay? And you can do this when you're adding new products as well. So instead of saying, do not update my item, you want to come down to the selling marketplace that you obviously just hooked up your SKU Grid to, right? When I showed you how to do it in the settings and hook it up to your API by putting in the key. So same thing right here. Just click on the drop-down menu, input your ASIN down here, input the SKU down here, and then right here, you want to make sure that pause is not on, okay? That's how you're going to pause specific products if you want it to stop monitoring your products. I will show you that here in a second, all right? And then you're going to update the item, right? So again, you want to input the website, you want to input the ASIN, you want to input the supplier's link so it knows what URL to actually monitor, right? And then you also want to input the right here where it says the selling marketplace, make sure you have your marketplace selected and input the ASIN as well as the SKU, update the item, all right? Now, last thing in this lecture is, let's say hypothetically, you know, to go back to the same example as before, right? One of the examples that I used was I used to sell cat food, and that cat food would go in and out of stock. Well, once you notice and you identify a problem product like that, because you don't want to be dealing with products like that, right? And this obviously was a product that would go in and out of stock frequently during the holidays, which you'll start to notice during the holidays happens a lot because stores are struggling to keep products in stock. But if you happen to notice this outside the holidays as well, like you want to avoid that product and you want to have SKU Grid stop monitoring that product at least until it comes back in stock, you know, on a more consistent basis, right? Because you don't want to constantly be playing games with that, trying to figure out where else to order it from or waiting on ordering a product. You want it to be in stock when you get the orders, obviously, even if that's overnight, right? Because SKU Grid is going to be monitoring it all the time. So let's say hypothetically, this was that product, or you identified a product that was constantly going in and out of stock and you're like, okay, I don't want to turn SKU Grid off, obviously, on all my products because it's helping and it's getting me sales and it's monitoring my stock levels and saving me a lot of time, but I do want to turn off a specific product, okay? So then what you want to do is you want to either search by using like Control F if you're on PC. If you're on Mac, you just want to search the screen in a certain way. You can also come over to the search bar and search that way. What I like to do is I'll search the ASIN because I obviously sort everything like I showed you how to do with the website dash the ASIN. So it makes it really, really easy. That's why I do it, to search the ASIN. If not, you could also obviously search the SKU. You could search the item title as well. But once you find that item, obviously, on SKU Grid, what you want to do is you want to come over to Edit. And then you're going to, if you obviously have everything monitoring already, you just simply want to scroll down to where you see pause, okay? You see this pause right here? Over here, this item is not paused right now, but if I wanted to pause it, and I wanted to pause it from checking the website for me and updating the inventory specifically on this product, I would click pause checks and updates, and then I would update the item. And then you'll notice when you go back, obviously I don't want to do that right now, but you'll notice that when you go back, it'll start to say, there'll be a little note over here that says this item is paused. It's not being checked, okay? And if you ever want to come back in and unpause that item because maybe the item is in stock on that website more consistently, then you just do the same exact thing, right? You come back into edit on that product once you find it. You scroll down, obviously this pause right here will have it look like this because you've already set it up. And then if you want to turn it off, you just click no, and then you re-update it, okay? So that it's not paused, all right? And that's basically everything that you need to know. That's how to have SKU Grid monitor your stock levels and change your stock levels on Amazon automatically. This is a game changer. It's going to save you so much time, and the software will do 100% of the work for you. Now that we've kind of covered a large portion of, you know, Amazon and drop shipping, I want to bring you another Google Chrome extension that's really going to help save you a lot of time and make the fulfillment, like the order fulfillment part of it, a lot easier, a lot more streamlined, and a lot faster, right? So it is a Chrome extension called Spot and Paste. I have it right here. I'm going to show you how it works. Basically what it does is it pops up anytime you have an order like you see right here. This is an old order from the past. What happens is usually when you're drop shipping, you'd have to copy this, especially if there was like another line right here, like you'd have to copy it all, go into a checkout and paste it. Go back, copy it all, go into a checkout and paste it, right? And so that can take time, and it doesn't seem like it's that big of a deal, but when you start to scale and you have multiple orders coming in, or even dozens of orders coming in, or more a day, it does get very time consuming. It does take up a lot of your time, and you're talking about saving like half hour to an hour at least every single day, you know, if you have a lot of orders, right? Not to mention like the headache of actually having to go back and forth and paste manually. So this Chrome extension is $10 a month. I will link it directly above, and I'm going to show you how to actually use it. There's two ways to use it here in a second, so I'll run through a quick tutorial with it. This is a lifesaver. You don't need it, okay? So I want to stress that. You do not need this. But I'm telling you, for $10 a month, it's going to save you a lot of time, make your job a lot easier, and I highly recommend it. I use it every single day on Amazon because with the Facebook Marketplace, like I've shown you with ZDrop, one of the benefits of ZDrop is it copy and pastes your addresses, so it saves you a lot of time, right? Which obviously, if you've used ZDrop or if you started to use it or whatever, you've seen that already, right? But ZDrop doesn't integrate with Amazon, and ZDrop definitely doesn't integrate with a lot of the suppliers that you will be using for Amazon dropshipping. So you need a different solution for that. So right here, this is how you basically use spot and paste, okay? So you'll see next in the address every single time. It doesn't matter where the address is. If it's on Amazon like this, you'll see the little ZDrop icon, pop up if you have the Google Chrome extension installed, obviously, and you've paid for the software. I believe it's $10 a month. So you just hit copy, and all that basically does is you'll see it takes this person's information and it brings it up right here into the software, right? And it stores it there. So you'll see that when you go to copy it, it'll bring it up into the spot and paste right here, right? So you have all this information here. So now when you go to actually check out, and you go to, check out and input the stuff, you don't have to manually put it in anymore. Instead, you just click the extension and you go paste, and bam, it pastes it all in there. See Mario Marzette, his address, his zip code, Bristow, Virginia. This says Texas because I probably pasted it twice. But usually it works pretty easily right there. So Bristow, Virginia, and then bam, you hit continue. So it saves you a lot of time. It's a complete time saver, life saver. It's gonna obviously save you a lot of headaches. So the only issue is if you're using like normal suppliers like Lowe's, for example, or Home Depot or Target or Amazon or Walmart or any of those other ones, it's gonna work very, very easily because they've already been programmed. But if for whatever reason you're using like a random supplier like Barnes & Noble or one that hasn't been programmed because nobody actually uses them as a supplier, and you'll see you go to hit paste after you copy their address, it won't work because it says it hasn't been programmed. And this is not for a lot of suppliers, it's just the random one. So you have to be the first person to actually program this one in there, and then it will work for everybody going forward, okay? So all you really do is you drag them over. So once you copy them, you just drag them over each time. And then next time you come back, it will be programmed and it will work perfectly. So I'll show you how it drags all over, Bristow. And then obviously because I put my normal phone number in there, so that's kind of how I approach it. But that's really how it works when you use spot and paste, right? So if for whatever reason you need to program it and it's like an obscure supplier that nobody uses, you just have to make sure to drag and drop them over and then place the order. And then next time you come back, if we refresh this, it should just work. See? Bam. And now you have it programmed, so every single time you come back, because chances are you're going to be using this supplier a lot in the future, you won't have to then program it. You just have to program it once. So that's spot and paste. It is only $10 a month. Highly recommend it. It's going to save you a lot of time. All right, so another software that's been a game changer for me when drop shipping on Amazon is a software called TrackerBot, okay? So if you go to the link directly above in this lecture, right? It's an affiliate link, obviously, but you can access it for free. You can take a free trial. You don't need to put your credit card in ahead of time, okay? And what this basically does is it takes your time out of the equation for a lot of different suppliers that you might be using, right? So for example, let's say that you ordered something from Walmart, right? And you get the tracking number in your email. And so what you normally do is you take it manually, copy the tracking number from your email, obviously go into your spreadsheet, paste the tracking number, go into Amazon, paste the tracking number, obviously, so that you can get paid for the sale, right? It's the same process, or the process is the same. It doesn't matter if you're dropshipping on Facebook Marketplace using Amazon. It doesn't matter if you're dropshipping on Amazon using eBay. It doesn't matter if you're dropshipping on Amazon using Target, right? Like the tracking number is going to be emailed to you, and then you need to manually put it in. What TrackerBot does is it integrates into the back end of your Amazon, so you can actually hook this up to Amazon, and it literally signs into your Amazon from the back end using API. It sounds complicated. If you're unfamiliar with what that is, it's actually very, very easy to set up, and they have videos helping you set up and actually like a detailed walkthrough of exactly how to do it and where to go. Or you can just, obviously Google it or search YouTube. If you don't know how to insert the API like key into the back end of your Seller Central, it's actually really easy. But once you set that up, it takes about, I don't know, 2 minutes, maybe 3-4 minutes if you really don't know what you're doing and you need to take it slow. Once you set that up, what it will do is you then need to set up some Gmails and start ordering from using the actual Gmail address, right? So for example, let's say my imaginary Gmail was, Gara448@gmail.com, right? What I would do going forward is from all of the suppliers that TrackerBot integrates with, and you scroll down on the page right here, you see all the different suppliers that they integrate with, a lot of great ones, right? You see Amazon, you see Walmart, you see Home Depot, you see Kmart, Sears, Wayfair, Lowe's, Costco, Target. Like there's so many great suppliers here and you can use them all. They integrate with all of them and they pull from the actual emails that go to your Gmail, and they take the tracking number and match it up with the actual order on Amazon and input it automatically for you. Basically what that means is you'll no longer, by signing up for this, and it's super cheap. I think it's like $9 or like $14 a month. It's super cheap. So starters, $9.99 when billed annually or $11.99 when billed monthly. I mean, you can't beat that, honestly. It's going to take your time out of the equation with so many different orders, and you'll never have to input a tracking number manually again, given that it's from one of these suppliers. If it's not from one of these suppliers, then you will have to do it manually. And basically what I do is I have Gmails. I have 2 Gmails hooked up to this, and then I also have a different Yahoo as well. And so if it's not like as you do this more and more, you'll start to realize like if the supplier you're using is on this website or not. If it is, then obviously you want to order it to your Gmail so that you're getting the tracking in your Gmail, and then TrackerBot will literally pull the tracking out of your Gmail and input it into Amazon automatically for you. So for example, if you're ordering a lot from Amazon, or you're ordering a lot from Walmart, or you're ordering a lot from Home Depot, you'll never have to input a tracking number when ordering from them ever again. TrackerBot will do it for you automatically, okay? And so that's a game changer. It's going to take your time out of the equation, even when you're small so much, but as you scale, this is infinitely important and it's a complete game changer, okay? So this software was huge. It's been a revelation in my business because it saves me so much time. I don't have to put in that many tracking numbers, only the ones that I order from other websites now or wholesale suppliers. And then it also takes my money out of the equation because I don't have to hire a VA to put all that, all the tracking numbers in to either Facebook Marketplace. It doesn't work with, but like I hire a VA to do it with Facebook Marketplace. But like I also was hiring a VA to input them into Amazon, and that, well, like it takes my time for me to do it, obviously for me, or it takes my money for the VA to do it, but no longer, because now the software will literally do it for just $9.99 a month. Okay. So the first thing when you sign up for this, and again, you can get a free trial for 14 days. You don't even need to put your card in. Don't let me convince you. Try it out. The software will convince you itself because it works so well. Okay. So first step is sign up for the free trial. The next step is to integrate your Amazon Seller Central account with TrackerBot. Again, you simply just need to put in the certain keys that they give you into the back end of your Amazon Seller account and then feed them back your key. It's very, very easy. They will walk you through the entire thing once you set up. There's a little kind of description box there, or you can Google or just reach out to their support and they'll walk you through it. It's very, very easy to do. Okay. Again, it takes like 2 to 3 minutes. After that's done, you then need to either use the Gmail, input the Gmails that you're currently using to order products to, right? Or if you don't have a Gmail, create a Gmail address that you are now going to order your products to, assuming that they're from one of these suppliers, and then it will also be connected to your Gmail. So TrackerBot will be connected to your Gmail. It will also be connected to your Amazon Seller Central. So then when you get tracking information in the future, it will just pull it automatically out of your emails and input it automatically into your orders on Amazon and submit those orders. So you won't ever, have late shipments or anything like that. You'll get paid a lot faster and it takes your time out of the equation. Okay. And TrackerBot does pull from your email every 30 minutes. It won't pull it like automatically on the spot, but it does crawl through your email every 30 minutes. And then it will pull all the ones that it missed previously. Okay. So it's very, very, innovative software. It'll save you a lot of time and it's a freaking game changer. Okay. So for example, on this Gmail right here, when I got this shipping notification, right, you'll see that normally I would have to go ahead and copy this address, then put it in my spreadsheet, then put it into Amazon to submit the order and give them the tracking. But I don't need to do this because this supplier integrates with TrackerBot. And so TrackerBot literally just came in, crawled this email, and then input it into Amazon for me, okay? So you can see here examples of different, customers and the names and correspondence from the emails. You can see that it actually pulled the tracking number out, what the carrier is, and then also uploaded it into Amazon, okay? So the software works very, very well. It works great. I don't expect you to master it on day 1 or day 2, but it is a free trial. Again, click the link above. It is an affiliate link, but I would not be recommending something that did not change the complete game changer for my business. I'm telling you, sign up for the free trial. You don't have to put your credit card in. The software will prove itself to you. And then, 14 days from now, you'll be like, okay, this is a no-brainer. I'm ready to pay for it, okay? All right, so one of the best tips that I can give you, honestly, is to control your handling time a little bit better on Amazon. Basically, what that's going to do is it's going to improve your metrics, because if you don't change this, your normal generic handling time that's just set in there, I believe, is a day, okay? And so if your suppliers aren't shipping out fast, you're going to get dinged with late shipments, and too many late shipments, obviously, can really hurt your seller profile and even get you suspended. So you need to be on top of that. And it's going to vary supplier to supplier. Like the majority of the suppliers that I use personally usually ship out within like 2 to 3 days. Most of them ship out within a day or two, okay? Every once in a while, there'll be a longer supplier, and I try to avoid those. So like if a supplier takes 5 to 7 days, or some of them even I think there's like one that takes like 5 to 9 days or something, right? I usually try to avoid those, because that is going to lead to unhappy customers when they're not getting updates on their shipments and it doesn't ship fast, right? But every once in a while, I will look the other way if the profit margin is just ridiculous on a product like that. So I will actually go after that. But the little tip that I'm going to give you here to adjust your handling time will really help with those suppliers as well. But also, I recommend doing this with at least 2 or 3 days, Generally, I set all mine to 3 originally right off the bat. And then if they need more, I'll set them to 5. And then if they need more, I'll set them to like 9 or 10 if it's like a really long supplier, right? But even the suppliers that ship out in like a day or two, I still set them to 3-day handling time, because I've seen that it really doesn't affect your Buybox performance that much, but it saves your metrics on the back end and gives you an extra day or two to play with so that you can get your shipments out on time. Because if you end up with a high late shipment rate, I guarantee you'll run into problems. So this is an important lecture. Make sure you do this, okay? So it's really simple. You just need to adjust your handling time on the listing. So for example, let's say you're listing this product in Amazon, right? You put the ASIN in here, you search it. Oh, okay, you can sell it. So you're going to sell this variation. So what happens here is you're going to put the quantity in, and then what you need to do, and obviously like the condition, the fulfillment channel, what you're going to do, fulfill by yourself, the price, et cetera, but you want to click on advanced view when you're listing, and then you'll see, if you scroll down, you'll see this empty handling time here, and generally it's just set to, I believe, 1 or 2 days. I think it's just 1 day. So you want to at least put this to 2 or 3 and then save it. So don't just change your price, don't just change the condition, also change the handling time, and then click save and finish. I recommend setting them all to 3, at least when you're starting. If you really have a supplier that's really getting them out like super quick, then maybe go 2, but I would not recommend going any lower than that, and always change your handling times. I'm telling you, if you forget to do this, you're going to run into late shipments, and it's going to be a problem. Now, if you've already added shipments and you've already added inventory and you're seeing this, and you want to know how to change your handling time, well, you just need to go into manage your inventory and edit each listing one by one, like this. So for example, let's say we wanted to change this listing. Well, we're in my inventory. You just want to go over to edit, and it's going to take you to that same exact screen. And again, you're going to have the advanced view on when you click edit, and you just want to adjust the handling time to 3 or 5 or 10 or whatever it is. Okay. Now you don't want this to be too high. Like, so if this is shipping out in a day or 2 from my supplier, or maybe 2 to 3 days, I don't want to set the handling time to like 10, because then it might affect my Buybox performance, and I'm risking Buybox performance, when the shipment isn't taking that long, right? Because one of the main keys to getting the Buybox on Amazon, and I'm actually going to add a lecture on like what goes into getting the Buybox here after this video so that obviously price is number one, but number two is availability to the customer, right? How fast can it get there? Well, shipping time matters in, how fast it can get to the customer, and so does handling time, okay? So this is a major, thing that's gonna, improve or, I guess, hinder your buy box performance, or when you match the lowest price on a listing, it will hinder that, and take, some sales potentially away from you. It won't really, if you set it to like 2 or 3, but if you set it to like 5 to 10 and other people are shipping out a lot faster, then obviously that will be a big issue. But the only reason I'm saying this is because you want to be safe. You want to play it safe, right? Like, you don't want to be missing late shipments or having late shipments, because they're going to rack up fast, especially as you scale. And so you need to stay on top of this. You need to make sure that your handling time is set to 3 at least. I recommend no less than 2, believe me, okay? And then obviously you need to make sure every supplier and every listing that you add, it's not saying that it's going to take longer than that.
85% of sales on Amazon come from the buy box, or that little yellow button that says add to cart or buy now. Now, you don't want to be one of the other sellers on the listing fighting for that 15% of sales that are like the rest of the scraps. You need to understand how to get the buy box as much as possible if you want to maximize your sales and make more money. And it's really not all that complicated once you break it down. So in this video, I'm going to give you the complete breakdown of the main factors that actually goes into who gets the buy box when you're competing with other sellers on an Amazon listing, and why. Now, contrary to common belief, having the lowest price does not guarantee getting the buy box and owning it, right? Although price is one of the main factors that the algorithm is weighing to see who it rewards it to. It considers various factors such as seller rating and history, competitive pricing, location relevance, and a number of other factors. It's also important to note that the buy box is strictly talking about new items, right? If you're trying to sell used items, you will not get the buy box, with the exception of selling textbooks sometimes, because they can sometimes have a used buy box on those listings as well. But if you're not selling textbooks, then you will never win the buy box with a used item, so always keep that in mind. Now, Amazon's algorithm evaluates multiple different criteria when awarding the buy box, primarily focusing on seller history, pricing, and delivery speed to the customer. The buy box is assigned to the offer that Amazon's algorithm deems the most favorable for the specific customer browsing at that time on that listing, right? It is not the same for every single customer in every single location across the board. It's not static, it's variable depending. So it always takes into account their location and the delivery time to them as well, right? Now, importantly, the buy box is dynamic. It's constantly shifting, like I said, between the eligible sellers in real time. It doesn't just pick somebody and then keep them. A key caveat to remember as well is to avoid obsessively checking the buy box for ownership, right? As it can inadvertently impact your sales, because it might count your view as a buy box win and serve it to you as the ultimate customer, thus meaning that you might not get it the next time that a new customer or an actual purchaser were to hit the listing, because they might then see your competitor's offer. So constantly monitoring the buy box wastes potential sales by prioritizing self-validation and constantly checking yourself instead of focusing on consistently meeting the specific criteria that we've covered and letting the algorithm award it accordingly. Now, mainly, again, just to reiterate, competitive pricing, top-notch customer service and consistency, and location relevance, meaning like how fast the customer can actually receive the product. So if my inventory is, for example, in a warehouse in the Northeast of the United States, and your inventory is in the Midwest, and the buyer is viewing it from New York, well, I have a major advantage since my inventory is a lot closer to them. So understand that while price is a major factor, it is not the only factor, okay? I want to hit that home. Now, also, this assumes that you're competing with other third-party sellers and not Amazon themselves. If you are selling on a listing where Amazon is also selling, then they will share the buy box with you, but they'll only share it about 20% of the time, typically assuming that your price is the same or at least close within that 3% margin. This underscores the need to factor in Amazon's presence when assessing potential sourcing opportunities, whether you're doing online arbitrage, wholesale, whatever, it does not matter, because you can still sell against Amazon and source for those listings, but you're just going to need to factor that in and adjust for that in your expectations and take 80% of your expectations out because now Amazon's out of the listing. So to summarize the strategies for securing the buy box, it's essential to price items competitively, to prioritize your seller metrics and just have good customer service and happy customers over time. That's another major factor. And consider the deliverability speed to the customer. So if you're doing something where you can ship into FBA, that obviously gives you a major advantage. If you're drop shipping, on the other hand, every day that you add handling time, every day that your shipping time increases is going to be, it's not the be all end all, but it's definitely going to handicap you against other sellers, right? So you need to keep those and weigh those factors and keep them in mind. Now, ranked in order, it goes price, then availability to the customer, right? How fast they can receive it, and then your seller metrics and your overall history, okay? There are some other things, but those are the three main factors that you need to consider and just kind of focus on. Now, another thing that you might want to consider is getting an automated repricer, because price, again, is the number one factor. It's not the only factor, but it is the number one factor. There are many out there, but in my opinion, they can cost a pretty penny. There are so many options. So if you're just starting out, you don't want to handicap your business and bootstrap it by spending like $200, $300 on a fancy repricer every single month. You don't need it in the beginning, okay? So simply, if you're just starting out, use the free repricer in Seller Central to get the job done. It definitely doesn't have all the bells and whistles that all the other softwares have, but it does have the basics of what you need to do pretty well, which is ultimately just match the buy box price or match the lowest price, and then set the minimum prices on those pricing rules, right? And on those products, so you don't ever reprice yourself out of your profit, okay? That, in a nutshell, is how you win the buy box on Amazon and make the most sales and the most money. So I hope it helps.
All right, so in one of the previous tutorials, I ran you through how to set up the automatic pricing using Amazon's repricer that comes in Seller Central for free, okay? And I don't want there to be any confusion about like the certain parameters that you're supposed to be targeting, because remember in the last two videos, basically I said you either want to match the buy box price or you want to match the lowest price, right? So how do you know if this is a listing that you're going to list in for Amazon, right? Like maybe you found this, you sourced this from Walmart, or maybe you found this, you sourced this from Home Depot or something, right? Whatever. You found this for a cheaper price on another website and you want to now add this to Amazon. How do you set this up to reprice it, okay? So obviously you go through the repricing tutorial like I showed you in the previous video, but how do you know when you want to match the buy box or match the lowest price? This is the buy box, okay? The add to cart is the buy box. If you see this add to cart buy now, then this listing has a buy box. If it has a buy box, then you want to set it to match the buy box, okay? Now, if it looks like this, for example, again, that's a buy box. You want to set it to match the buy box, okay? This, again, match the buy box. It has add to cart. Now, if you see a listing that does not have an add to cart on it, right? And it says something like there's a bunch of new offers or there are a bunch of used offers and it says see all buying options or there's no buy box, then in that case, you want to set it as the lowest new price, right? So this would be 25 or 285.50 right here. You want to set it to match the lowest price so that you are going to potentially come up here to be one of the top sellers right here, because you don't want to be under it, but you also don't necessarily want to be second. So this is semi like the buy box in a lot of ways. When you match the lowest price, you want to be the top person right here, because when people they go to click see all buying options or they click new, you want to be the first one that they're going to add to cart to, right? People just assume that this is the best offer. And so this is how you want to be, okay? So again, use the repricing tutorial like I showed you in the past, but if there's no buy box, then match the lowest price. If there is a buy box, then match the buy box, okay? So for example, you'll see some of these repricing rules, like in this one, I set it to match the lowest price because there is no buy box. This one I set to match the buy box. I will have shown you how to do this previously, but this is what your rules are going to look like. So then you want to come over here, and depending on whether or not there's a buy box or you want to match the lowest price, you're just going to click that and set it up like that. So if you want to be a successful drop shipper on Amazon long term, you need to understand the importance of your seller metrics, and you need to check and monitor them daily, okay? So you can find this in your account health under your seller metrics on the right. You'll see your shipping performance. And obviously you're interested in, like A to Z claims and your order defect rate, and that's a specific metric that you should also keep in mind. But, unless you're shipping out like products that aren't what they actually like, unless your listings are completely different than the products that you're shipping out, or unless you're getting a bunch of A to Z claims, you're really not that worried about order defect rate. Okay. It's something that you should pay attention to. It's going to be all the way on the left of your Amazon seller account health. Same thing with in the middle, if you get like IP claims or copyright claims or anything like that, like those are things that you want to pay attention to. And as you add more listings, you run the risk of potentially getting more of those. But, a couple of those here and there, and they fall off your account every 6 months, a couple of those here and there aren't going to be a big issue, right? As long as you go through them, you appeal them, you contact the seller, those are things that you can kind of focus on, getting rid of, number one. But even if you can't get rid of them, they'll fall off and it's not that big of a deal, right? The main things as a drop shipper that you really need to worry about is under your shipping performance all the way on the right? So that's going to be your late shipment rate, your pre-fulfillment cancel rate, and your valid tracking rate. And they literally tell you the metrics that you need to stay under and you need to hit in order to, continue to sell on Amazon without disruption, okay? So your late shipment rate is how fast you get your items out, right? So let's say hypothetically you set your handling times to 3 days. Well, you need to mark that shipped within 3 days. Let's say hypothetically you set your handling time to 5 days. Well, you need to mark that order shipped within 5 days, or that order is going to go against your late shipment rate, right? And you can see just how many orders out of your total orders count towards your late shipment rate because you didn't mark them shipped in time. And you need to keep this consistently under 4%. If any one of these goes above, as you see this one does right here, you'll get a little kind of ding right there. And if it stays above or below, out of the target zone for too long, then they'll obviously warn you and you need to get it back under, okay? And so your late shipment rate is primarily how fast you can mark your things tracked. But the key here is, as long as you're marking your items with a decently, longer, more conservative handling time, you should be all right. I always recommend going with like 5 days, but when you're adding new listings, do not just leave them at like same day or 1 day handling or even 2 day handling, right? Minimum, it should be 3. And I would recommend you even go more than that to 5, okay? Talked about this before. Yes, you might sacrifice a sale or two if you're competing directly for the Buybox in the beginning, but it's worth it in the long run to protect your metrics. And as you do more and more, that handling time won't matter and you'll still share the Buybox with other people. Okay, so that's my recommendation. You can play around with it, but keep your late shipment rate below 4%. Okay. Your pre-fulfillment cancel rate, okay? So that's how many orders that you cancel. Now, there's many ways, and I'm going to cover another way that you can fake ship these things, obviously. We'll talk about that. So you can avoid canceling orders if you run into a bunch of orders that you need to cancel, right? So that's another way, although that will go against your valid tracking rate. So you can kind of play around with these, which is another reason why it's important to check and monitor this daily so you can make sure that everything that you're doing is staying under this. Well, if you have a bunch of orders and you have a 0% cancel rate, you can afford to cancel an order or two. It's not really going to take you above 2.5%, right? So that's why you want to pay attention to these things, figure out where your kind of room for error is in your listings and in your orders, and that's how you can kind of stay under all of these things. But the first thing you want to do is check and monitor it daily, and then obviously you can use these things to your advantage. So you want to cancel under 2.5% of your orders, ideally as low as possible. This is one that they take super seriously, so do not cancel a bunch of orders. If you start canceling a bunch of orders, Amazon will immediately suspend you. They do not like that. It's a bad customer experience, okay? If you go above 2.5% shortly, just like anything else, you'll get a warning if it stays above there too long, but you don't want to play around with this. You don't want to see this skyrocket to like 5 or 10%. That's not going to be good for you. Keep it below 2.5, focus on all of these, but this is probably the most important one, okay? Now, valid tracking rate is one that is basically, how many of your orders you input a valid tracking number to the customer, right? How many of your orders did you input that actually went to that customer's address? If you're dealing with obscure suppliers, some of them might be using like random other carriers that you might not be able to mark tracked, or if you're dealing with a company like Walmart, for example, which I do not recommend, or even if you're dealing with a company like Best Buy, for example, which again I do not necessarily recommend, what you'll notice is every once in a while they'll ship with like DoorDash or something like that because it's easier for their store to fulfill an order that's local if they have a store somewhat close. Well, there's no way you can get a tracking number for that. So obviously you're not going to be able to put in a valid tracking number in that order. It's going to go against your valid tracking rate. Same thing if you're marking an order like fake shipped with a no Genius tracking number because maybe you don't have that, or maybe, whatever. There's a number of different situations, but that's going to go against your valid tracking rate again. So you need to keep this over 95%. 95% of your orders or more have to have a valid tracking number when you input that tracking. Okay. So that's just kind of keys to understanding your seller metrics and the importance of hitting these metrics consistently so that you can continue selling on Amazon. If you can keep yourself within these metrics and you're doing everything else right, everything will go along without a hitch and you'll be able to continuously sell long term. But the first and foremost thing that you need to do is check and monitor this daily. The last thing you want to do is go like a week or a couple days even without even checking it, because who knows, you might notice something that, is off, like your order defect rate or any number of these things. And then you can address it immediately rather than waiting. The last thing you want to do is let a bunch of these build up and not know about it. All right. So understand your seller metrics. They're super important, and check and monitor them daily. Now, one of the things that you can do if for whatever reason you get an order that is out of stock and that item's out of stock, right? Well, your software should constantly be monitoring that. And we've covered in the software monitoring, with SKUGrid lectures about how you can, turn the software off on that specific, listing. So it's not necessarily, or that specific URL. So it's not necessarily changing it all the time. You can keep it out of stock, right? Because you don't want to keep running into that issue. You want to identify problem orders, right? So if for whatever reason you get an item that's out of stock, or if for whatever reason you get potentially an item that the price has gone up significantly on the supplier's website and you no longer want to make that purchase, for example, like let's say you're selling an item for $150 on your supplier's website, it's $100. So you're profitable at like $30 profit after all the fees, right? For example, okay? Well, let's say on the supplier's website, it went up from $100 to, $140, and now you're not profitable. Now you're losing $20 after all fees. This is just a random example. I'm just making these numbers up, right? Well, you might not necessarily want to ship that and lose that $20, right? So what you can do is two things. You can either cancel that order if you have the ability to cancel orders. And I always recommend if you can afford it, to not cancel any orders and save your cancellations. You always want to have some of those almost like trump cards in your back pocket if you need them, okay? Because you will run into an issue every once in a while and you're going to need to be able to cancel some orders. You don't want to be like pushed right up against the cancellation rate of 2.5% because then you don't have any leeway. You don't have any room to work with. You can't cancel any orders, okay? Always keep them if you possibly can. Another thing that you can do, but if for whatever reason, like let's say hypothetically you shipped out like 300 orders recently and like you have no cancels, then by all means you can cancel that order. It's not going to ding you very much because you won't even be like, you're going to be like 0.33, like under 1%, right? So you're fine in that situation. But another thing that you can do is you can use OA Genius fake tracking numbers to generate a fake tracking number to that specific location. Another example that we've talked about is if you're using a supplier like Walmart, which I don't recommend, or like Best Buy, which I don't recommend, that tends to use someone like DoorDash to fulfill their orders, or even Bed Bath & Beyond is one that I noticed in the past. Like they used to use random, I forget what the actual fulfillment carrier was, but like it was a random carrier that Amazon didn't even have. And it was like express shipping. It was weird. And so if you can't mark an item shipped for whatever reason, so if it's out of stock on your supplier's website, if you're losing money on that transaction, and you obviously, first of all, if you are losing money on that transaction, change your price and your automated pricing on Amazon so that you're not losing any money on future sales. That's common sense. But then obviously, if you're losing money, you can use this as well. Or if it's one of those situations where the carrier isn't something that you can input into Amazon, then you can use a fake tracking number and mark it fake shipped. I'll show you how to use this here in a second with OA Genius, but basically you also want to keep that marked on your spreadsheet so you know. I always abbreviate it on the spreadsheet. So like, for example, like if I have a FedEx tracking number in my spreadsheet, I'll put FedEx. Let me just pull up a temporary for you. This is the one that my VA uses, and then I morph them into my main spreadsheet. But like hypothetically, let's say all this stuff was filled out and this was Amazon, right? tracking number, like if I got a FedEx tracking number, I'd input the FedEx tracking number like that, right? If I got a UPS, I'd input the UPS like that, so I know what the carrier is. Well, if I'm using OA Genius, I input with OAG like that. If I'm never shipping an item, I'll mark it fake OAG like that with the OAG, and then I'll turn it blue. So I know that I never really ship this, it's a fake, and then I can refund the customer when they come, okay? So you always should keep track of these things in your spreadsheet so you know going forward. But if it's an example, where you need to just mark it shipped because, for example, Walmart's using DoorDash, then you can just use OAG tracking numbers like I'm going to show you here and mark it with an OAG tracking number. If it's in a situation where you don't want to cancel the order because you don't have enough cancels left in your metrics, but you do have plenty of, unvalid tracking numbers in your metrics, what you can do is you could just mark it fake ship by generating a fake OAG tracking number, like I'm going to show you here in a second, to the same city, to the same state, and then mark it fake OAG. So you know in your spreadsheet that you never actually shipped it. So when the customer reaches out to you, you know immediately to refund them and take full responsibility for it, okay? And so if it's a situation where you need to mark it fake shipped, what you can do when the customer reaches out is then you refund them immediately and you say something like this: somehow this got delivered to the wrong address. I'm currently on the phone with, FedEx or UPS, depending on whatever fake tracking number you generate. We'll go over it here in a second, trying to figure out what exactly happened, but I've gone ahead and issued you a full refund of your order. Sorry for the inconvenience. Most people will be happy with that and take that, and just be glad that they got their money back and they didn't, because their order was marked delivered and they didn't actually have it, right? But every once in a while you get some pushback, and in those situations, all you need to say is something along these lines. Now, obviously, it's going to be, different if it's not, right after the holidays, or if it's not during the holidays. If it is during the holidays, you can say something similar like this. But since it is January when I'm recording this, I still use this. But you can use a variation of this template, just kind of mold it to your specific situation. So if I do get some pushback and they're like, well, I wanted my product, I don't want a refund, then what you can say is like, hey, I'm sorry, they'll tell me, I'm on the phone with them, all they'll tell me right now, because you're kind of pushing the blame off on FedEx or UPS, who does lose packages from time to time. So it's not that far-fetched, and the buyer's going to understand. And then you basically say, like, all they'll tell me this is that it got lost in transit and they're giving me a shipping credit. They've been losing a lot of my packages lately. I'm guessing they're still catching up from the holidays or something. I've issued you a full refund. Sorry for the inconvenience. So basically you're pushing the blame off onto FedEx or UPS. You're saying like, hey, I'm in the same boat. Like, they lost my package too, just as much as they lost your package, and I'm out the sale. You're not going to say that, obviously, but you're implying it. And you apologize again, and you're explaining that, you once you ship them out the product, once you give it to UPS or to FedEx, which you're not actually doing here because you're drop shipping it, but they don't know that. But once you give it to the carrier, then you have no more responsibility, like that. You have no more control over the shipment. So if they lose it, it's on them, and there's nothing you can do about it. But you're basically reasoning with the customer and explaining that situation to them, okay? So those are the situations that you might want to use this. Now, how do you use OA Genius and generate tracking numbers? So I use this all the time, both in Amazon and on Facebook Marketplace, and sometimes on Mercari as well. But this is basically how you use it. So you want to go to oagenius.com. You want to sign up for an account. You don't need the software. Okay, the software is for Amazon dropshipping. I've used the software before, and it really only works with Walmart. I don't recommend it, and it's expensive. So you're not going after the software. What you want to do though is you want to go to products, and then you want to go to tracking numbers here. You're only interested in buying their tracking numbers. So how it works is you basically buy shipping credits right here, and you can start small. You can buy 100 numbers for $25 if you want, and then it's going to be 25 cents a piece. So well worth it. Trust me on that. And then you can just get started, and you want to buy the shipping credits just like I have. So you can see I have 204. I just bought like a big stack of them because I use them all the time. I might honestly use like 20 a day on Facebook Marketplace. I'll probably use like 1 a day, maybe on Amazon, because I don't use them as much. You don't need them as much. I use obviously Amazon on Facebook Marketplace from time to time. So I need those tracking numbers because I get TBA tracking numbers. It's okay if you have no idea what I'm talking about. I'm just going off on a tangent. But because I rarely run into that issue on Amazon when I'm selling on Amazon, I don't really need them as much selling on Amazon. But so what you want to do is once you buy tracking numbers, you want to make sure that they're USA. Unless you're doing international, then that's different. You want to go international. Okay, I'm primarily speaking to US-based sellers. You want to have FedEx and UPS both tracked, and then you want to designate where the package should be going. So if your buyer lives in, and you can see it on their shipping address on the order, let's say Baltimore, Maryland, right? You want to type in the destination city as Baltimore, Maryland, and the state as Maryland, and then you want to generate a delivery a day or even 2 days after to give the delivery a little bit of time, in case it's slightly late. So let's say hypothetically it was coming to Baltimore, Maryland on the 17th. Well, I would generate a tracking number to Baltimore, Maryland on the 18th to the 19th, and then generate the tracking number. And then it would pop out here, and I'd be able to copy that and then input it into my Amazon order, okay? Now, it's going to depend on whether this is like a situation where you're fake tracking it, and then you need to mark that in your spreadsheet, like I said, so that you know to refund the customer and send them that explanation when they message you in the future when it actually is marked delivered, but they haven't received it. Or if it's a situation where like it's a Walmart delivery or something like that, again, do not use Walmart, please, or you're just asking for trouble. But a situation like that where like they're using DoorDash or like a random carrier and you need to mark it shipped afterward, then in that aspect, just mark OAG so you know that you mark, even though it's a UPS or a FedEx tracking number, and you can tell here what it comes from. Like these short ones with just numbers are FedEx, these long ones with numbers and letters are UPS, okay? Even though you'll look back on your order if the buyer reaches out to you, which they typically won't if you mark it afterwards, you'll know that, okay, it's a UPS or a FedEx, but you generated a fake one to the actual buyer, using OA Genius. So it's good for reference to know that in the future. But that's basically how you can generate fake tracking numbers, whether you actually are sending the item or if you're marking it fake shipped and then refunding them. But that's the typical method that I use, if I need to kind of either, I can't cancel an order because the price is too high and I need to, fake ship it. Or if I can't cancel an order and it's out of stock on my website, this is the method that I use, and I use OA Genius tracking numbers to do it. I want to go over some customer service templates. Now, I have a lot more, but I kind of just want to get you started with a starter list. I'll actually try to paste these kind of templates in, and I use these all in my own dropshipping business on Amazon, so you can too. Now, each is for a specific situation, but it can help to have things like this because realistically, what you'll start to notice is you get a variation of similar questions, usually about 10, sometimes maybe a little bit more than that, but usually about like 5 to 10 questions or issues that pop up. And so you want to have not just like a robotic templated response. That's not what I'm suggesting. But what I am suggesting is you want to have kind of like a system of, how you usually go about handling that. And a way that you can kind of develop that system is to have at least a template that you can then mold to that situation. Not only does it help save you time, but it also helps save you kind of the headache and the stress. Because when I used to not have this, like people would suggest this to me before and I would be like, well, that's stupid. Like, I don't really need to do that. I can just type it in just as fast as I could copy and pasting it, right? And that's somewhat true, although it's not true, but it is somewhat true. But what you don't calculate there is the added stress of every single time you get an issue on your hands, every single time you get a message, every single time you get an unhappy customer, you then have to solve that problem. And it's an emotional taxation on you, right? It's a headache that you need to then deal with. Rather than it's a very different kind of approach mentally. If you have a template that you're just like, oh, this problem, you identify what the problem is, and you're like, this is how I solve it. I have the answer. And then you grab this, and then you mold it to that specific situation. And it'll really help you emotionally deal with these things so that you're not scared every single time you get a message. I used to be terrified. Like, oh my God, I got an Amazon message. Like, there's a pissed off customer. What if it's an A to Z claim, right? And if you have ways to kind of deal with these things, you'll never run into those issues, and it'll help you do it. It'll help you save a lot of time, but it'll help you deal with it emotionally and less headaches a little bit better, if that makes any sense. Okay. So I'm going to start you off with like a specific list here, just to kind of give you ideas of how you can handle specific situations and mold kind of your own customer service templates. But I'd also recommend that if you start to see an issue come up frequently in your business, solve it, figure out like the root cause of it, and I'll tie it back into a little lesson here in a second. But B, come up with a specific customer service template yourself so that you can then go ahead and save yourself time and solve it and for all future endeavors, right? Now, the thing I wanted to say is, like, if you start to see an issue in your business that happens over and over and over again, that's the same issue. It's the analogy that I've always heard. It's like, it's the type of person that goes into like what's the analogy? Like the warehouse, right? And there's dust on the floor, and every single day to start the day, they sweep up the dust. But the smart person goes into the warehouse and figures out and identifies the source of the dust, so they no longer have to sweep the dust out every single day before they start their work, right? And so it's the same kind of overall template and metaphor here. figure out the root cause of the problem and identify the root cause of the problem so that you can solve it at the root cause. Maybe it's a specific listing, maybe it's a specific product, maybe it's a specific supplier, maybe it's a specific state, right? Like there's a number of different things that could happen, but you'll be able to identify that to your specific situation. But the key here is identify the root cause of the problem if you see it happening a lot, and then come up with a templated response to deal with it, okay? So we've already covered these right here in a previous lecture, but I'll just reread them again. Somehow this got delivered to the wrong address. I'm currently on the phone with FedEx/UPS. Obviously fix whichever one it is. If you use an OAG tracking number, this is obviously for a fake OAG tracking number. So if you, for example, have an item that's out of stock on your supplier's website and you want to mark that shipped because you don't want to cancel the order because you don't want that to go against your cancellation metrics, then what you can do is you can mark the order shipped with a fake OAG tracking number, put it in your spreadsheet, turn it blue so you know it's fake and you didn't actually ship that. And then when the customer messages you and like, hey, this was marked delivered, I never got it, I've been home all day, or something like that, you'll start to see that happen a lot. Well, then what you want to do is you want to refund them and respond with this template right here. Hey, I'm on the phone with FedEx. I'm trying to figure out what's going on. They marked it delivered to the wrong address, but I've gone ahead and I've issued you a full refund on your order. Literally attach the screenshot of the refund of their order and say sorry for the inconvenience, okay? Now, if they push back a little bit more, you can say something along the lines of, all they'll tell me, and we've already went over this one, so I won't really touch on it too much, is like, all they're going to tell me is that it's, lost in transit. They're giving me a shipping credit. They've been losing a lot of my packages lately. I'm guessing they're, something along those lines. And then sorry for the inconvenience, but you've issued them a full refund. Okay. And those are templated responses that I use all the time when I fake ship things. And rarely do I have an issue or pushback from the customer after, further after I give these. Okay. So I'm able to mark things fake shipped, and then it doesn't really ding my metrics. I don't get in trouble for, having an out of stock product on my website or anything like that. For example, like one of the things that I always used to run into this issue with was cat food. One of the suppliers' websites that I shipped cat food had all these orders of cat food, right? And when I was awake, it was perfect. But when I would go to sleep, I would get over the course of the product going in and out of stock while I was sleeping for 7-8 hours, it would go in and out of stock, and then I'd wake up to 12 orders for this specific cat food, and I'd wake up and it would be out of stock. And sometimes it would never come back in stock for a couple days randomly because, my software, my SKU grid is changing that for me automatically. And so what I had to do is obviously use this a lot. I had to fake ship those, because if I canceled all those orders, even with a lot of orders on my account, it would be a big ding on my seller metrics, right? So I canceled some of them, I marked some of them fake shipped, and that's a good way it's a good tool to have in your arsenal, okay? Now, the next one is if somebody asks for a refund, there's two ways to handle that. So you can basically say, obviously, if the product is, dinged or if it's, what's it called? Like if the product's damaged, or if you ship them the wrong thing and it's not really worth, them shipping it back and you made a mistake, you can handle that in multiple ways. You can either, if it's a broken item and they have proof of it, sometimes I just don't even feel like dealing with the return. So I'll just be like, no need to ship it back. I just issued you a full refund. Hope it helps, and enjoy your week/weekend. Obviously fix the week/weekend, whichever one it is. Often, sometimes with these, I've noticed, you make a happy customer. Everyone's still worried about getting scammed on the specific sale, but you're going to make a lot more just keeping your account health overall. It doesn't matter the platform. Obviously, specifically here we're talking about Amazon. Keep the customer happy, survive the order, and move on and sell more, right? Live to sell more. Don't worry about the specific order, right? So you might lose. There's been times I've lost $20, which is no big deal on an order, just refunding. There's been times I've lost 50. There's been times I've lost, I think, 100 or two, but usually if it gets up to there, then I'll either prepay for them to ship the item back, or like we've covered in other situations about refunds and how to deal with them. What you can do is you can obviously either prepay or authorize Amazon to give them a prepaid label, or you can have them ship it back on their own if they just had a change of heart. Okay. So if you don't want to deal with a refund, you could say something like that. If you do want them to ship it back, but you don't want to pay for the return shipping, you can say one of these two things. Sure, you can return the item to our return warehouse listed below. When we receive the item, we'll issue you a full refund. Thanks. And then obviously this is going to be your address or your warehouse or whatever. If you don't have a warehouse, just put this back to your address so that you can then receive the product, inspect the product, issue them a refund on their specific order, and then ship it back to your supplier so you can get a refund, right? That's the way that you want to handle that. Or you can obviously use, if you'd like to return this product, some people message you interested in returning a product, or like they'll say like, hey, they changed their mind. I'll be like, okay, if you'd like to return the product, you can ship it back to our return warehouse listed below. When we receive it, we'll issue a refund. Hope that helps. Same thing there. Right? The only key caveat I'd say here is like, if you get somebody that is claiming that the product was damaged, or you get somebody claiming that you shipped them the wrong product, you don't necessarily want to do this. You either want to do this and refund them, or you want to give them a prepaid return label, because it's not, even if they're right, trust me on this one, okay? Don't worry about the nickels and the dimes. You're going to make more keeping your account healthy overall. But if you get one of those, it's not worth going through the hassle, because then they're going to get pissed off that they have to pay to return an item that was wrong. Put yourself in the customer's shoes, right? If you got an item that was not the item that you anticipated ordering, right? Or if you got a broken item and then you had to pay to ship it back to the site or to the seller, you'd be pretty pissed off, right? So only use this sparingly when it's like a change of heart and the customer's changing their mind or something along those lines, right? If it's damaged or if it's the wrong product, then either refund them or authorize a prepaid label. You can do that on Pirate Ship if you want to. That's one that I use, and then send them an attached prepaid label. That works very, very well. You already have their address as well, and then you want to put your return address as like the 2 on the label. It's very easy to do. Now, this is another one right here when you get somebody claiming like it wasn't delivered or they can't locate it, but it's saying delivered. Obviously, if that happens, you want to check your spreadsheet to see if you've marked it fake shipped, because that will answer your question. If it's blue and you marked it fake shipped, then you know that you never delivered it to them. And in that aspect, you want to give them one of these, right? But if you check your spreadsheet and it's a legitimate tracking number that says delivered, well, then you want them to do a little bit of more research, right? Because it could be, a lot of times, like, you'd be surprised. Like, sometimes there'd be a package in someone's mailbox and they didn't even know it. Sometimes there'd be a package on like the side of someone's porch and they didn't even know it. Sometimes there'd be a package up against someone's garage and they didn't know it. And sometimes randomly it would be at a neighbor's house and they didn't even know it. Now, every once in a while you will have the lost package. And again, if they continue to claim that it wasn't delivered, just refund them, trust me, because and I've dealt with 2 A to Z claims recently with this, and probably about a dozen or so over the past year or two. And every single time, not even a little bit of the time, every single time Amazon sides with the customer, unless you have signed, you have signature confirmation, right? Because you're not doing signature confirmation, because we're drop shipping, just refund them, okay? Because it's not worth the A to Z claim on your account, okay? So if they do this, or if they say it's not delivered, you want to respond with something like this, okay? And if they continue to push that it hasn't been delivered, don't worry if they're scamming you. Don't worry about if they're a shitty buyer. Assume the best. Assume that it really wasn't delivered or it was misplaced, and just refund them, okay? It's not worth the health of your seller account. But assuming that this is the first time and they're claiming that it wasn't delivered, you want to say something like this, like, hey, and then obviously input their name there. You can get their name from the order or the message. Your X, whatever it was delivered on, and then input the date that from the delivery, right? You can see that on the tracking number. To the whatever, usually it's like, it'll tell you like delivered to the front door, or delivered to the mailbox, or driver release or something like that, right? So you would say like, this was delivered to the address on the order, to the front door, to the mailbox. We've also listed that address below. So list their address so that they can literally see that that's where it was delivered from. List the shipping carrier and the tracking number for them, and then say, hope that helps, right? And oftentimes something like this will kind of, it'll reiterate to them that like, okay, you're not just like, you're not an unaware seller. You know that it was delivered. You can see that it was delivered. You have the tracking number, because most people won't push an A to Z claim, obviously, if they got the item, or they'll do a little bit more research. So that's kind of how you want to handle that. Or you could do this right here. Where is it? If right here. So if it's like an apartment building or something like that, or if it's like a normal house, you can say the same thing, like, hey, and then the person's name. This shows that it was delivered on, and then put the delivery date that, from the tracking number that you can get. Same thing, input the carrier, input the tracking number there. And then since this was delivered to an apartment complex, or if it's a neighborhood or something like that, since this was delivered to the neighborhood, if you haven't received it yet, I'd kindly suggest trying, let's put kindly in there. I'd kindly suggest trying to check with neighbors if it's a neighborhood, right? If it's an apartment complex, I'd kindly suggest checking with neighbors or your building manager to see if anyone else has received the package. Hope that helps. This one works very, very well for apartment buildings and people that live in townhouses. I know specifically, like I live in an apartment building and our apartment complex has like, I don't even know, like 20 different buildings. And all the time, drivers from FedEx, all the time, drivers from UPS and a number of other carriers will deliver it to the wrong building, or they'll deliver it to the main building and not our building, right? And so this happens all the time in apartment complexes. So it's typically, if that happens, a mistake of the building or something like that, or a mistake going to the main complex. And so that's why you want to say something along these lines. It helps, and then kind of puts the onus back on them. It's like, hey, it's marked delivered. Would you mind kind of investigating it a little bit? It's saying it's delivered because often the person just wants their package, right? They're willing to go check it out, especially if you say it kindly like this, okay? And finally, these last two right here, this is if somebody asks to cancel the order. This happens to me like all the time at night. Like, a customer will ask to cancel the order like 2 or 3 hours after they place it. And it's like, I've already placed the order. Now, if you haven't already placed the order and they ask to cancel it, then you're allowed to accept the cancellation request and it won't go against your metrics, okay? But that's assuming that you haven't actually processed the order. If you have processed the order and a certain amount of time has elapsed, you're not going to be able to cancel the order on your supplier's website. So you're not going to obviously cancel it for them because you've already paid for the order and it's already on the way. It's already being processed by your supplier, right? So in that situation, because on Amazon, the customer has 30 minutes to cancel the order. And then obviously, they have the ability to cancel the order on their end within 30 minutes. If it goes past that 30-minute window, then they have to send a cancellation request to you. If you haven't processed their order yet, then you can accept the cancellation request. If you have processed the order, you want to say something like this. We can't, and this happens all the time to me. We can't cancel this order, unfortunately, as it was already processed and sent out for shipment. We usually input the tracking number as soon as the package starts uploading. Hope that helps, and enjoy your, again, week/weekend. Don't just copy paste this. Make sure you fix the week/weekend. Pick whichever one makes sense there, okay? And finally, if this right here is a situation where, let's say you had a supplier that had like a long shipping time. This used to happen to me all the time on certain wholesale sites that were shipping from overseas, and I don't really use them anymore for that reason. But you might run into this situation on a wholesale supplier. You might run into the situation on a retail supplier with a long shipping time. Best Buy was a good example of this. When I used to ship from Best Buy every once in a while, because they have third-party sellers on their website, some sellers would take like 2 or 3 weeks to ship the item. It was crazy. Not all the time, but every once in a while. And so what I would do is I'd mark the order shipped, because if you go too long over, like, let's say hypothetically you have 5-day handling time, right? Well, if you don't ship that order in 5 days, obviously it's going to go against your late shipment rate, which is fine. But if you don't ship that item, I believe it's in like 7 or 10 days, I forget what the limit is, then Amazon cancels the order for you automatically. And they warn you before they do this. So if it's let's say like 9 days, and obviously it still hasn't been marked shipped on your supplier's website, which you will run into this issue eventually, okay? Then you want to mark it shipped with a fake OAG tracking number. Do not mark that as a fake OAG tracking number in your spreadsheet, or you'll think that you didn't actually buy that product. Instead, what you want to do is you want to mark it shipped with an OAG tracking number, and then put a little note in your spreadsheet that says like, this is expected on, and this is a OAG tracking number that doesn't correspond. And then what you can do is it'll buy you some time. It'll buy you like a week to 10 days, where typically within that week to 10 days, you will actually get the legitimate tracking number from your website. Because if you can remember, you waited 5 or you waited 10 days, and then you bought yourself another 7 to 10 days. So by that time, you will have the actual legitimate tracking number, and you will have the actual legitimate date. So by the time the customer reaches out to you, you will have a concrete tracking number for them to use, and you will have a concrete, hopefully soon, delivery date to relay to them, right? So in that situation, you want to say like, I just checked it and it looks like I accidentally input the wrong tracking number. Because if they're reaching out to you saying like their package wasn't delivered, and you figure out that that's what happened, then, and all this information should be in your spreadsheet too. That's why you use spreadsheets. That's why you take notes on everything. That's why you input these notes into your spreadsheet, so you can identify these things and solve them. I just checked and it looks like I accidentally input the wrong tracking number. I'm really sorry, my mistake. I must have mixed it up with another order. I've been getting a lot of these lately. yours was delivered to that address on the order, and then you can, so if it was already delivered, then you can say something like this: yours was delivered to the address on the order yesterday. I've listed the address below. I've also fixed your order and input the real tracking number. There you should go. Or now you can see it tracked to your house. Now, if it hasn't been and it's expected, then you want to say like yours is expected to, so same thing with the first part right here. And then yours is expected to be delivered on X date. And then here's the tracking number, and then input the tracking number, obviously, something along those lines, right? And then literally repeat back to them their address so that they know. And those are some examples of, customer service templates that are really going to save you time and a lot of headaches dealing with future issues. But again, these are templates that I use in my business. I probably have like 5 to 10 more, but I kind of just wanted to get you started here. You're going to be able to use these. You're going to be able to mold them to your specific situations for the situations that I just covered, but also you're going to want to create your own ones because you're going to have your own specific situations. But typically you're going to have, about 5 to 10 things that reoccur over and over again. So develop templates, develop systems for handling them, and it's going to save you a lot of time and a lot of headaches. All right, so there's a lot of info in this one, so there's no clear-cut theme here with PowerPoint. I'm just going to give you the straight information. I think it's really going to help you, okay? It's going to give you some clarity, and I'm also going to tell you my return policy and how I deal with literally every single return in the system that I use, okay? So overall, just to kind of get it out of the way, there's 3 main ways to deal with customer returns when you sell merchant fulfilled on Amazon, okay? Now, you can just refund everything so that you don't have to deal with it, or you can just refund an order so you don't have to deal with it, right? If you get a return or you get a customer that's unhappy, you can, and that's obviously going to protect you from bad feedback, bad, like A to Z claims or anything like that, and just the overall hassle of dealing with a return. Or you could provide a prepaid return label to the customer, which means that you pay for the return shipping. Or you could allow the customer to return the item, but do not offer them a return label that's prepaid to do so, right? Simply offer them the return address and tell them that they can ship it back to you. When you receive it, you'll issue them a refund, okay? Now, really briefly, before we go over some of the kind of key information that I want to cover, I'll go over my return policy so you can see exactly how I handle certain things. And then we'll get into the nuances of how I, not necessarily recommend, because I recommend that you follow my return policy, but you don't have to, obviously. But then we'll get into like the different overall strategies of how you can approach it. I'll show you the back end and we'll talk about some other tools, okay? So my return policy is to simply refund everything under $50 so I don't have to deal with it, okay? Now, yeah, you'll lose some money on some sales, yes, but you'll save a lot of time and a lot of headaches receiving the returns, right? Messaging and dealing with the customers, matching the returns with the actual corresponding order and the corresponding order on your spreadsheet and refunding the customer, right? And then shipping out the returns, filing for the return on your supplier's website and dealing with that. And then obviously when you get the return authorization and you get the return, credit back, putting that back in your spreadsheet. Now, that's a major headache all in all, right? And that's not that big of a headache and a big of a deal for one time, right? But if you're getting a couple of returns even, a week, it can start to become a headache, right? And chances are if you scale, you're going to be getting multiple returns every single week, okay? So that's my policy for everything under $50 because it's not necessarily worth it for me in that opinion, in my opinion, and it's going to obviously make the customer happy. It's also going to save me a lot of time and a lot of headaches, and I just really don't feel like dealing with it, right? Now, I also offer a prepaid return mailing label through pirateship.com for everything that's been reported broken, damaged, or incorrect product received, okay? I'm going to show you Pirate Ship in a second. It's really, really simple to use, and I highly recommend it for everybody. Now, I don't recommend that you set up your Amazon, the back end of your Amazon returns, and we're going to cover that here in a second when we talk about more information. But I don't recommend that you set up prepaid mailing labels in the back end of your Amazon returns, simply for the fact that then Amazon's basically just going to auto authorize all of your returns and you're going to prepay for all those returns, right? And it's going to eat your profit margin. Instead, what I recommend is you select which ones you want to prepay mailing labels back. And then obviously you also select which ones you don't want to offer prepaid shipping labels back for, okay? Now, for the ones that are reported broken, damaged, and incorrect products received by the customers, what I'll do is I'll offer a prepaid mailing label to the customer and I'll attach it in customer messages, and I get that via pirateship.com, okay? because the issue here is this is not the customer's fault, right? They should not have to pay for return shipping if they received a product that's broken. They should not have to pay for return shipping if they received the incorrect product, right? Put yourself in the customer's shoes. If you were the customer and you got a broken product, for example, and then the seller was trying to tell you that you not only got a broken product, but you also had to pay to ship it back, you'd be like, what the hell? And you'd obviously be, pretty pissed off, right? And so you want to avoid these situations, A, because it's not the customer's fault, first and foremost. B, because, your word is like, you only ever have your name in your store, right? So you need to protect that at all costs. It's the only stock that you have to carry. Like, your name is the only stock that you have to carry till the end of your life, and you're always going to be invested in it, right? So invest in it wisely, all right? And most importantly, number 3 is you want to, not that those two aren't important, they are, but you want to avoid bad claims, right? If you try to make them pay for return shipping, you risk very unhappy customers, bad reviews, dings on your metrics, like inaccurate products or inauthentic claims, and worst of all, A to Z claims, which are going to go against your ODR. And you can only stay below 1% ODR. So if you get a couple A to Z claims, you're going to be screwed, right? You don't want to do this. It's not the customer's fault. Just offer a prepaid mailing label through Pirate Ship. You're going to eat the cost of the return shipping back to you. Obviously, if it's worth it to you. If not, if it's under $50, that's why I recommend that you just refund them, okay? And you don't deal with it. But if it is worth it for you, then offer to pay for the return shipping through pirateship.com. To the customer, and then everybody's happy and they get to return it and they don't have to pay for it, right? Keys here are: don't be cheap, prepay for the return here, and or simply refund them if it's cheap enough. Don't be short-sighted on the one sale here. Think big picture of your account health and big picture of your ability to sell and make money on Amazon going forward. Trust me, it's not worth it to take the one-off sale and try to nitpick with the customer over one-off sales. Just either refund them or offer them a prepaid label and move on. Sell to other people, sell more, make more money in other ways. I promise you that's the right decision. Take your emotions out of it, okay? And also, this goes with something later, which is like, if a customer claims that an order didn't, they didn't receive an order, but the tracking shows that it was delivered to the house. Like, key here is like, don't speculate if they're scamming you either. You can't prove it, so it's a wasted effort, and it's just a waste of your time and your emotional sanity, honestly. And assume that every customer is honest, even if they aren't, okay? Also, refund every order where the customer says that they didn't receive the order, okay? And this is obviously after sending the customer service template on missing packages like we just covered, okay? And this is obviously assuming that they're still claiming it's missing after you sent that customer service message that basically says like, hey, here's the tracking number, here was when it was delivered. Please check with like your neighbors, or check with like your building manager, or check with like, literally everything that we went over in the customer service template, okay? And again, don't speculate if they're scamming you or not. You can't prove it. It's a wasted effort. Just assume every customer is being honest and it didn't show up even if they aren't, okay? So refund them. And you're refunding them, A, because you don't want an unhappy customer that, reports it, number one. But also, if they report that it wasn't there and it never showed up, Amazon is going to side with the customer 100% of the time, okay? Let me repeat that. Amazon is going to side with the customer 100% of the time if you don't have signature confirmation on your packages. I've lost A to Z claims where it was pretty much proven, even with a picture, even with the driver saying it, that like they handed it to the customer at the actual location. I still lost the A to Z claim because I didn't have the signature confirmation. That's Amazon's policy on it, right? So if the key here, the reason I'm telling you this is if the customer claims that it wasn't delivered to their house, even if you have a tracking number to prove it, you will still lose if they file an A to Z claim. So it's not worth it. Don't let it escalate to that. Refund them, okay? And obviously, then that leaves one last thing. So anything $50 plus that's not reported damage, obviously, or not the wrong product, which is, anything, like I said, anything 50 and under, I refund. Anything that was reported as broken or not the right product, I provide a prepaid label for. So anything $50 more or $50 plus that's not damaged and not the wrong product, I tell them that I'm going to honor them. I'm going to honor a full refund, but I will not cover return shipping. Now, I'm not going to advertise that I'm not going to cover return shipping. But what I'm basically going to say to them is I'm going to use the customer service template like we covered before on how they can ship it back for a refund to your return warehouse, right? So it's something simply like, yeah, you can certainly return it. You can ship it back to my return warehouse listed below. And when I receive the product in its original condition and its original package, I'll issue you a 100% refund, something along those lines. And then obviously list them your return warehouse or your house or whatever it is, right? Wherever you're shipping or using from. Okay. So that's my return policy. Now, before we get into how to deal with Amazon returns, what I do want to cover really briefly is what Pirate Ship is. Now, I recommend Pirate Ship for everything, okay? I use Pirate Ship for returns on Facebook. I use Pirate Ship for returns on on Amazon. I also use Pirate Ship when I'm shipping out products sometimes, like if I need to ship out a product where I'm actually like reselling the product, I'll use Pirate Ship because it offers you the best rates. Now, you can literally paste the address in here, right directly from Amazon for this specific example. Obviously, the package dimension, the package weight, choose what the package specifically is. You can also say qualifies for media mail or, literally categorize it, whatever, and then say get rates. And it's going to tell you the best rates between like UPS, FedEx, the post office, and whatever, so that you can pick the best rate and you're not just going through one carrier, right? It's a no-brainer. I highly recommend pirateship.com, okay? Now, how to deal with Amazon returns. Okay. So with Amazon returns, you want to go to the way that you get there is in your Seller Central. You want to go to orders, manage returns, edit return settings. Okay. And also you want to make sure that you have your correct return address under the manage return addresses. So let me show you that. So you want to go to, again, orders, manage returns. It's going to take you right here. And then you also want to make sure that you have your current warehouse or your current return address or your current house under manage return addresses, because when a customer returns it, they're going to ship it back to you. And when Amazon auto authorizes it, they're going to ship it back to this address as well. Okay. So you want to receive all those. You want this to be your returns. If you have a prep center, there you go, put it in there. But the majority of you are probably just going to be using your house or your location. Okay. So that's how you approach that. Let's go back to the PowerPoint here. So the ways that you're going to get returns, there are several different ways. You'll get messages in your Seller Central messages sometimes asking for returns. In this case, use the template that I gave you previously and ask them to ship it back, right? When you receive it back, then you want to check the name on the label and match it with a corresponding order name, or look for the return authorization slip or barcode paper, and you'll see what that is, obviously. And every Amazon return has those or should have one of those inside of the return that you can then match with an order ID. Then mark that on your spreadsheet, right? And when somebody messages you asking for a return and says that they're going to ship it back, excuse me, or when somebody, or when you get an email, like we're going to cover here in a second, that Amazon's allowing a return to come back, you want to find that order or that person in your spreadsheet and that corresponding row. I mark it in orange and I literally put a note on it saying that that person's coming back. So that way, when I get a package back, I can either match the order ID or I can match the name super, super quickly because I'm just looking for the orange ones, right? But obviously, this goes without saying, just match the name or match the order ID on the return slip with the barcode inside of the package, okay? And then obviously refund the order for that customer by finding the order ID on Amazon and file for the return on your supplier and send it back to your suppliers, okay? And make sure, like I said, keep track of everything, as well as keeping track of like the profit and loss through the return. So when you pay for shipping, if it's prepaid, make sure you deduct that out of your cost right there. If the supplier refunds you back, make sure you take that out of your, you get the picture. Just make sure that you keep track of it so everything remains accurate throughout the entire thing. Otherwise, like let's say hypothetically you have like 1,000 transactions and 50 of them are returns. Well, you might be, inaccurate if you're not keeping track of that by like a few $100s or maybe even $1,000. It depends, right? So it's key to keep track of this profit and loss throughout the entire process, which is another reason why I said before in my return policy, I refund everything under $50, so I don't have to deal with it, right? But you don't have to if you're, kind of strapped for cash or if you have thin margins. You don't necessarily have to do that. That's just what I do, and I recommend it for most people, okay? And you'll also get return emails from Amazon saying that a return was auto-authorized and is coming back to your return address. In that situation specifically, that usually means that, not always, but it usually means that it was either reported as broken or damaged when the customer returned it, or they got something they weren't expecting or something along those lines, okay? So it honestly could be a number of other things, like they said that they didn't want it anymore and they're paying for the return shipping, but that's rare in this case. Usually if it's auto-authorized by Amazon, it's coming back because it was like damaged damaged or the wrong product, okay? Now, the last way that you will get return requests is either through emails or messages, or usually an email. And in this case, you're going to get like a return. A customer has requested a return, and you'll get that obviously through an email most times. Okay, and in this case, you need to then go back to your orders again, manage returns, and then find that specific return request. Okay, now I'm going to teach you how to approach it here in a second, and I'm going to show you, but let me just show you what that looks like. All right, so this is an example of what one looks like. This is a prior return. I don't have any return requests that are actually, recent right now, but this person reported a broken bowl, right? So what would happen is you'd come over here and you'd be able to authorize the return, or you'd be able to issue the refund if you just wanted to issue the refund. You'd also be able to contact the buyer. There should be buttons on the right when you find the corresponding order and the corresponding buyer, okay? You can also view more order details. If you want to issue the refund from here, like I said prior, and then just close the refund. If you want to close the refund and contact the buyer, this is how you're going to do it, right? You're going to go to orders, like I said, and then you're going to go to your returns and then find that actual return and then approach it from there. And that's only when you get a return request and Amazon's telling you that there's a return request, okay? So once you do identify it, you want to contact the buyer by clicking that little contact button from there, and then let them know where to ship it back, with the same template that we've covered before, right? Or if it's under $50, you can also just issue the refund from there, which is what I tend to do if it's under $50, right? Now, if you do get a return request here that's claiming the item was damaged or the wrong item was received, you want to either refund the customer again or close the request. This is, again, the best and easiest method in my opinion, or you can provide them with a prepaid return label by, again, hitting the contact customer button on the right of that specific return, like I just showed you, and then going to pirateship.com and buying a shipping label for that customer from that customer's address on the order to your address or your return warehouse or wherever it is, right? And then simply attach that in the messages for them and let them know in the message that you attached it for them, and you're providing them a prepaid return label, okay? Now, that's if obviously the product was damaged or the wrong item was received. Now, if the product is damaged and the wrong item is shipped, you want to provide a return label, and then I obviously just said, trust me, I plan on going over this a little bit more, but I've already covered why, you want to avoid A to Z claims, unhappy customers, bad feedback, other claim, we've covered that already, right? Now, this is rare that you'll get like a return request here when you need to actually go find it in your orders and manage returns. It's rare that if you get a return request that it's going to be for a reason like, it's damaged or inaccurate. Like, that's rare. Usually if it's reported damaged or inaccurate or something like that, or the wrong product, Amazon will tend to auto authorize them because the customer will go through a different way and their return will be authorized a different way, right? So every once in a while you will see it like the one that I just showed you, but that is rare. Typically when you get a return request here that you have to go find in orders, manage returns, it's going to be because like the customer changed their mind or they're going to claim something like it arrived late. When you actually, as a customer, go into your order and you file for a return, there's a number of different choices that you can click. And based on what the choice that the customer clicks is going to be how they're able to return the item, right? Whether it's auto authorized, whether they're going to message you, and so will your return policies as well, right? Whether they're going to message you, and so on and so forth. And that's basically how you handle returns and the overall strategy there, right? Now, again, just to reiterate, if you haven't set this up yet, you want to go to orders, manage returns, you want to set your return address, and then you want to specifically set up your return settings. Do you want to do you want to auto authorize everything? Do you want to provide paid labels for everything? Do you not want to provide prepaid labels? And if so, for what, right? Now, I've given you my strategy and how I approach this. It's up to you to set up yours however you want to, but this is how I do, and this is how I recommend that you do. Hope it helps. I really briefly want to cover an easy way to protect your metrics when you're drop shipping, okay? Now, one of the things that you'll run into when you're drop shipping, because one of the benefits of drop shipping is that you can list products, even high price products, for example, and some of those are even ideal, that don't necessarily sell as well, but when they do, they sell for high profit margins, right? And so if you're building a store with a lot of those and you don't necessarily have, a lot of low priced, low margin items that sell frequently, instead, the majority of your items tend to be a little higher priced, but they don't sell as much, or maybe you're sharing the buy box and you're not getting as many sales. The whole key here is if you're not having a lot of sales, you really don't have a lot of room for error when if you mess up on an order or two, right? Whereas if you're selling and doing a lot of volume, then obviously you have a lot more room for error because you can mess up those orders and it still won't really ding your metrics that bad because you have the sales volume to protect you, right? So if you don't have a lot of sales volume, and if you want to protect your metrics when you're drop shipping on Amazon over the long haul, this is a great method to do it, right? Now, obviously there's many key metrics that matter, but your late shipment rate, how fast you get orders out, given within the time frame that you set, like your handling time to ship it out and mark it shipped, obviously that matters a lot. Your pre-fulfillment cancel rate, how often you cancel an order matters a lot. They take that super seriously. This is one that you can't really, you don't want to play with this one. This one they take very seriously, right? They take them all seriously, but this one seems to be, in my experience, the most serious, okay? And your valid tracking rate, which obviously is the tracking numbers that you're putting in and how often you give a tracking number that corresponds validly that the customer can track, right? So all of those matter, but in this lecture specifically, I kind of want to touch on a cheap and easy way to protect your metrics when you're dropshipping on Amazon. Because if you can't protect your metrics, you're not going to last very long, and you're not doing this necessarily for like a month or two to make a little bit of cash. You want to build a long-term sustainable business, or at least as long-term as possible when you're doing this, so that you can protect your metrics over the long haul, right? And build an account that actually Amazon trusts. So one thing that you can do to protect your metrics that's super cheap and super easy is sell a lot of cheap items that have a lot of sales, right? Cheap items that move, very, very well on Amazon. Now, we're going to cover a lot of keys here, but one of the keys here is you're not necessarily going after, and you're combining this with dropshipping, by the way. You're not necessarily going after the profit on these items, right? You're doing this for the sales volume to help build out your metrics so that you're doing more volume overall as a merchant fulfilling seller so that you can make the money on your dropshipping listings, right? Does that make sense? Okay. So the sales volume that you do with these, books, for example, or wholesale products that are cheap, that are moving very, very quickly, is going to help protect your account metrics and protect you from ever going under in any performance category. This is a hack that I've been using. I typically use it with books because when I sell my wholesale products, I ship them into FBA, but you can obviously do this with wholesale products and sell them merchant fulfilled as well. So first things first is books. And right after this specifically, I'm going to drop the rest of a lecture that I did in my book course. So it's going to cover a number of ways to get free and cheap textbooks. You can, obviously go to local thrift stores. You can go to Craigslist. You can go to Letgo or OfferUp, which I believe is the same platform now. There's a number of ways, and we're going to cover specific ways that not only you can, but proof, and I'll show you of ways that I was able to do it in the past and just get a number of free books that I list on Amazon as merchant fulfilled used. And when those sell, it obviously adds a sale to my account for that day or for the month, or you know what I mean? Like maybe it's like a couple sales a month or like 10 or 20 sales a month on used books for those. But those added sales help protect my metrics, right? And I didn't really scale that up because I was doing a lot of volume specifically with other low priced products that I was drop shipping. So it helped protect my sales in that aspect. But if you're one of the people that's doing high prices or not a lot of sales yet, this is a great way to protect your account as you scale, all right? So again, we're not going to cover books too specifically here because I'm going to drop the entire rest of a lecture that I did right after this. We're going to move into that video. So it's going to show you how to get a bunch of free and cheap textbooks, or not just textbooks, books in general, that you can then list merchant fulfilled on Amazon to help protect your account. Another easy way is wholesale products. Now, wholesale products is it's a way that you can be profitable and also find brand name products that are moving very, very quickly. If you're really, really worried about it, because books might take a little bit longer to sell, especially if you're dealing with like a lot of higher ranked books. Wholesale products, you can typically go after cheap products that move very, very quickly, so you're getting a lot of sales, right? You might not necessarily be profitable, but for example, like there was one that I bought when I did this, I think 4 or 5 months ago, and I bought a bunch of Phase 10 cards on, e-distribution, because those Phase 10 cards were literally like $4 a pack, right? And they were selling on Amazon, I think for like $7.99 or something at the time, or maybe like $8.99. So I was still making like 25 cents for every single one that I fulfilled. So like yeah, I was making money, but that wasn't the issue. That wasn't the reason I was doing it, right? I was doing it for the added sales. I think I was selling like 5 to 10 of those a day because I was sharing the buy box with like a number of other sellers and it had like hundreds of sales a day. But that's 5 to 10 sales I was getting every single day that I was printing out the Amazon shipping label so that every single one of those sales was going to add and protect against my metrics in case I made a mistake on a drop shipping order, right? So you can do that with wholesale products. Obviously, you're going to need like an EIN, you're going to need a resale certificate to be able to sign up for wholesale companies, but you don't need to find like any specific obscure wholesale companies because you're not really trying to find profitable products here. You're just trying to find products that sell. So EE distribution is still a great place to do that because those toys sell really, really quickly and they sell really, really well. And a lot of people, when they're doing wholesale, they're looking for profit, right? And don't get me wrong, like you can be looking for profit, right? But the key here is you're not necessarily trying to be super profitable with these items. You're doing this for the added sales to protect your account metrics overall, right? So that you can typically make lots of money on your drop shipping listings. You're not really trying to make money with the wholesale products or the books necessarily, right? But if you are making money on those and you can find profitable products, then even more power to you, right? But that's not the key here. You're doing this to protect your metrics, all right? So I don't want to get too into the wholesale products. Just know that that's an avenue that you can take if you want. The books is a really, really easy way and a good beginner method to start protecting your account because you can get a lot of free and a lot of cheap textbooks and a lot of books in general, list them, fulfill them slowly, and help protect your account that way. But you can also go the scalable, very, very quickly route with wholesale products as well, right? And you don't need to do this. I want to hit this home. You do not need to do this. So if this doesn't interest you at all, then just skip this. It's totally fine. You don't need to do this by any means, but this is just a good way to safeguard your account metrics for not much more work at all once you get some inventory. Like I fulfill, a couple books here and there, like every other day maybe, and it takes me like 10 minutes while I'm working out in the morning. It doesn't take a lot of my effort, a lot of time, right? So you might need to go get the books initially or order the books initially, and then those slow sales will be a trickle effect to help protect your account, right? You might need to order the wholesale products initially, but those sales will help protect your account overall so that you can really make money and turn up the drop shipping and not really worry about messing up a sale or two here and there because you have the sales volume doing this to help protect it, right? And then obviously as you scale your drop shipping listings and you have a number of drop shipping listings that are doing well that you can trust, you don't need to really worry about this anymore, all right? So I'm going to drop the rest of a lecture that I did on books from my book course on how you can find cheap and free textbooks. I think it's going to really help the few of you that want to kind of try this out because I'm telling you, this is going to be a game changer. Once you start dropshipping, you'll notice just how difficult it can be, not always depending on your products, but how difficult it can be to protect all of your metrics. And this is an easy way to do that long term. All right. So let's jump into the book lecture and we'll cover how you can get cheap and free books. Another great place where you can find cheap and free books. And this is actually a place where I got, I think it was like 750 to 1,000 books with like a month ago. And I still haven't listed all those because I actually did this on Let Go as well and got another book palette as well. So I've been using Craigslist, Let Go, and OfferUp to find free books. Yes, free books. So if you come down here to the Craigslist section right here into free, you'll notice that people list free stuff that they're just trying to get rid of, okay? So you can scan through and see if there's any book listings here. Now, this is one of the things I teach people to do in online arbitrage in general. Just come here and find things. Look, free pet carrier. You can resell that back online for 100% profit margin. Free, it looks like free tricycle and ride toy. It's just out by the curb. Free armoire. A lot of times you'll see like free tables, free piano, free couches. So you can resell them back on like Facebook Marketplace for 100% profit. Free couch, because people just aren't they aren't trying to do the legwork to move those out, right? Free pool table sometimes you'll see. And so if you have like a truck or you have something big, you can go pick those up for free and then resell them back on like Facebook Marketplace for a profit, or if it's something a little bit smaller, back online somewhere else for a profit, like Amazon or eBay or Poshmark or Mercari or something like that, okay? But often you'll see books listed here as well. So you can also come to the free and search for books up in the search and see if there are any books here. And quite often you'll see, look, free cookbooks. That's super close to me. Free books. There's no picture there. Free curb alert, kids toys, high chair, and books. So you can go pick these up for free. And quite often you'll see, look right here, a lot of cooking books for free. You're getting like, it looks like 20 or 30 books right there for free. That person just probably has them out by the curb. They're probably just trying to get rid of them. And so the way that you can basically utilize this to show you I'm not just making this up is one of the ways that I've used this in the past is I'll just message these people and be like, hey, I'm interested in the books. If this picture uploads, hey, I'm interested in the books. I saw them. Are they still available, right? And then they'll give me more information, and I'll basically be like, hey, okay, that's great. You're 20 minutes away or you're 15 minutes away from me. How many books are there? I'm interested in coming to pick them up, but I just want to make sure it's kind of worth my money in gas or something like that, right? And so you want to get information on them or what's there ahead of time. So you have to make that call for yourself if it's worth it to go pick up 20 books for free 10 minutes away, right? Or go pick up 30 books for free 5 minutes away. And depending on where you're going to find these, you can find great deals. Look at all these books right here, free books. That's maybe like 100 books or so, maybe 200 books. There's probably a bunch in this little thing right here. You can get these for free if you're willing to go pick them up, because this person is just trying to get rid of them. So just to show you, like I said, that I am not just making this up, look, I message people like this all the time, and this is one, I literally messaged this guy. It was kind of sad. His mom actually had just passed away. She'd lived a long life, so that was good. But he was moving things out of his mom's house, and she had ridiculous amount of books. I messaged this guy and asked him, hey, I'm interested in the books. How many are there? How many, is it worth my while to come pick them up? And he was basically like, there's thousands here if you want to come grab them. And so what I did is I went and I grabbed as many as I could literally fit in bins in my car, because my car's not that big. And I went and I grabbed a bunch of books, okay? I could have grabbed all the other ones too. I just never ended up going back. So there are great opportunities. Just to show you all those books that I did grab, here's some of those books right here. Here's some of the books as well. And then look, all of these literally I grabbed and threw in my car. I couldn't fit any more in my car, otherwise I would have grabbed more. So there's a great opportunity. I got those all 100% free, and I think at the end of it, I think there was like 750 roughly books in that like full lot of what I grabbed, but there was probably another good 750 there that I didn't take as well. So you can utilize places like free Craigslist like this, right? Free books, to use them and go to the free section and find free opportunities, especially for books. And then every time you sell that, it's 100% margin. You're going to find that, some of them you're going to scan with the Amazon app when you go to resell them, and they're not going to be worth anything. And that's okay, because you got it for free. And some of them you're going to scan and they're going to be worth very minimal. And some of them you're going to scan and they're going to be worth like $5. And some of them you're going to scan and they're going to be worth like $10. And every once in a while you're going to scan one and it's going to be worth a lot of money. And that's basically what I've seen. So if you go out and find like 1,000 books, right, and you get them for free using Facebook and Letgo and OfferUp, okay, then you're going to find that maybe 200 of them aren't really worth anything, and they're not going to really sell because their bestseller rank, or their sales velocity on Amazon. And you can use Jungle Scout, or you can look at the bestseller rank to see what their sales velocity is. We'll talk about that a little bit more in depth in the eFlip tutorials when we're sourcing through different books and seeing like kind of if they're profitable and if we want to buy them or not. You'll understand that more. But what I'm basically trying to say is if you buy 1,000, maybe 200 of them aren't good. They're not going to sell very quickly if they ever sell, or they're not worth much. And then maybe 700 of those 1,000, so now we're at 900 total, 700 of those 1,000 are, maybe worth like $5 to $10. They're not really worth much, but remember, it only costs you about $250 to $280 to ship them out. So then that's $7.50 profit margin potentially that you're going to make, not counting the Amazon fees. And also remember that the Amazon fees are super cheap as well. So if you're making like $7.50 profit, then your fee might be like another $2 and you're making like $5.50 now. And if you're selling a book for like $4, then your fee might be like $1.50 and then you're making $3 profit. So if you can imagine, if you can get a number of books in bulk for free like this, you can make a lot of money pretty quickly, and more importantly, you can make a lot of sales while you're making a lot of money to do that. So utilize these to your advantage. It's very, very easy to get free books. I'm telling you, if you're willing to hop on these, and you do need to hop on these because other people are looking for them as well, but I'm proof that I've done it a couple different times now, not just with books, but with other things too, and this is something that I preach across the board. If you're willing to put the legwork in, you can get a number of free things to make money very easily. So to show you how to do it with Letgo, I've used Letgo as well. I went and picked up, it was like a month ago as well, right before I went to the shore. It was like I want to say like 200 books from some lady that was like cleaning out her garage, and her husband was like a hoarder, and she was just trying to get rid of all the books. And now she has my number, and she said basically she's continually going through, and she's going to start stacking up more, and she's going to text me every single time she has like another couple hundred that she wants to get rid of, and boom, I just go pick them up, and it's free books, free money, free sales, and it's going to increase my bestseller rank. It's going to increase my seller metrics and also help me get ungated because I'm getting free inventory, I'm getting the sales and free money, okay? So that's how you use Letgo and Craigslist. You come to free stuff on Letgo right here. You can add your location access, obviously is what you'd want to do. And then it's going to show you what's close to you, what's free close to you. Look, books right here. Oh, those are bookshelves only, not books. And you can also, once again, come into Letgo search and just type books once you're in free stuff, and it should sort through pretty easily. So here's 9 free books right here, 5 free books right there, and so on and so forth. And every once in a while, you'll notice that, there are a number of good books. You just have to be willing to go out and message people, see how many books they actually have, and see if something's worth your while, okay? Same thing with OfferUp. So if you come down here and you go to more and free, it will sort through free. And then you can basically see what's free. You can also search for books and see if there are any free books, listed right here, okay? So right here, boom, Disney collection of books, magazines for free, Scholastic books, this person's selling them, you don't want those. And that's basically how you're gonna go ahead and get free books like that, okay? So that's how you use Craigslist, Letgo, and OfferUp to find free and cheap books. Now, you can also find free and cheap books using Facebook Marketplace too. So if you come to Facebook Marketplace and you search for books, then you can just kind of sort through and see, okay, are people selling a bunch of books? Oh, here's free VHS tapes really close to me, about like 10 minutes away from me probably. I can go grab all of these and sell these and make a ridiculous amount of profit. So if you're willing to go grab these, you can do that as well, okay? So use Facebook Marketplace to your advantage. It's very, very easy to go do that. Now, you can also, the number of other ways, these aren't free necessarily, so the other methods that I just gave you, Craigslist, Facebook Marketplace, Letgo, and OfferUp, and eFlip isn't free, but it's super close to free a lot of times because you're getting them for a cent to your door. But those are all basically free or very, very cheap. Now, just to tie it back into the way that usually people get free books or usually people get cheap books, they go out and they source out like Goodwills or thrift stores. But I'm going to show you how to buy books very, very cheaply online, okay? So one of the ways that I like to do it, and I'll show you an example of one that I bought right here. I've probably bought like maybe like 5 to 10 of these now, is I'll buy like lots of books on eBay if I can find a good deal with new books or good condition books, and I can get them to my door. So look, if you see here, I literally bid $50 on this for 100 books, which is 50 cents a book to my door because I'm just trying to increase my sales, and I made money. I probably sold maybe like 20 of these 100 already, roughly. I'm just estimating, and I probably still have like 80 left in inventory currently in this lot, but I've probably been close to making my money back roughly just on those 20. I probably haven't made the $50 back yet, but it's pretty close. So I've practically made my money back, and I have 80 more books to sell just buying these super cheap to my door on eBay. So what I basically do is, I didn't mean to X out of that, I come to eBay and I type in bulk books, and then I'll just sort through and I'll see, okay, a lot of children's books for $50, $35.99. And what you can do is you can make offers. You don't want to lowball super, super low, but you can make offers a lot cheaper and see if you can get something super cheap. 10 right here, that's not a good deal because it's about $1 a book. That's a bad deal. But quite often, you will see bad deals here, trust me, but quite often you'll see good deals as well. So right here, 60 new kindergarten, first grade, beginning to learn children's book lot, and they are new. Right here, it says $27.50 or best offer. So what I would do, that's already under 50 cents a book, right, is let's pull the calculator up right here. It's going to say that that's like 45 cents a book or something like that. So $27.50 divided by 60 is 45 cents a book, right? So 45 cents a book roughly, or 46 cents almost a book. Now, what I would do is I'd come in and I'd lowball this person. I wouldn't give them a ridiculous lowball. I would maybe say like $17 or $20. So let's say that maybe I bought these for $17 and I divide that by 60. Then I'm getting them to my door for 28 cents a book. You can make money on 28 cents a book, and then you have about 60 books to sell in your inventory, and then you're, however many away from 2,000 sales in that 6-month period, okay? So this is a great opportunity if you want to search for bulk books on eBay. Another way that you can basically do it is you can come and you can search bulk books on on Google and see what's available to you depending on where you live. Because one of the things that we're going to talk about here in a second is Gaylords, which are basically pallets of books. It's just a term that they use for pallets of books in bulk. And Gaylord is basically like that bin that you see. Let me see really fast. So like this bin that you see right here when you click on this, that's a Gaylord. There's probably better, let's see if we can find a better picture of it. Of course, no. But it's basically just that big box of books. That's a Gaylord, okay? So what you can do is you can search bulk books on Google, and then Google will feed you stuff that's close to you. Right here, bulk books, DVDs, used. Let's see what this one is. So local pickup. And this is why you want to search it on Google or eBay, because it's going to suggest things that are close to you. So sometimes with Gaylords, you can get them shipped, but it's going to cost you a ridiculous amount of money to ship them because they're so heavy. Look, 800 pounds. So you have to pick this up. They're not going to actually ship this, although some people will ship it, but then you have to pay a ridiculous amount. So that's why you want to search on Google to find which ones are close to you, because if you're close to one of these people that sell Gaylords, then you can go pick this up. Look, 100. How many books is this right here? Let's see if we can find the info. Of course, it doesn't say. Let's read seller's full description. About 800 plus books right here for 180 bucks. So what is the calculator then? 180 books, 800 bucks, 22 cents a book right here. If you can go pick these up. And then you're getting 800 books that you can potentially, or 800 plus books that you can then potentially sell back on Amazon for a profit, because you're eventually going to make your money back, because 160 for 22 cents a book, super cheap. And there's probably some good books in there like we talked about, some bad books in there, and some ones that sell very, very well, and also ones that aren't worth very much. That's just the name of the game when you're selling books. But this is how you're going to get them in bulk. You're going to want to search for Gaylords close to you, whether you search for on eBay or you search through Google, and then you can buy cheap books. Here's another example of one right here, $269.97. You can obviously get this delivered, or you can pick it up. And where does it say the 700 books right here? Should be over 700 books, and probably weighs about 900 pounds. So you're going to obviously need a truck to go get this, and then usually when people have pallets or Gaylord pallets, they have like forklifts, and they can put it in your truck or your vehicle, and then you're obviously just going to have to take it out if you have a forklift yourself, which obviously the majority of us don't, then you're just going to have to kind of load up boxes or load up bins and take it out slowly. But that's how you can basically do that. So don't be scared to go ahead and do this and buy this in bulk. You can get a lot of sales, and you're going to make your money back super, super fast, okay? So that's how you can get free and cheap books. Remember to utilize all those. Search for Gaylords. Also use Facebook Marketplace, Craigslist free, Letgo free, and OfferUp. Don't be one of those people that sits back and is a skeptic. Look, right here, free VHS tapes. I might message this person when we're done here and see if these are still available, because I'm going to go ahead and grab them. Why would I not? Okay, so don't be one of those skeptics. Go out and grab these. Remember, you can get ridiculous amounts of books for free if you're willing to put the legwork in, and then you can get to sales and get to that maximum approval territory or tier, and also make money in the process. So about a month, maybe month and a half ago, maybe even longer, honestly, I created a dropshipping spreadsheet template for you guys. And it was basically, my process, how I input orders, how I kept track of everything in my dropshipping business, mainly for Facebook Marketplace, because that's what I was doing at the time, right? And I wanted to update it because while that one that I put out still helps, there are some missing things in there that will help you a little bit more. Plus, this one that I'm going to give you here is, practically set up to auto-calculate. We'll also show you how to deal with Poshmark, Mercari, as well as Amazon. And there's just different nuances that I kind of want to touch on here. So this is the updated one. This will help you a lot more. There's some different things in this one that are not in the last one, but obviously I will update this so you can get this template if you don't already have it at the end of the video, okay? So here's the basics, right? Like this is what this spreadsheet template looks like. And as we add orders in, they'll start auto-calculating down here. They'll tell me what I've earned overall, right? In this column. They'll tell me what I spent to obviously get that, right? They'll tell me what my profit per item is, what my margin percentage on that is. Like for the example right here, like I earned 77.5% because you just moved the decimal point over two spots, right? So I made 77.5% on this item right here. And it will also slowly add them all and auto-calculate so that at the end of the month, I usually keep track of this monthly and I make a new spreadsheet every month, although you don't have to do that if you don't want to. I recommend keeping track of it monthly, but you again don't have to do that. Okay, and that way you'll know exactly what your profit is every single month, exactly what you spend, exactly what you've earned, exactly what your average margin is, so that you can make incremental improvements, incremental adjustments, and improve your business. Okay, so for example, these are fake orders in here. For all of these, we're going to go through Poshmark, Mercari, Amazon, and the different nuances of each and how I keep track. But basically, at the beginning of the day, today it is 7:21, right? So if I woke up to a couple orders here, or maybe I just got an order on Facebook Marketplace, and you'll see down here I have 4 tabs, right? So we have Facebook Marketplace open, Poshmark, I can't talk today, a tab for Poshmark, wow, a tab for Mercari, and a tab for Amazon, okay? And if you don't plan on selling on any of these, you don't have to either ever go in there and input anything, or you can simply just delete that tab altogether, okay? So today, if I got an order, right, what I usually do in the morning is I'll come in and I'll be like, okay, 7/21/21 is exactly what date it is, and I'll just start processing a bunch of these down here because I know I'll get multiple. Don't know what I just did there, did not mean to do that. But I know I'll get multiple orders daily, so I usually just start out with like 10 to 20 because that's roughly about what I expect to get on an average day, right? So I'll start inputting those, and then I'll just start fulfilling orders. And what I always do here is I'll go like FBM, and then I'll put the name of the person in here. Now, you don't need FBM here because obviously it's in the FBM spreadsheet. It's just kind of like a habit that I have. Same thing with Amazon. I'll put the Amazon marketplace in, even though, obviously we're in the Amazon tab. So if you want to not do that, then that's perfectly fine. Again, I do the same thing with Mercari. I do the same thing with Poshmark. It's just a habit, but you don't need to there, right? So let's just assume you're not going to do that. And we'll say like you get an order from like, I don't know, like Yoel Romero, who's a UFC fighter, random. So you get an order from Yoel Romero. It's for this same 3-pack mop handles. So you're going to put the title in here, the marketplace, and the name, or just simply the order's name here. I don't personally ever keep track of the order ID on Facebook because I simply go back through my Facebook orders, or you can even do it on, what's it called? You can even do it on ZDrop as well if you want to look through your orders there. It's very easy to find it, especially if you have the name of the item and the actual person's name. It's usually pretty easy to just do a search and find with like Control F on Facebook Marketplace through your orders. So I don't really ever do that. You can, though, if you want to do that, then just add a column here. Just go insert column, and you can just like put a column in here for like, Facebook Marketplace order number, right? But I don't ever do that, so you don't really need that in my opinion, okay? Now, tracking I always leave blank until I get the information that this is tracked, right? So for example, I'll come through and let's say that I source this specifically from Amazon. Well, then I'll put Amazon in there. If I source this specifically from Walmart, I'll put Walmart in there. If I source this from Target, I'll put Target in there, Chewy in there, whatever it is, eBay, it doesn't matter. Whatever your supplier is, this is where you want to keep track of who your supplier is and then what you actually got paid on the order, right? Not the, not the revenue, but your take-home profit on the order. So you can look at that in a number of different ways. It will tell you in the email sometimes. You can also go into edit and look at your estimated payment. There's a number of ways to do it, right? But just find out what your margin is there. Let's say hypothetically it was like 43.65, super random, right? And then that's what you start with right here, right? So then you want to go ahead and go through the ordering process. I mean, you're not sure what the ordering process is. You simply want to go ahead and copy the shipping address and the buyer's information, go to your supplier, order that item, and send it to that buyer and that shipping address, right? This is common sense, but if you don't understand how to do that, drop a comment down below. Let me know, and if I see enough people that need to know how to process orders, I thought that was kind of like a basic thing, so I haven't made that video yet, but it seems like it's a growing issue that some people would like me to make a video on. So if that's you, then drop a comment down below, let me know. And if several people have that issue, I will go ahead and I will make a video showing how to actually order and go through the ordering process, right? So let's say you're going to order it to Yoel Romero and their address, and then you finally get your shipping order or your supplier order ID, right? So we're just going to copy this for the sake of saving your time. You would paste the order ID into this column right here and write what you spent in this column right here. So for example, maybe this was like, I don't know, like $33.20, right? Bam. And then to get this to start auto-calculating, usually it does. You just want to simply put in, it usually will start auto-calculating, but because I just kind of deleted a few things and mixed and matched, it doesn't have like the parameter set. If it's not working, then all you simply want to do is go to this profit column, click equals, click on this one, do a minus sign, and then click on this one, right? And then hit enter. Because all you really want to know is you want to know what this minus this equals, right? And as you start doing that a couple times, it will start picking up the trajectory of it. And then a few orders in, it will just start auto-calculating everything, okay? These down here, you never have to touch. They will auto-calculate as you move down the spreadsheet. For the margin, if you want to start this auto-calculating, if it's not working, you just click equals. You take the profit right here, click that column once, and then you click divided by the spend column, okay? And then enter, and now you can see that you have a 31% margin on this item. You made $10.45 if everything goes to plan, okay? Now, I keep this open. Let's just say that, like, hypothetically, you're going down the orders and you start having orders, you start processing orders, right? And then you get notified that, like, one of your orders shipped, right? So then you want to come back, you want to input the tracking number into your shipped item. You find who that person is, where the order is in your spreadsheet. You put the tracking information in there. You put the tracking information in Facebook Marketplace, and you ship your order, right? And then what I like to do is I'll highlight this row right here. I'll come in and I'll make this a 1. Okay. And what that basically does is as you get more and more orders, it's going to keep your spreadsheet really, really easy to keep track of and see what's left in your orders and what is a completed order, while keeping, you might think like, okay, well, why wouldn't you delete that? Well, because you want it to auto calculate and keep your data in here. And if you ever need to go back and figure out like, okay, Yo Romero's filing a complaint saying their order never came, or there's an issue with a specific order and you have like the tracking number or the order ID number or the buyer's name, right? And this is still in your spreadsheet, you just can't see it. Well, then you can come back in, you can search for Yo Romero, and bam, it will pop up with your order, and then you can just re-maximize that again and figure out exactly what went wrong. You can look at the tracking. Did you use OA Genius? You know, what's the order ID? Who's the supplier? So you can look more into it. And so that's why I like to keep it like that. I'll just change it to 1. And this is static across the board for every supplier. It doesn't matter if it's Facebook Marketplace. It doesn't matter if it's Amazon, Mercari, Poshmark, whatever, okay? So that's what I recommend doing it there. And then as you start to build more orders, it'll be very, very easy to keep track of what you still need to process, right? What you still need to input tracking for, and what's a completed order, okay? So that's Facebook Marketplace in a nutshell. It's very, very easy. And this, again, the spreadsheet, as you start going through, will auto-calculate and tell you what your margins are, your profit is, what your spend is, what you earned, et cetera, et cetera. Now, the next one for Poshmark, and keep in mind with Poshmark, you need to obviously do it one of two ways. I'm not going to go too in-depth with how to actually approach dropshipping on Poshmark because I've done a number of videos on this in the past. Just check the recent videos on the channel. There's about 2 of them, I think. One deals with like the shipping process and how to actually input tracking doing dropshipping on Poshmark, and the other one is just simply like an overview video. You can go back throughout the past like 20 videos on this channel, find both of those. They're both very, very easy to find, and watch them if you want to, okay? So on Poshmark, I don't really ever put the tracking number in because it's kind of like a lazy habit, although you can. But what I do like to put here is after I'm done, I don't really do the dropship arbitrage anymore. What I simply do is I'll do it just like dropshipping, right? So I'll order this to Anna Faris. If she's the person that ordered, she's an actress, obviously. This is a fake order again, but I'll order it to Anna Faris. And then what I'll do is I'll also package up a thank you note with a Poshmark label and ship it to that same buyer and that same address so that once they get the order, that I obviously get the order delivered and make the money, but then the Poshmark label still also goes to them as well, right? So I don't ever really put the tracking number in, but you could obviously put the tracking number in here if you wanted to, because again, just like any other order, you're going to get notified with the tracking number. It's probably a safer bet to do that, but again, it's just a habit. I'm kind of lazy. And if I really need to track an order down, I have the supplier, I have the order ID. I can always go back and look into my orders on that supplier and figure out exactly what went wrong. So that's why I don't really input the tracking here because it's not necessary. But you can if you want more data to play with, right? Same thing here, right? You're going to input the date, input the item title, input the marketplace and the buyer name, or just the buyer name. If you just want to do the buyer name, change this title for this column to just buyer. Obviously, the tracking for the shipment here after the shipment has shipped, and you get the tracking number, or just skip this altogether. I don't put this in there, but I wanted to touch on it. And I always just put like a reminder here is like I ship this with the Poshmark label and thank you. And then again, same thing, nothing changes. The order ID number after you order it, the supplier, what you earned, what you spent, and then it should auto calculate again with your margin and your profit here. And this should, start auto calculating down here. Now, if you need to add more columns, right? Because like obviously this is up here, so you can see exactly what your overall profit and spend and everything is here. If you need to input more columns, just highlight a column right here. And then on PC, I'm sure it's something very, very similar on Mac. You can Google it. You just want to hold Control Shift and hold the plus button in. So 3 buttons, Control Shift plus, hold them all in once you have a column highlighted like this, and it'll just start inputting rows right there, and you can just input as many as you want, right? You can you can go crazy if you really want to input a bunch and you're getting a bunch of orders, and just see how it starts to add a bunch of them in there, and then you go all the way to the top, and then look, it just added a bunch of columns. So that's very, very easy to do that way, okay? Now, same thing with Mercari. Nothing really changes on Mercari. Again, you're just going to input the date, the item title, the marketplace or the buyer, or again, if you just want to put the buyer name, that's fine here. The tracking number is going to be, blank until you input the tracking. Same thing here with the order. Nothing really changes. This is just the Mercari. And the reason that I break it up this way is so at the end of the month, I can see exactly what my profit margin percentage is. Like for example, like 29% here. If that was my margin, well, I know I made pretty much 29% on all of my orders on Mercari specifically, right? And I can look back at how much am I making on each platform profit-wise, right? How much am I spending, obviously, and what my margin percentage is. So I know that, like, okay, for example, like last month I figured out like I was making a shitload of money on Amazon, okay? But my margin wasn't nearly, and don't look at these numbers right here. They're just like fake orders. I just input stuff to kind of show you. So I was making a shitload of money. Like my total revenue pulled in was a lot, but my margin was a lot lower on Amazon than it was on Facebook Marketplace or on Mercari or Poshmark, for example, right? So while I was making a lot in revenue, my margins and my profit was half decent. I had to spend a lot of money to make that margin, whereas I could spend a lot less on Facebook Marketplace and keep my margin a lot higher, right? Another example of something that I learned by doing this is that while Poshmark, you can make money on Poshmark, and you still do. Like, I recommend diversifying the platforms. I recommend selling on Poshmark and Mercari if you do it right. And like I said, watch the videos on this channel about how to do it right. But for example, if you're, like if you're doing it on Poshmark specifically, you might realize, and this may or may not be the case for your business, but like, for example, what I learned last month in Poshmark, and I also didn't scale it up nearly as much as I tried to scale up Facebook Marketplace, Mercari, or Amazon. So like, that's why I'm trying to scale it up a little bit this month and see if like my numbers change. But like, I didn't really earn that much on Poshmark. So like, I stopped kind of putting my time into it because I wasn't making nearly as much as I was on Facebook Marketplace or on Amazon or even close to Mercari, right? So while I'm scaling it up, it's more of like a testing thing. But if I do this for a couple months, I'm going to look back at the data, and it's like, if I'm not making nearly enough on Poshmark, I might just not waste my time with it, okay? So I recommend that you want to break all these up into different categories if possible for each marketplace like I have on this spreadsheet, so you can look back and see exactly what your numbers are and what the data is on each and every marketplace, because they're all going to be different, okay? So same thing, like I said, goes with Mercari. Nothing changes. It auto-calculates. If you move over to the Amazon one, this is the only one that really has a few differences here. So the first thing you're going to notice is when you get an Amazon order, you're going to get emailed just like you would on Facebook Marketplace. So you want to put the order ID in here. The tracking number is going to be empty, again, until you track it. And then again, once you put the tracking number in, just like any other marketplace, just like any part of the spreadsheet, I recommend once an order is done, turn it to size 1 so that you can always go back and search for that data and find it if you need to, if you ever run into an issue with a shipment, right? And if you do run into an issue with a shipment, another thing I like to do, just a little caveat here, is I'll change this like a different color just so I know, like, okay, this had an issue. And then right here in the tracking, I'll put a little note. I'll be like, okay, like buyer requested refund, they're shipping it back, or whatever it is, right? Whatever it is. You can also put like notes over here if you want to make another column for notes on this order. That also works very, very well, okay? So let's just undo all that, go back. But so the first thing you're going to input is the order ID number, okay? Then you're going to input the customer's name. Again, the item title. All this stuff is pretty much common sense. The date that the order occurred on, so you can go back and look at it. The marketplace, again, this is Amazon. You don't need this. This is just like a habit that I have. You can delete this column if you want. And then the supplier ID, your supplier, obviously, so you can find them. what you earn, same thing here. The only thing that's different here is you're going to have the order ID for Amazon, because this is what you're going to need to go ahead and find. You might not need to have this column if you're just starting, right? Like I didn't have this when I first started, and it was a big mistake because like when I first started, I was only getting like maybe like 5 to 10 orders, a day. And like once I started to scale, I needed to know all my order IDs, because you can no longer go in and just manually find them. It takes too long. So you need to search for the order ID in your Amazon orders to find the order ID, right? So this is not, a lot of this stuff that I'm talking about isn't going to be as important, like if you're not scaled, right? But as you scale, this information and keeping track of it, like I'm talking about, is going to become vitally more important so that you can stay organized and scale your business, right? And keep track of all your numbers.
So there's a number of use cases for this specific software. As you can see, we have the competitor lookup, the product research, the market research, the keyword research, the ABA search database, the global brand database, the storefront tracker, and obviously any products that you've added to your list or to your store, you can run data on those. You can search multitude of different marketplaces from the US all the way to India, as you can see here. You can also set the specific category on all of these, not just in market research. You can also do it on competitor lookup, as you can see here. And one of the coolest things as well is you can pick the specific time frame in which you want to search, right? So do you want to search the past 30 days? Do you want more comprehensive data over a longer period of time, so you can get kind of a baseline of where the sales have been and how consistently they've been? It's all there for you. But for this specific example, I'm going to show you how you can use it to reverse engineer your top competitors and find profitable listings that you might not have found otherwise. So as an example, we know that there's many third-party brands that are owned by specific websites and specific companies, right? An example of that would be Cobalt for Lowe's, right? Lowe's owns the brand Cobalt, and it's only sold on Lowe's. Another example that everybody always uses is Mainstays, right? Because Walmart owns Mainstays, and again, Mainstays is only sold on walmart.com by Walmart. And so these are two examples of how you can utilize this for retail dropshipping on Amazon. So for example, if we were on Amazon and we went to Mainstays and just searched the keyword Mainstays for that brand, well, we know that if we can find something specifically like this as an example, Mainstays side storage desk, and it's not Prime, meaning it's not an FBA, it's seller fulfilled, there's a high likelihood that it's one of two things. First and foremost, which it most likely is a dropshipping listing from somebody dropshipping this product from Walmart, because it's only sold on Walmart. Or secondly, which is a lot less frequent, is somebody reselling this in a used like new condition. But that's not as common. So for example, we know that if we click on this listing right here, this is gonna be a drop shipper selling this. So right here, whatever this person's store name is, we know that they're obviously drop shipping this product. So what we could do from this angle, right, is if we clicked on this specific store, what I used to teach people to do is visit their storefront and see all the top products they're selling, and then slowly, manually go back through all their products to find profitable products yourself, right? Because obviously in this example, don't list Mainstays, don't drop ship on Amazon from Walmart. That's a big no-no. I'm just giving this to you as an example. But if you went through all their listings right here, chances are if they're drop shipping one, then they're drop shipping a number of them, if not all of them. And so we can take their best selling products if we went through and manually search through all their products and reverse engineer their top sellers, right? So if we scroll down though, I used to tell people to manually do this, but let's say they have dozens or hundreds of products, that's gonna take you a long time. And so I used to tell people to pay VA to do this if you were doing it manually, but you don't need to do that anymore because you can reverse engineer with Seller Sprite. So if we just come back up and go back to their specific store name and we take their store name in there, go back to Seller Sprite, go to the competitor lookup, right? And then you'll see you can search for keyword, you can search for the brand name, right? So if you wanted to search Mainstays there, or let's say specifically what you had here as well was like a wholesale brand or maybe an obscure retail brand. So let's say it was a wholesale brand, you'd type the wholesale brand in here, search it, and you'd be able to find everybody else on Amazon also selling that brand, which is a game changer, especially for wholesale drop shipping. Now, for this example, we're talking about retail, right? So if we just paste in that seller's name, which is a little strange, it's a long jumblation of letters. I don't even know what that is. Well, let's paste that in there and run a search on it. And you can now see all their products. And why is this important? Because then we can then search through and sort it so that we're only going after and checking their top selling products so we can check those. It's gonna save us a lot of time, gonna help us find a lot more profitable listings a lot faster and make more money Again, a lot faster. So as you can see here, if we just sort through, there's really no reason to actually sort through on this one because this person's only sold 2 different things in the last 30 days, and it was this one and it was this one. So you could look through this. I actually used to sell something similar to this on Facebook Marketplace all the time. So I do know that this actually specific one sells. It might even be from Walmart or Amazon. I don't remember. But as another example, right? Let's go back and find one more seller, find another mainstays thing here on Amazon. And again, just to reiterate, do not dropship mainstays. Do not dropship from Walmart or from Lowe's or anything like that. Do not dropship from big brand retail suppliers that Amazon competes with. That is inevitably going to get you suspended. This is just an example. Again, mainstays motion sensor trash can. There's a high likelihood that this is again dropshipped. Look, it's not FBA. So we know that this person right here, Benjamin US, as well as most likely all 5 of these other sellers are drop shipping this product on Amazon. So we just found a treasure trove of people that are drop shipping. And what we could do is we can search their stores as you come down here. We don't have to manually do it anymore because we can just take his store name, which is Benjamin US in this example. And again, search to see if he has any hot selling products that are doing well. Looks like he's also selling that trash can. That's his best selling product. He sold a few other things in the past 30 days, but really it's just the trash can. So what you'd want to do then is maybe try to find this on a different supplier. Or if you're doing online arbitrage, for example, you can go out and try to find this and source this knowing that it's already selling. We could also go back and search all these other sellers. So Gadget Emporium, paste him in there. Doesn't look like he sold anything in the past 30 days. Let's take one more just to show you as an example. Let's go to this. And all these products right here are examples of ones that I was going to show you because they're from obscure retail suppliers that I actually used to drop ship from, right? So this is an example of a listing that I used to drop ship. You can find this specific product, not always because it is more expensive and it only comes in and out of stock from time to time, not as frequently, but you can find this specific product on Musician's Friend. And I think I made like $150 profit drop shipping this specific high ticket product about once a month for a long time. I was going to make a video on it showcasing like how I actually went about sourcing this product, but I never got around to it. If you want to see it, let me know. But so for example, let's say you were using a software like Source Mogul or a software like Seller Spray and you found this specific product and then you kind of hit a dead end, right? You have one good product. What you could then do is go to all the sellers that are also on this listing, knowing that they also found this product. So their intent is also to most likely drop ship with a lot of their listings, reverse engineer all these stores' best selling listings by simply pasting their store name into Seller Spray, running a reverse search on their best selling products, and then you can reverse engineer their best-selling products and the suppliers of those best-selling products by simply running a search campaign on Google, a reverse image search on Google, and essentially finding the supplier of these products so that you can also list them as well. So let's do a few just to show you an example from this listing, because again, this is a better, more obscure retail supplier that I would recommend that you dropship from. So Pro Audio Star, they're probably gonna have a bunch of musical equipment. So in the last 30 days, this is their best-selling product, and they've also sold this as well and a few other things. They actually have a decent amount here. And this is why the music niche is such a gold mine, because the margins are high and there's a lot of obscure suppliers for music supplies like this, not just Musician's Friend. So there's again, a lot of these are under 5 a month, but those are still profitable. So I would take anything above that, like these top 10, this one sold 11 times, 17 times, 18 times, all the way up to this one that's like 154, 257, 804, 997, and then literally search these all and reverse engineer these specific products. If you just click on it, you can take the picture, do a reverse image search on Google. You obviously see the brand name there. It's Crybaby or Bose, might be Bose. And now you can basically take this ASIN, search the specific product title on Google and try to find the supplier. It might even be on Musician's Friend, which you might not have found in your initial search. And then you can list this as well. You can also see the BSR, how much it's grown in BSR recently, what the sales trend is, the revenue over the past 30 days, and a number of other more important purchasing decisions. All the data is right here. Now, this is a game changer again for retail drop shipping, but I want to hit home. Do not drop ship from suppliers that are big box like Walmart or Lowe's. Those were just examples. If you do find suppliers, and I've covered this in several other videos, that are obscure enough that you can drop ship from retail suppliers on Amazon, then by all means use this method to reverse snipe your top competitors that are on those same listings you are, and also take their other best-selling products as well. This is one of the best ways that you can do it, but not only that, this has been a game changer for wholesale suppliers. One, in the same way, because if you find a wholesale product, right, everybody on that listing is also going to be a wholesale drop shipper most of the time. And so again, you can also take their wholesale products, and chances are they're going to be from a number of wholesale suppliers, not just that one. And now you have a treasure trove of top selling wholesale products from a number of other suppliers. And once you reverse engineer their top selling wholesale products, it just becomes up to you to go out and apply to that wholesale supplier, figure out if that product's on there still and it's in stock, and then list it yourself. And now you have a hot seller as well that's profitable, and it's really just rinse and repeat with a number of sellers doing that. That's the first way with wholesale suppliers. Again, the second way is to just search the brand. So for example, if you found a wholesale supplier that was Roan Art, which is an example that I used to drop ship from, then you would just search that in there, Roan Art, and it would show up with all the people selling that specific brand on Amazon. What if I told you there was a way to transform your Amazon selling experience from tedious guesswork and 10 different software programs all doing different things to more of a thrilling treasure hunt where everything you need is streamlined and simple within one software? Now, Profit Guru has been my solution for this, and it's not just a tool, but it's basically your personal guide to everything that you need to know to succeed on Amazon, no matter what type of products you're selling. It makes finding products and selling products a fun adventure, but also turns you into a savvy seller with insider knowledge. Now, if you've sold on Amazon at all, you understand that the competition is fierce because there's a lot of money at stake. And products, competition, and the strategies of the other sellers you're competing against are constantly evolving. That's where Profit Guru comes in, because it keeps you up to date with all the information that you could ever need, but it does it in a way that doesn't overload you and confuse you. It makes everything so much easier. I'm going to show you an example of how I use it for my own dropshipping business to easily find suppliers that I can reach out to build up my catalog of profitable products and ultimately net more money every month. But this software isn't just for dropshippers out there. It's geared towards private label sellers, online arbitrage sellers, and wholesale FBA sellers as well. There's various tools that come built into this software that can help any Amazon seller. For instance, one of the most challenging parts of scaling an Amazon business, no matter what type of products you're selling, is the time allocated to finding products and then making sure that you can sell them and that they're profitable. But worry no longer with Profit Guru, because it saves you tons of time. It makes you more money by saving you all that time and allowing you to find profitable products a lot faster, and makes gauging products to see if they're winners or losers an absolute breeze. And it's kind of fun in my opinion as well. It doesn't feel like work anymore with this tool because all the information is literally spoon-fed to you. Now, researching products is super easy. You can quickly find high quality products and use different filters to find the best ones to sell. It's essentially like having a crystal ball that shows you what's going to be popular and is selling current. And that leads me to the next step, which is figuring out what your margins are and how much money you'll actually make if you list that product. Normally, you need to actually calculate that using a profit software of some kind or an FBA calculator, but the built-in calculator and sales estimator in Profit Guru tell you just that. You can see the product sales volume and how much profit you can actually make by doing so. It's like having a calculator or a virtual assistant that does all the hard work for you for no extra cost on top of that, and no extra complexity of adding yet another software. It also lets you find products from popular brands and connect with nearly 5,000 suppliers. It's like having a phone book filled with contacts that you can help grow your business with and constantly contact for new products. Now, this is one of the most valuable aspects of this software, in my opinion. Whether you're doing wholesale FBA or wholesale drop shipping like I am, this list of suppliers that you can reach out to is invaluable. If you have any experience with this, you'll know that half the battle is finding good suppliers to actually work with, right? But they've already done that for you and for me. So now you just have to reach out and sign up to them and figure out which ones are profitable so you can actually carve out your piece of the pie and your portion of the profit on that listing. It is a game changer. Now, as if this wasn't enough, the Chrome extension that you can download when you sign up saves even more time too. You no longer need to jump around to many different software dashboards or many different listings, because all the most important information is consolidated on the listing for you. So when you're making the decision to sell a product or not, or buy it or not, or list it or not if you're drop shipping, then you simply need to look over to the right, and Profit Guru's extension will be displaying all the most important info to make that decision super easy. From the weight and size to estimate the shipping costs, right, whether you're drop shipping or shipping it into FBA, to the built-in Keep a Graph so you can see historical trends and fluctuations on prices and sales velocity, which are both crucial to make smart data-backed decisions, to the profit calculator that you can use right there on the side on the listing, to how many other sellers are actually on that listing and what their current price is, further removing the need for yet another software that I used to recommend, to even all the search terms that typically lead people to finding and ultimately purchasing this product, which if you're a private label seller is a gold mine. I mean, I'm at a loss for words here. What more do you need? If I had a software like this back when I first started selling on Amazon, it would have made it so much easier to start and scale. It would have taken out a lot of the mistakes that I made in the beginning, saving me countless hours and tons of money spent learning lessons the hard way, and it would have made doing product research a lot more fast and enjoyable. Now, when you log into Profit Guru, you'll see all the extensions that you have here at your disposal and all the tools that come with it. Now, you'll get the Chrome extension automatically once you sign up for the software. You can just download it right here. And what that essentially does is on the listing, it makes everything simplified for you, right? So you'll see the Profit Guru section over here on the right from the actual listing page. You no longer need to be in 10 different software dashboards at once, checking all these different things in a step-by-step process, because it's all for you here streamlined on the listing. As you can see, right, how many reviews are here, the weight, if you need to estimate the shipping, if you're shipping this product into FBA, for example, or if you're listing it for drop shipping, like do you charge shipping? That's something that you need to know. To whether or not you're able to sell it. Now, I'm not logged into my Amazon seller account here at the moment, but assuming I was, it would tell me whether I'm able to sell it or not, thus eliminating that step as well and saving you a little bit of time. And you might be sitting there saying, like, any number of these things that you're going through is maybe like 20 to 30 seconds to check, and you'd be right. But the name of the game is adding consistent profitable products no matter what you're selling, right? Whether you're drop shipping, wholesale FBA, online arbitrage, or whatever. And because of that, you should be scanning through hundreds or maybe even thousands of products over the next few months as you're sorting through and trying to scale your business. And 20 to 30 seconds through all those listings really adds up fast, trust me. So having all this on the side is going to save you so much time. Now, you'll see the BSR here. So the current BSR is 65K. The average 30-day BSR is a little bit lower because this actually used to sell a lot more frequently. It was at 48K roughly. And as you can see here, this is a variation of this product that I actually purchased probably a few dozen to maybe even 100 times. I sold this Joy sign on Poshmark. I sold it on Mercari. I sold it on Facebook Marketplace. This was a hot seller this year for the holidays. And so because of that, the BSR over the 30-day average was a lot lower. But now that we're closer to Christmas, and believe it or not, this actually runs out of stock very, very fast and then comes in and out of stock, and there's like probably 5 or 6 different variations of this product, very similar but slightly different on Amazon. So that's why you see the BSR currently a little bit higher than it was, you know, in the 30-day average. Regardless, the BSR 30-day average is a crucial metric because it's going to tell you the sales history of this actual listing if you're trying to gauge it over a longer span of time and not just currently right now, so you can make a better, more informed decision of how many products to source or what the actual estimated sales over a 30-day period would be. It also tells you how many sellers are on this listing total, as well as in FBA, another crucial metric. One of the coolest things I've seen as well is it's got a built-in Keepa graph, so you don't need to spend money on Keepa as well anymore. You can just use the Keepa built in here. And on the listing, if you wanted to actually see a little bit more clearer and not just look at like the sales data in this little window, you just click view details and that expands the graph for you, where you can actually take it to into Profit Guru and look a little bit more in depth on all the different numbers and nuances of this specific product within Keepa. Very cool. You'll also see the profit calculator here, again, saving you tons of time, whether you're going the free route with the Amazon calculator that's built into Seller Central, like I always recommend, or if you're downloading another paid extension here that actually does this for you on the side, you don't need to anymore because it comes built into Profit Guru. So for example, the sale price is already populated here. What's it selling for on Amazon? $55.99. Then you, regardless of whether you're sourcing this for online arbitrage or wholesale, or in my case, drop shipping, what's your cost price, right? What's your cost of goods? So let's assume that you bought this at, you know, $35 here. Well, then you wouldn't be profitable, right? Because the Amazon fees are roughly $25, and you'd be losing money. But if you're able to say source this for $25 on your supplier, well, then you know that it's profitable at $6.50, roughly a 26% margin here. It estimates your profit here based on your source price and the sale price and tells you the Amazon fees instantly on the listing, saving you so much time. And one of the coolest features I've seen about this is the desired ROI, right? So for example, if you're drop shipping, or maybe you have, you know, an FBA business, whether that's online arbitrage or wholesale, and you need a certain ROI to maintain your cash flow, well? Well, you can go for desired ROI here, and it's going to spit out the exact cost of goods for you, in this case $24.21 if you wanted a 30% ROI at least, and then you know that you need to find a supplier where you can source this for $24.21 or under. And I think that's a really cool feature. Again, the number of sellers on here, as well as who they are and their prices, very, very important. That way you can see the different prices on the listing, right? Does somebody only have a few left in inventory and they're the Buybox price, but everybody else has a few left in inventory as well, and maybe you're gonna make more money once that Buybox seller sells out of their goods. It's important to understand that stuff. And perhaps one of the coolest things I've seen, now this is really only relevant for like private label sellers, is the search terms here. As you can see, it literally tells you all the different search terms that have led to views and ultimately sales on this product. And that is invaluable if you're trying to create a listing. It's also invaluable if you're trying to run Amazon PPC, because then you can go after and bid on these specific keywords. And I have not seen a software in all my years of Amazon selling that puts all this important data so streamlined and so easy. I know I've talked about tons of other Amazon softwares before, and I'm not trying to hype this up just for the sake of hyping this up. I'm genuinely impressed by this software, and quite frankly, I wish I had this when I started. So that's the extension, very cool stuff. And again, it comes automatically when you sign up for the software. You can just download it. Now, the next cool thing is products, right? So you can go ahead and you can do product research here. If you click on the products tab, just like you would do product research with any other software, this is very comprehensive. You can sort for categories. You can go after the brand. You can search the ASIN, different specific keywords. You get the picture. You can also even reverse engineer brands. You could also do that on the product section as well. But if you look at the brands, you can reverse engineer a brand. So for example, one of the recent Amazon videos that I've done, I taught you how you can actually reverse engineer other brands and snipe other sellers' best products on a listing. So for example, if you're on a listing for dropshippers as an example, and there's 5 other sellers on the listing, well, you can see what brands those other sellers are selling and snipe their best products, but then you can also go back and find all the other brand listings that are selling on Amazon, right? So as an example, let's just search for DeWalt here, and it would pop up DeWalt right here, how many products are on Amazon, and you can look more in depth with that. Or you could just go back to the product section and again, search in brand, right? And search DeWalt for this example. Boom, you're gonna see all the products for DeWalt that are on Amazon. And if you wanted to check them out, you just click view on Amazon. There's the Keepograph. A lot of built-in integrations here. And you could get really in-depth with this. I don't wanna get too strategic in this video because I have other videos that actually outline how to do things like that. But just understand that there's a lot of power in both the product research and the reverse search brand tool that come integrated with this software. And another really cool thing about this as well is they've built in all these tutorial videos. So if you're not sure how to specifically use them, you can just watch the tutorial. They outline it all for you very easily. So if I was confused about brand, well, I would just watch the tutorial video and bam, they've laid it out for you, all the functions, all the use cases, and how to get started very easily. Now, as you can see here, you can also go through the sales estimator, the FBA calculator, the bundle ideas, and the bulk analysis tool as well. But a lot of these things you'll see integrated on the listing when you download the extension, which on the listing is going to be where like 95%, if not more, of your research and where you're going to spend your time. So I would just say use them on the listing, but it's good to know that they're here in the dashboard if you want to check them out. But perhaps my favorite part of this, and one of the most valuable parts of this tool, especially for a drop shipper, would be the supplier directory. So if you view the suppliers here, it literally has over 5,000 suppliers that you can look through and reach out to. And then if you click more info on them, it's going to tell you who the supplier is, what they sell. It's going to give you their information, their website, their email, so you can email them and contact them, their phone number, so you can reach out and contact them. And this is a treasure trove, because if you have any experience, whether it's wholesale drop shipping, retail drop shipping, or if you're doing just like wholesale FBA, anything, you understand that finding good suppliers to work with is the toughest part by far. And so you don't need to go out and purchase a list of suppliers anymore. You don't need to go to trade shows and network with them. And you don't need to sign up for something like SaleWho or Inventory Source that's going to charge you to access them, because this comes built into Profit Guru once you sign up. And you might be thinking like, okay, all this is really cool. I'm also impressed, Brian, but this sounds expensive and I can't really afford to actually spend a lot of money right now as I'm trying to scale my new Amazon business. But the plans are actually super cheap. You can see here that I'm on the monthly plan and it's only $30 a month for this. And that's just paying monthly, right? If you signed up and paid annually, it's even less. So this software is a game changer. Again, I'm not just trying to hype it up for the sake of hyping it up. I'm genuinely impressed, and I've seen dozens, maybe even more Amazon software. This one's got everything in an easy to consume and streamlined format that anybody can master. If you'd like to try Profit Guru, you can do it completely free through the link in the description. Take it for a test drive and see what you can do with it to simplify and scale your Amazon business.
All right, so welcome to the wholesale section of the Amazon Dropship Pro course. All right, so in this section, we're going to cover everything about wholesale dropshipping. I'm going to give you suppliers. I'm going to give you all the information. But first and foremost, in this first lecture, I just kind of want to cover the differences and the benefits of wholesale dropshipping, why you should even be interested in it, right? Now, the majority of you aren't going to start here. If you want to start here, that's totally fine with this module, but the majority of you are going to start with the retail dropshipping, kind of get your feet wet there, and then kind of move over to this because it's more long-term, more sustainable, and there's more benefits to it, right? So let's cover some of those benefits of wholesale dropshipping and the differences between dropshipping from wholesale suppliers, which is this section, versus retail suppliers, which is the original section that you just went through, right? And there are many benefits to that. So overall, the business model remains the same, but you simply source with wholesale suppliers. Obviously, you simply source and set up relationships with wholesale suppliers instead of the retail suppliers, right? Pretty self-explanatory. Now, again, you're still using a third party to store your inventory and then to ship that inventory out to your customers and do the order fulfillment for you. So nothing changes there, right? The only difference is you'd be having a wholesale supplier do that versus a retail supplier and a retail store to do that, right? Like Walmart, .com or HomeDepot.com or BestBuy.com. Like those are retail suppliers, whereas here we're setting up relationships with wholesale distributors and wholesale suppliers, okay? Also, you're going to get better margins here. So when you purchase products at wholesale prices, it's typically going to be closer to the manufacturing cost and closer to, a better margin because there's a lot more wiggle room from where you're purchasing the price at versus like the MSRP and what it's typically sold for on Amazon, right? It's typically much lower than retail as well, obviously, because you're cutting out the retailer, who's the middleman, right? The retail store, and going directly to the source, directly to the distributor, right? So the way that the supply chain works is you have the manufacturer, and then you typically have a wholesale distributor or a wholesale supplier who gets the products from the manufacturer, which then gives them typically to the retailer who marks them up, which then you buy them from and you mark them up, obviously, to dropship from your customer. Whereas here, we're going either directly to the brand, so we're either going directly to the manufacturer, which cuts everybody out, or we're going directly to the distributor or the wholesaler, which cuts out the retailer, right? So there's going to be, regardless of which one you do, and typically we're going to be working with wholesale distributors and wholesale suppliers, which is the second kind of step there. Regardless of how far down that chain you move, you're cutting out the retail supplier, so your margin's going to be better typically, right? Now, you don't also have to pay sales tax with most wholesale suppliers, and that's going to be a key. There are like exceptions to this rule. There are some decent wholesale suppliers that do actually charge you sales tax, but that's rare, okay? The majority of wholesale suppliers are going to take your EIN in, they're going to take your reseller's permit in, and they're going to remit sales tax, obviously, so that you don't have to pay it, right? Because you're not the end consumer there, right? You're obviously buying those goods with the intention of selling them or drop shipping them to the end consumer who then owes the sales tax. You don't, right? So you're not going to have to pay sales tax, obviously, with wholesale suppliers, which is a major difference and a major increase to your overall profit margin, both, in each individual transaction, but also overall, right? And this is only going to really be the case with retail suppliers if you're tax exempt on certain suppliers. So for example, I'm tax exempt on Amazon any single time, not with every state, but with most states. So like every single time I order on Amazon and I drop ship from Amazon, which obviously has its benefits. Like if you're drop shipping from Amazon to like Facebook Marketplace or from Amazon to like somewhere else, I don't pay sales tax on those transactions because I'm tax exempt. Although with other suppliers, for example, like eBay, it's a complete headache to get tax exempt because you need to get tax exempt in every single state pretty much in order to get that, in order to get, tax exempt on all your purchases, because you're not drop shipping to one state. Typically you're drop shipping to a bunch, right? Same thing with like Walmart or like Home Depot. Like they have tax exemption programs, they're retailers. So does Bed Bath & Beyond, so does Best Buy. But again, same thing. You're not going to be able to just give your reseller's permit and then get tax exempt on all of those specific supplier or on all of those specific states on that supplier. It'll typically only be for the state that you have your permit in, right? So most cases, and most suppliers that you're going to be dealing with on Amazon, when you're drop shipping to Amazon, like we're covering in this course, you are not going to be tax exempt for. And so one of the benefits, key benefits of drop shipping from a wholesale supplier is that you don't have to pay that sales tax, right? And you might be thinking, like, because I did this in the beginning, this was one of the biggest revelations in my business. Like, after I started looking at the numbers, I was like, holy shit, I'm leaving a lot of money on the table. So, like, for example, like, let's say you buy something from your supplier for $40, right? And the tax comes out to, like, I don't know, like randomly, like, let's say like $4, right? You're like, okay, it's $4. It's not that big of a deal. I'm still making, let's say, for example, $10 on your profit margin, right? But if you got that $4, it's not that big with that transaction, but over the course of a month, this can add up to thousands of dollars every single month that would otherwise be profit that you're then paying to the state that you don't need to be paying because you're not actually the end consumer of that product, so you don't owe the sales tax there, right? So that's a major distinction. You might think it's small, but it is actually big, and it adds up to a lot of money over the months, over the years that you're doing this. So that's obviously a benefit as well, right? Now, also, this is fully compliant with Amazon's terms of service. So obviously, you're going to have a valid supply chain in case they, might inquire about a product, or in case a customer's not happy, or if you need an invoice. Also, you'll be able to get ungated with this if you're buying invoices of 10 plus quantity to get ungated with those suppliers, and then drop shipping after the fact. Like, that's a completely different topic. But the key here is you'll have a valid supply chain and proof of that valid supply chain, because you can always show invoices from a wholesale supplier to prove authenticity on Amazon, as well as show Amazon that you are indeed sourcing from a legit distributor and not a retail supplier. They hate that, right? So for example, if ever there was an issue with an order or a product and Amazon asked you about it, if you were dropshipping from a retail supplier, the last thing that you'd want to do is show that invoice, right? Because then you're basically incriminating yourself and showing them that you are dropshipping from a retail supplier. Whereas if you're drop shipping from a wholesale supplier, you want to show that invoice because A, it's proof that you actually sent the product. B, it's proof that you actually had the product and sent the product that the customer ordered in that variation, that UPC, that SKU, etc. And also C, it's proving that you are sourcing from a legitimate distributor and you have a relationship set up with a legitimate distributor of that brand and that product, right? All of which Amazon loves. So that's huge there. Also, most wholesale companies won't put invoices in the box, another thing that's huge, or put themselves as the seller of record when drop shipping or providing order fulfillment to the customer, which is exactly what Amazon's asking for in its drop shipping policy, right? We've covered this in the first section of the course, like the first couple lectures. One of the things that Amazon does, because a lot of people think you're not allowed to drop ship on Amazon, and you are allowed to drop ship with Amazon. It literally says you are allowed in the terms of service. The only key is you can't be the seller, or you can't be drop shipping from stores that provide it with the seller that provide themselves as the seller of record. So for example, what I'm trying to say is, like, you could technically drop ship from Walmart onto Amazon if big if here, and obviously this if is never going to happen, if you set up a relationship with Walmart so that every single time you ordered and drop shipped from them, they put you as the seller of record on the actual invoice and put that in the box, and also didn't have it with a branded Walmart box, right? But that's never going to happen. Retailers don't set up those relationships with you, and they also don't typically want you drop shipping. It's not like they're going to ban you necessarily for drop shipping, although some of them will. Retailers, that is. But you don't want to go out and advertise, basically saying to them, like, hey, I'm drop shipping. Like, can you, put invoices? They're not going to put invoices specifically showing you as a seller of record because they want the credit for distributing it to the customer, right? So whereas with wholesale companies, they're not going to put invoices saying that their company is the seller of record on that in the actual box. And they're also not going to be shipping to the customers with branded boxes. So even if you go with the most obscure retail suppliers, which obviously the more obscure you go, the better, because the customer won't recognize the supplier. Also, they're typically not going to put invoices in that are going to tick customers off or anything like that. But if, like, you were drop shipping from Walmart specifically to Amazon, Walmart always, and this is just one example, Home Depot does this. There's a lot of different companies that do this. And even like Bed Bath & Beyond does this. Best Buy does this from time to time. Like, they come typically in like Walmart boxes that say Walmart all over the place with a Walmart invoice in there, right? And so the customer is going to know immediately that, like, okay, I ordered from Amazon, but I got it in a Walmart box. It's coming with a Walmart invoice that's showing the product price as less than I paid for it on Amazon. And most customers won't pay attention to that, but some will, and all it takes is one or two to get your account flagged, right? Whereas this is not something that you'll run into with wholesale companies. Also, for example, one of the places that I drop shipped from for a while when I was doing retail drop shipping more significantly, obviously I'm still doing retail drop shipping, but I'm moving more into wholesale for all the reasons that we're outlining here into this module specifically. It's more sustainable long term. There's better prices. Once you set up relationships with companies, you can build like all those things we're going to cover in this section. But one of the things I used to drop ship from, or one of the companies I used to drop ship from a lot was Bed Bath & Beyond. And like I ran, I don't know, like hundreds of transactions from them and made a lot of money, if not maybe into the thousands. But the key was what customers would always message me and be pissed off about was invoices in their boxes showing the price less. So they didn't come in a branded Bed Bath & Beyond box. But what happened was they would get invoices in there showing that like, hey, they purchased, the invoice shows it that the purchase price was $20, but like they paid $42 on Amazon. What's the deal? And I would get messages from them all the time. And because I didn't want them to be pissed off and report it to Amazon, I would just refund them, which obviously, is losing my is cutting into my profit margins, but also is more of a headache to have to refund customers and deal with those problems. I don't want to have to deal with those problems. All of those things are examples and things that you're not going to have to deal with on wholesale suppliers. So obviously that's a benefit also. And most retailers, obviously, like I did say, we just cover this, ship in branded boxes, or they do typically put invoices in their boxes. Not all of them, but a lot of them do. And that's the last thing that you want because Amazon hates that, right? I'm not saying you can't do it. Obviously, the entire first part of the course shows you how to do it effectively, but it is a risk. And obviously, you're not going to know which suppliers do that until you do enough orders and find out, right? Which is obviously risky. Also, this is a more sustainable and long-term form of dropshipping, right? Because it's more difficult to do it this way, and it's a lot easier to source from retailers, there's actually, believe it or not, a lot less competition with wholesale dropshipping and on wholesale dropshipping listings, typically. Not always, but typically, okay? Because also, it's fully compliant with the Amazon terms of service like we covered, it is more long-term and sustainable, and it is something that you can count on as a long-term business that you can then scale without worrying about it, right? So when I was scaling up retail to like hundreds of thousands in sales, right, I was constantly worried about it because it was like, all it takes is one email from Amazon, one ticked off customer, whereas like Amazon's going to get pissed, shut me down, and then hold my money. And thank God that never happened, fingers crossed, but which is also a reason why like it's good to start there. But then as you scale, you want to move into wholesale because you have all the tools, right? You have all the experience, you know how to make money with the business model, and you've proven the concept. Now turn it into a sustainable business long-term, and you can move all the strategy and stuff that you learned into products that you can actually build long-term, right? So that's exactly what I'm doing, and that's exactly why I recommend it to you. And that's exactly why you want to count on that, obviously, long-term and move eventually into wholesale. Also, because you're building with strong relationships with these suppliers, long-term, as you order more and more, you can negotiate better prices, which is obviously something that you'll never be able to do on retail suppliers. You can't reach out to Walmart customer service. You can't reach out to even eBay, people, or like literally any example. Like no company that's a retailer is going to give you better deals simply because you're like, hey, I'm drop shipping to thousands of customers. I've purchased from you hundreds of times. Give me a better deal. They're going to be like, no, the price is the price. Whereas a wholesale supplier, you can say, hey, I've drop shipped this, or hey, I'm sending you customers, and I've sent you, 100, whatever the number is. Like obviously as you scale, you'll have more leverage there. But like, hey, I've sent you over 300 customers now. Is there any way we can work out a lower price here, so that it benefits both of us? Because obviously you're sending them enough business to where they're going to make it worth your while to keep you, right? So you're building that relationship. You're going to negotiate better prices over the long term. This isn't something you're focused on in the beginning. It's just good to know that that's a possibility going forward, right? Also, typically this is the best of both worlds, right? Because with wholesale suppliers, like nothing changes in the business model. We still never have to handle the products or even ship them to customers ourselves. And we're getting all the benefits of it, of that part of the retail dropshipping, but also there's none of the risk, right? So it's best of both worlds. The major differences here, just to outline them again, is that we can finally get better prices. There's obviously less competition overall on these wholesale products and wholesale listings. Typically, it's also fully terms of service compliant on Amazon. So there's nothing to worry about long-term, whereas with the business, whereas retail dropshipping, obviously it's risky long-term, even though it can be super profitable in the short term, and building a long-term sustainable, scalable business that we can count on for the foreseeable future, right? So it's a no-brainer. In conclusion, obviously, the whole message I'm trying to convey here in this introduction to, wholesale dropshipping for you is that even though finding wholesale products to dropship is harder work up front, okay, that's a given. It's not gonna be as easy to find wholesale products. We're gonna cover different methods that you can obviously use to find products specifically. I'm going to teach you reverse sourcing from your own retail products. I'm going to teach you reverse sourcing from competitors. I'm going to teach you how to actually find wholesale suppliers that you can dropship from, set up relationships from, and then obviously scan their product catalogs. So you will be able to find them, but it is typically harder to find wholesale dropshipping suppliers, and it's going to be more work up front. But that's a good thing, right? That's a good thing because it weeds out the competition. There's better margins, obviously. There's less competition, like I just outlined, and there's more safety overall as a long-term sustainable business that's more scalable, right? So it is the best of both worlds, and it's a no-brainer to eventually move into wholesale dropshipping. If you're watching this and you're just getting started with like let's say hypothetically, like you're just watching the course, all the way through, and you haven't really started that much, like it's totally fine to start with retail on a small scale and learn those things, right? Use every tip that I go over in the retail module and don't drop ship from typical suppliers like Home Depot or Walmart or anything like that. Drop ship from obscure retail suppliers using all the tips that I've gone over, right? You can start there. But eventually you want to move into wholesale. And if that's you right now, then obviously this is perfect as well. Okay. It's more long-term, more sustainable, more profitable, and safer. All right, so in the first lecture, we covered the differences and the benefits of wholesale dropshipping, and I kind of introduced you to the business model and how it's, very similar, but also has its differences to retail dropshipping on Amazon, right? In this lecture, I want to cover how to vet wholesale suppliers so you can make sure that the wholesale suppliers or the companies that you're signing up for are actually good. They have good products. They're companies you want to work with. They have obviously do quality assurance, et cetera, right? So how can you vet wholesale suppliers, right? The key thing to understand is most people believe that all wholesale companies are created equal, right? But all wholesale companies and websites claiming to be wholesale suppliers or claiming to be wholesale distributors are not created equal at all right? Just because a company claims to be a wholesale company or claims to have wholesale prices, do not take that at face value, okay? Often you will find wholesale suppliers, often you will find distributors, often you will find, brands specifically when you're doing your research. But there are also companies out there that pose as wholesale companies and just try to act as a middleman like a retailer as well and mark the prices up for you, right? And so it's okay if, this scares you a little bit. It shouldn't, it's just something to be wary and understand is out there, right? Always do your due diligence to make sure that you're signing up and purchasing from a legitimate wholesale company. And here's how, all right? I'm going to give you literally the specific things to look for, how you can obviously vet them. So if this scares you, it's totally fine. Not a big deal. Just understand that they're out there, all right? So here are some things to consider, to determine if the supplier that you're looking at and looking to sign up with is a legitimate wholesale distributor or not, all right? So if they meet all these criteria, then they're fine. Sign up with them, and I'm going to show you the exact process here in this lecture, right? So first and foremost, you want to ask, do they have any minimum order quantity, right? Or MOQ as it's often abbreviated, right? This is the first thing you want to look for. Do they have minimum order quantities, okay? Now, typically you can find this on their website. If you can't find it on their website in like the frequently asked questions section or any of their information sections, then eventually you can obviously reach out after you sign up through email, but typically you'll see this on the website, right? This is the first thing you want to look for. Now, if they have a minimum order quantity more than one, meaning you have to purchase more than one product for them to actually, obviously sell to you, then you don't want to move forward with that supplier because it defeats the whole purpose of drop shipping, because you can't drop ship any orders that, are single orders or anything like that, right? Often wholesale companies, and this is, typical for when you're doing wholesale in like Amazon FBA, which is a different business model than like wholesale drop shipping. Often companies will have minimum order quantities of like 50 or 100 or, even more sometimes. Sometimes it's low to like 6 or even if it's low and it's like 3, right? It's still not a company you want to work with because you have to order 3 units and ship them to the customer every time. And often you're going to be getting single orders with a quantity of 1, right? So if they have a minimum order quantity more than 1, any number more than 1, then avoid that supplier. You don't want to sign up with them because it defeats the entire purpose, right? Now, if they do have a minimum order, if they do not have a minimum order quantity, which means you are able to purchase 1 item at a time from them, then that's a good thing, right? Then that checks off the first box, and it also indicates that they most likely allow drop shipping, or as I like to call it, order fulfillment, right? It's the same thing basically. So that leads me to point number 2. Assuming that you find out that they have no minimum order quantity, you want to make sure that they also allow drop shipping, okay? And again, if they don't have any minimum order quantity, or you can't find anything about drop shipping, or you can't find any MOQ information on the website, then you do want to sign up and then ask them through email. We're going to cover, emailing and how to ask these things in email templates in a later lecture, so don't worry about that. But two things that you can typically find on their website before you even sign up to save you time from waiting, going through the sign up process, waiting until you're accepted, and then having to reach out to them. You can also obviously find their email on their website and ask them this directly if you want. Again, more email templates coming, no big deal, right? So to recap, assuming that they don't have an MOQ and you are able to purchase one item at a time from them, the next thing you want to ask is, okay, do they allow drop shipping, right? Now, again, typically they'll have this on their website somewhere. So you want to look in the frequently asked questions section or any of their information sections. Now, if not, you can always ask and email them, like I said. And again, I'm going to give you the entire template here. I like to ask if they offer order fulfillment. I don't like to ask if they allow drop shipping. It is the same thing as drop shipping, obviously, but one sounds more professional and will certainly come off better, all right? Now, obviously, if they have MOQs or if they don't offer drop shipping or order fulfillment, then you don't want to use that company because it defeats the entire purpose of the business model that we're trying to sign up for, right? Now, some things to consider, obviously, some other things to consider. Those are the two main ones, right? Assuming those things, because this is kind of the sequence you want to go through, assuming those things check off, they don't have any MOQs and they allow drop shipping or order, and they do order fulfillment, obviously, then the next thing you want to do is are you able to resell their products on marketplaces, okay? Now, again, this is after you sign up, and this can be explained in an email, or, if you are emailing them about MOQs or are emailing them about, do they allow drop shipping or order fulfillment, you can also add this question. Again, more templates to come in a future lecture. You can add this question into that same email if you haven't signed up yet, okay? But this can obviously be explained in an email. So, once you sign up, assuming that they, you go through the process, you figure out that they do allow drop shipping, they don't have any MOQs. The next thing you want to do is email them and ask, are you able to resell their products on marketplaces, right? So you can explain this in an email very easily and very professionally, which is obviously your intentions to resell their products on marketplaces like Amazon. More coming again, like I said, but typically speaking, a lot of them, if they already passed the first two check marks, meaning there's no MOQs, and they allow drop shipping, then clearly most of them, not all, this isn't always the case, but most people or most wholesale suppliers, if they check off the first two boxes, this will also be the case as well, right? But you always want to make sure, you don't just want to assume. Now, the next thing is, do they have quality, profitable products, right? Now, I'm going to show you this again in a future lecture. We're just covering the entire process here so you understand how it goes A to Z, and then I'll show you each individual, obviously, like step and letter along the way, right? So you'll typically get their products in a CSV or an Excel file or a product catalog, as they call them, right? There are many names for them, but typically you'll see like product catalog or, roster or something like that. And then you want to put their products into Scan Unlimited, which is a software that I will teach you how to use to see if they're profitable. Basically, what Scan Unlimited does is it compares product catalogs of names, UPCs, ASINs, product identifiers, and finds those products on Amazon so that you can look more in depth with them. So for example, if you get a product catalog from a wholesale supplier that has 20,000 products, there's no possible way that you can sort through that manually and, figure out what products are profitable, right? Why would you ever want to do that? It would take you months, right? So what we do is we put it into Scan Unlimited. We set the parameters. Like I said, I will show you how to do this. There's many tutorials coming. And then it will spit us out maybe 50 products that look promising that we can look into and potentially add to our collection if we like them, right? So then you want to obviously put, like I said, the products into their product catalog into Scan Unlimited to see if they're profitable. And then, once you find out which ones are profitable, then you can obviously add them to your catalog, and, more on that to come, right? So another thing to consider is, do they charge shipping on every order? These last two things here are things that people often overlook. Do they charge shipping on every order? Is it variable shipping rates depending on how big it is or how many you order? If so, how much? How is it calculated? Is it a standard shipping rate? Like, these are all questions that you should answer and ask in either an email or find on the website, right? Again, typically you can find these on the website. And another thing is, what is their return policy? There have been great suppliers that I've reached out to before, not so much when I was doing wholesale dropshipping like now, but in the past when I used to order bulk and ship it into FBA. Like, there were plenty of suppliers that I found that were great suppliers, but they had garbage return policies. And, on Amazon, you need to honor returns realistically within 30 days, but honestly, it's sometimes longer than that. Sometimes you have like that one-off buyer that's trying to return something 45 days later. And so you want to most of the time honor those returns on Amazon to keep the customer happy and protect your metrics. That's a completely different topic. But the key here is if, like, let's say hypothetically you find a great wholesale supplier and every other thing checks off, but their return policy is no returns, you have to ask yourself, is the juice worth the squeeze, right? And only you can answer that question. It's going to depend on the products that they have and what your risk tolerance is, right? So you could test them for a little bit, but obviously the better their return policy, the better for you, obviously, because you want accountability on the supplier for the products that they have. And this is just like something to add in there to be wary of and understand that, you want to check these boxes off, but most good wholesale suppliers obviously will have a decent return policy. All right. But just understand these are all things that you want to check off. All right. Now, assuming that they check off the first two boxes, the minimum order quantity, and they do allow drop shipping, then you obviously want to sign up for the wholesale supplier and then email them about the next two, right? Like, are you able to resell, get their product catalog? And then assuming that you get the okay on both of those and receive the product CSV, then obviously, like I said before, you want to run it through Scan Unlimited to see if they're profitable. Then once you find some profitable products that look good that you're able to sell, just like I went over in the retail module, right? So it's the same process there with the same type of stuff. Just now you're using wholesale suppliers products instead of a retail supplier. Okay. So if you're unfamiliar with what I'm talking about, go back, rewatch all that stuff. I put it in depth in that actual section of the first part of the retail one. Right. But again, then you just want to list those, right? And wait for orders and then process the orders on the site like you would with normal retail suppliers, like I showed you before. Right. And again, make sure that you add the products that you're adding to your Amazon inventory. Like, don't forget the step about adding them to your active product sheet, because you want to have, a source file of all your active Amazon products. Again, like I showed you in the retail dropshipping module of this course, you want to have a spreadsheet showing all your active Amazon products and the URL where you can source it from, so that when you get an order, you know what URL to go back to, what company to go back to actually purchase that product, all right? And that's all of that in a nutshell. So that's how you kind of vet wholesale suppliers, and those are the key things to look for in sequence.
So today we're going to talk about how you can get a reseller's permit or a wholesaler's permit or a reseller's license, right? There's many different names for it. They all basically mean the same thing. Depending on your state, there's a different, obviously, name for it. But I'm going to outline how you can get it today and how you can utilize it to make money flipping products from liquidation sites and wholesale sites back, whether it's on eBay, Poshmark, or Mercari and doing your own fulfillment, or if it's back on Amazon, okay? Now, keep in mind that before you can actually apply for wholesale websites and, liquidation websites, you must have a reseller's permit. And it's not difficult at all to get a reseller's permit. It's actually a very streamlined and fast process, okay? And you can do it all online. And what a reseller's permit basically allows you to do is buy products at wholesale prices, so pre-sales tax, hence you're getting a cheaper price and you can profit more on the sale. Now, to get a reseller's permit, there's basically 3 overall steps, okay? So you want to go to irs.gov, that's step 1, and file for an EIN if you don't already have a business EIN, okay? And people always ask me, what's an EIN if they're a beginner, right? Now, this isn't necessarily exactly what it is, but to put it in beginner terminology, it's basically like a social security number for your business, okay? Now, you don't need to have an LLC or an actual business formed, although that is recommended. You don't need it. You can obviously file for an EIN as a sole proprietor, but just keep in mind that if you do obviously file for an LLC or turn your LLC into an S corp or something in the future for, for advantages tax-wise, then what you want to keep in mind is you do need to obviously file for a new EIN at that point in time, okay? Now, step number 2, after you go to irs.gov and you actually file for your business EIN number, is you want to go to your state website, so your state website, and use your EIN to then file for the reseller's permit within your state, okay? It's really that simple. And then step 3 is to use that reseller's permit, obviously, to then sign up to the wholesale and liquidation websites. That way you can make purchases and flip those products back online for a profit. It's really that simple, okay guys? It's not that hard, it's not that difficult of a process. That said, obviously everybody can find irs.gov and apply for the actual business EIN. That's simple, you can Google that. Now, if you need to find directions for your specific website, 888 Lots actually has, which is one of my favorite liquidation companies, actually has an entire kind of website post that's like super long that will outline this process for you more in depth. I linked it down in the description if you want that actual URL to that site. Or you can actually just Google 888 Lots how to get a reseller's permit or something very similar. And once you actually click on that link that pops up, it's gonna take you to a page that outlines all that for you. You can simply scroll down, click on your specific state, and it's gonna give you a detailed explanation on how to go to your state website, because obviously each state website's different. All the states go to irs.gov for the EIN, but each direct state has a different specific website and a different way to file to get your permit, okay? So that's really gonna help you. That's the simple 3-step process. I really hope that it helps a lot of you out, okay?
All right, so in this video, I want to show you how to do reverse sourcing of your best retail products, right? So essentially what this is once you do find some good products via the searches that I've gone over in the course previously, right? So maybe you used Source Mogul, you identified, some good retail products, you found a retail supplier and you listed it up, right? Or maybe you did some of the manual sourcing methods, you figured out and you reverse engineered like another Amazon seller, you figured out who the supplier was and you set up, whatever it is, right? Now you have some retail products and you've got some data on them on which is selling, right? So not only do you want to protect this product and your business long-term by potentially finding the wholesale supplier, but you also want to cut out the middleman. You want to cut out the retailer and go straight to the brand, straight to the distributor or the wholesaler. So obviously, like I said, you're building a more long-term sustainable business and protecting your products in your account with the actual wholesale or distributor supplier. But on top of that, you're increasing your margin because you're going straight to the source and you're cutting out the middleman who is the retailer, whoever that is, whatever site, whatever, store, right? So this is an example of a product where you can do this reverse sourcing strategy. So what you want to do, this is a product I used to sell, and you can see I literally found it here on the supplier. And this is just an example of one. You can do this with every single product. Now, every single product is not going to be, easy to find. You won't find every single product, but this is a way that you can do it and find wholesale suppliers. So instead of actually going to a wholesale supplier and finding the wholesale supplier first, right? Then, grabbing their product catalog, seeing which ones are profitable, and then setting up a dropship relationship with them for those products. Instead, you're starting at the source. Now you have the product. It's profitable on a retailer, so that retailer must be getting it from somewhere, right? And if you can find where that retailer or that store or that website is getting it from wholesale, and you can set up that wholesale relationship with them, well, then you can drop ship it, assuming that they're obviously dropship friendly, and you can cut out the middleman and make more of a profit, right? So it's just reverse kind of engineering it. Now, essentially, once you know what products are good, right? So there's two ways to basically do this. You can take the title, which really won't work that well here. Sometimes it does. Take the title of the product and then type it into Google and say like distributor at the end of it or wholesaler or something like that. Now that works every once in a while and it's always worth a shot to try, but what works better is actually going to the brand. So you can see the brand here is GE Lighting, right? So what you want to do instead is you want to go to GE Lighting distributors, right? And then you want to type in the brand and then distributors, or type in the brand and then suppliers, and then type in the brand and then click wholesaler, right? Any one of those. So supplier, distributors, wholesaler, and then search that. And it should find some good suppliers for you, right? And that's exactly how you get Grainger, who is a GE supplier here, right? Now, I haven't actually vetted them. I'm just showing an example of a product that I used to sell, because obviously I'm not bringing up products that I currently have in my catalog because it took me a while to find those. And I'm giving you, rather than giving you the products, like I always say, like instead of teaching somebody, or instead of, giving someone a fish, I want to teach them how to fish. And so the same thing here, right? Like I'm not giving you products, I'm teaching you how to find products so that you can go out and find products that are long-term sustainable, that will bring in revenue for your business that I might not have, that nobody else is going to have, because only you can do and replicate, with the tools that I'm teaching, right? So don't necessarily go after this product. Don't set up an account with Grainger. I'm just giving you an example of how you can actually go out and do this and reverse source your best retail products and find the supplier, right? So when you type this in, okay, Grainger sells, now we know, since we found that, and obviously it's never going to be that easy usually. That's why I'm using this as an example. It could be, further down, there could be multiple suppliers, right? So right here, Raptor Supplies, GE Lighting Distributor. Here's another one, right? You could look into Gray Bar, and all the other things go into play here. Like, is it a wholesaler? Is it an actual distributor, right? When you open up an account on them, do you have to put in your EIN? Are they asking for those things? Do they come off as a wholesale supplier? Are they dropship friendly? Is there a minimum order quantity? All those things are things that still come into play, that you still need to ask about the wholesale supplier when you're looking through them. But this is just a way where you can start from the end and then work back to the beginning, right? Rather than start at the beginning with a wholesaler and then work to the end with the actual product that's profitable, right? So, for example, if we were on Grainger, right now, okay, we know Grainger sells GE lighting products, but do they sell our lighting products? So what I literally did is I copied the title then, and I pasted it into the search bar, and you could see that product pops right up right there. It's the same exact product. Now, obviously, you'd have to find the certain variation of that product, but you can see pretty much here, if you drag this over, this is the same product with the same exact title. Obviously, you'd have to find, like I said, the specific variation that you're listing and selling there with the specific watts and all that good stuff, right? But this is the same exact product. It sells for $23.68 on Amazon. GE selling it at most for $10.65. So even with a little bit of shipping, assuming that they don't have any minimum order quantity, you don't have to order like multiples of it, obviously, and you could order one. Assuming they allow drop shippers and they're willing to work with you with that, then this would be a potential good supplier, and you could obviously go ahead and sign up. Now, I obviously signed up just to kind of test this to see if they were, but, and I don't actually sell from Grainger, full disclosure. I'm just giving you an example. I literally just did this like 20 minutes before the video to make sure that everything was in place, so I gave you a decent example. But this is kind of how you can reverse engineer them, right? Like, instead of, like I said before, starting with the wholesaler and then figuring out what products they have, figuring out if those products are good on Amazon and they're profitable and all that good stuff. Instead, what you can do, since you already have, most of you will start with retailers, right? Since you already have good retail products, instead find out who those retailers are getting their products from, cut out the retailer, find the actual wholesaler, find the supplier, find the brand, and then drop ship directly from them if you're able, so that you obviously protect yourself long term by turning your retailers into wholesale suppliers. And you're obviously protecting your account by doing that, because then you're doing it directly from the wholesaler, and you're increasing your profit margins by doing so. All right. So that's kind of how you can reverse source your best retail products. Hope it helps. All right, so I want to create another short tutorial here that's going to show you 2 more free directories where you can basically find wholesale suppliers to get product catalogs to put into your software, so you can see if they have profitable products for you to source for resale. Okay, so the first one is Inventory Source. If you go to inventorysource.com, you can sign up for a free, account on Inventory Source. You don't have to pay anything, and then you can view their entire database of wholesale suppliers here. Okay, now this is a great resource that I highly recommend that you look into. Now, you do need to sign up, but once you sign up for a free account, you can then view all their suppliers that they have in their database for free. Now, when you do sign up, it will actually ask you for your name, whether or not you're a registered business or an individual, things like if you sell back on Amazon or if you sell on your own website, and it will actually ask you for your business name and your website, okay? So if you don't have a business name yet, or you haven't formed an LLC yet, or you don't have a website, what you want to do is just put something in there that looks legitimate, right? Then you go to a reseller site, or, a liquidation site, or even another wholesale site from the course, and just put that in and say that that's your business name, right? It doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. You just want to gain access to the site so that you can then search through the catalog right here of wholesale distributors, okay? So that's how you basically get accepted. You do need to put in a business name. You do need to put in a website, but it doesn't actually have to be yours. Keep that in mind, okay? Once you do go here, you want to go to the supplier directory, okay? Now, they have an entire supplier directory here full of wholesale suppliers that are reputable. And one of the best things about this is if you can sort right here, if you're in the suppliers tab, if they have a catalog or not. So it doesn't matter, would obviously depend on if you're just looking for a wholesale supplier, and then you can contact them and ask them specifically. But what I love is if you go to public catalog or private catalog, it doesn't really matter. Both of these options show that they have a catalog of products that you can then contact them and get to put into your wholesale scanning software, right? So those are the companies that we're interested in, right? Now, location also, you can sort through location if you want to go that way, whether or not. So location right here, you can also go automation. So this is a drop shipping supplier catalog. So all of these, a lot of these companies will drop ship. You don't really care if they're going to drop ship or not, because you won't be doing that, right? You're just looking for a wholesale catalog that you can, sort through the products with your software to see if there's any profitable products that you can buy, from this catalog, right? So all you really need to do is you want to go to ships to wherever your location is. And if you're obviously not in the US, then put it, and one of these, then put it here. Now I'm in the US, so I typically want to go US because I'm going to be reselling on the Amazon US marketplace. Okay. That's just me. You might be a little bit different. I'm going to go either public catalog or private catalog, and then bam. Now, if you have a niche, then you can select niche as well. If you want to go supplier type, you can go that way as well. So you can either go location, whether or not they have a product catalog, like I said, and you can also sort through keyword if you want to go this way, right? But now it's going to sort right here, for example. So we know all these people have catalogs. We know that they can ship, and they might also ship other places, but we also know that they ship to the US. So this is perfect for me and exactly what I'm looking for. So let me just click on this first one right here, US Direct. So US Direct right here, we know that, like I said, they have product catalogs. They have a lot of inventory, right? Over 220,000 products, and it looks like it's all niches, right? So it'll also tell you the niche there. This company has about 11,000. This company has over, almost 4 million. So these are great companies that you can contact to get wholesale suppliers, and there are a ton of them here, okay? So what you want to do then is you can either click Becoming a Reseller to see if there's a way to contact them, or you can simply Google US Direct and then try to find their website. Now, a lot of times if you click Becoming a Reseller, not always, they will have the website listed here. So if you just click the website, then you can sign up on their website. Boom, you know that this is the site. You know that this is a wholesale supplier. You know that they have a product catalog. So you want to sign up for an account, give your wholesale or reseller's license, whatever it's called, depending on your state, and then simply reach out to your rep and ask for your product catalog. Once they give you the product catalog, then you can put it into your wholesale scanning software. I use Scan Unlimited. Some of you might be using SourceMogul if you also use that for retail website sourcing, but the entirety of this module I've taught Scan Unlimited because that's what I use and recommend. So that's how you basically do it, right? This is a great resource that you can utilize for free to search through wholesale suppliers literally right here in their directory, and there are a bunch of them, okay? Now, another one, just to give you another example, is Spark Shipping. Spark Shipping is also a great place and resource that you can utilize, okay? So what you want to do, you don't actually need to make an account on Spark Shipping. Just go to the sign in right here, and then right here you'll see, okay, sign in. You want to create an account, but then it looks like you have to pay. But what a lot of people don't realize is you don't actually have to sign up for an account. If you scroll down to the enterprise right here and you go to the access all pre-built vendor integrations, it's going to give you another list of wholesale suppliers right here that you can then sort through, okay? So these are two great resources that you need to utilize, well, not need, that I recommend that you utilize to basically sort through made wholesale supplier lists that are reputable manufacturers that you can then grab product catalogs from and throw them into your wholesale scanning software to see if they have profitable inventory that you can buy and resell back on Amazon. All right, so let me take you through a tutorial really fast on an easy way and a phenomenal way that you can use inventorysource.com. Once you sign up, of course, it is 100% free to find good wholesale suppliers that also integrate with drop shippers that you can then source products from, right? So here's the steps in a nutshell. You want to go to the supplier directory. Again, you can sign up for Inventory Source completely free. You go to the supplier directory, and then you want to sort through all their suppliers using these right here, right? So it doesn't really matter here if it's integrated or if it's not integrated. Supplier catalog right here, obviously you want a product catalog because if they have a product catalog and if Inventory Source has acquired their product catalog, that leads you to believe, that they obviously have one that you can get to put in your software, which is the whole point of this, okay? So Allows drop shipping. Obviously, we want that to be yes. Minimum order. Obviously, we want no minimum orders. We've covered all of this. If they allow drop shipping, when you're manually reaching out to suppliers, obviously, these are two crucial questions you're asking, but clearly inventory sources already vetted these, and so you can utilize them, right? Ships from doesn't really matter. I like to go to United States. You can use other suppliers outside of the United States if they ship relatively quickly. So that's something you're going to have to look into specifically. But just to keep it basic in this tutorial, we'll say ships from the United States. It doesn't matter, where they ship, but obviously you're going to want USA in there. So you can leave this doesn't matter, or you can click USA. It doesn't really matter. It's just a preference. And then you'll see that out of all the suppliers that Inventory Source has, we've now sorted through and we found 188 suppliers that have thousands and thousands of products, as you can see here on each supplier. So we've sorted it down to 188 suppliers that have a product catalog, allow drop shipping, and have no minimum order quantities, and also ship to and from the United States, okay? So that's a phenomenal way to do it, right? And then you just want to go down and you want to apply to all of these. So literally one by one, you're going to go down, CWR distribution. If you click on this, well, you can visit their website, right? It also gives you kind of a brief overview of their products if you want to do a little pre-product research. But what I like to do is I'll literally go through about 5 a day and I'll visit the website. I'll go sign up or I'll email them. And then bam, I literally just found another wholesale supplier that I know drop ships or allows drop shipping, obviously, and integrates with it, has no minimum order quantities, and ships from the United States. So they'll have fast shipping to my customers, okay? Then once you sign up, obviously, you just want to get their product catalog. We already know that they have product catalogs because Inventory Source has acquired all of their products, and we use that when we actually sorted through on the product catalog right here. So these obviously were sorted before when we went through. You can resort them again, but we know that they have a product catalog, and so that's a great way to do it. Then you just put their products into sort using the product catalog into Scan Unlimited. Again, all of this coming in other lectures if we haven't covered it specifically yet. And that's the overall approach. That's an easy, phenomenal way to find wholesale suppliers that allow drop shipping, have no minimum order quantities, and have fast shipping. All right, so in this lecture, we're going to cover everything that you need to know. Like, this is going to be an in-depth one on everything that you need to know about contacting wholesale suppliers and giving yourself the best chance to get a response, so that the more wholesale suppliers that you can compile together, obviously, and get accepted for, the more product catalogs and price sheets that you can then put into the software, which you'll learn after this, right? It's coming at the end of this module on how you can use the software. The more that you obviously compile, the more potential products that you can put into your Amazon inventory that can then be profitable, right? So this stuff is super important. I already went over reverse sourcing retailers, obviously. We just touched on briefly some free wholesale supplier directories that you can go to. There's plenty of them out there, and you can find free lists of wholesale suppliers completely free that you can then reach out to, look into, etc. Right? After this lecture, so we're going to go in depth in this lecture on how to contact suppliers and get responses. After this lecture, I put together an entire catalog for you. So this is everything that I've compiled over the past, 3 years maybe, of wholesale suppliers. So what you can do is when you go to this, the next lecture after this, watch this lecture first, right? What you can download is this 10,000 supplier list that I've put together here of wholesale suppliers, okay? Now let me go back for a second. The actual video in this lecture right here after, so the lecture right after this video right here, we'll run you through how to actually use the catalog. It's super simple, but all the information is in here, right? Like, you can find the name of the supplier, the email of the supplier, the website of the supplier, where they're located, whether or not they have social media, what they actually sell, what types of products, their phone number, all that good stuff is in here. This is invaluable, right? So not only do you have thousands from the other free supplier lists, but you've also got this 10,000 plus list of wholesale suppliers that I'm giving to you for free and also showing you how to use it, right? So that takes us back to the very last lecture that we're recording right here, which is potentially the most important, right? And that is tips for writing good emails to wholesalers, all right? So I've got a PowerPoint. We're going to go through it. It's going to be a long, tedious one, but this stuff is important. Pay attention, okay? So things that are going to help increase the likelihood that you're going to get responses, tips to approach wholesale suppliers through email, because obviously I'm giving you all the wholesale suppliers and how to contact or how to contact them, how to reach them, like their emails, their websites, like you're getting all of that, right? So now it just becomes about reaching out. It's a numbers game. It becomes about reaching out, getting responses, getting their product catalog, and figuring out which products from them are profitable that you can obviously list, right? And we've also touched on like the suppliers that you should vet. So the first thing that you want to do with, regardless of whatever supplier is vet them, right? Are they even worth reaching out to? First of all, if they are, obviously, then we're going to go over some templates at the end of this. If not, I'm going to give you a template to reach out for them if you're unsure. And if obviously they don't fit that criteria, meaning maybe they're not dropship friendly, or they don't do order fulfillment, or they have minimum order quantities, then obviously you're just going to skip them, mark them off in the spreadsheet, or, write down which one you contacted and that they're not, dropship friendly, or they have minimum order quantities, and move on to the next one, right? There's literally, I've given you so many suppliers, and you can obviously go out and find other ones if you want, but you have access to tens of thousands of suppliers. So now it's a numbers game. Now there's no excuses. And now you have all the tools in your arsenal, especially after watching this video, right? And I'm going to show you after all of these tutorials, how to use software to split the product list down so you can find the profitable products super quickly on each supplier, right? So the first thing that's going to make you more, approachable, not more approachable, but that's going to increase the likelihood of getting a response, because it's going to increase the perceived professionalism of you and your company when you reach out, is simply a company logo at the top of your email header, right? And these are super easy to get. Like my company logo is literally just an upside down triangle. That's all it is. Okay. Also, if you really wanted to, you can design a company logo super easily, 100% free on canva.com. You don't really need any graphic design experience at all. You can play around with it and probably design a good looking company logo if you have some experience with Canva in like 5 minutes, right? If you have absolutely no experience with Canva, play around with it. You can probably come up with one in like 20 minutes to 30 minutes that you're proud of, right? Or if you don't really feel like doing that yourself and you just want to buy a company logo, that's something that I've done in the past. You can just go over to Fiverr, type in company logo, and buy a company logo for literally like $5 or $10, right? So this is something that's going to be, that's going to help increase the response rate of other wholesale suppliers when you reach out to them, because it's going to make you come off more professional, like you're a legitimate company, because you have a logo in your company header, okay? That's first and foremost, okay? Now, also a professional email will also increase the response rate, right? So an easy way to do that, if you don't already have a professional looking email with your own domain, like Brian Guerra at invertmedia.com, or, info at brianguerra.com. Like if you don't already own your domain, then what you want to do is you want to go over and you want to buy a domain. Okay. You can do this super cheaply on a number of different places. Namecheap. You can use Google domains. You can go to the one that I use specifically is GoDaddy.com. So you just go to GoDaddy, you type in a few different potential domain names. You don't even need a website. So we will cover, why potentially having a website will increase your response rate later on in this PowerPoint. But the thing here is like, you don't even actually need a website to have an actual email that you can obviously get, have responses and send emails from, right? All you need is the domain name, right? So if you went to GoDaddy.com, for example, and bought invertmedia.com, which obviously I own, so you couldn't. But if you bought invertmedia.com, then you wouldn't even need to set up an actual website that is invertmedia.com. You could just obviously then attach an email to that, which is an upgrade that they ask you for at checkout, right? So when you buy a domain name, let's say hypothetically, like, I don't know, let's say like Square Products. That's the first thing that came to my mind. That's terrible. But let's just go with that, right? Like, let's say you bought Square Products. That was going to be the name of your brand that you were doing wholesale dropshipping with. So Square Products, you buy squareproducts.com or squareproducts.net or something like that. Then at checkout, they're going to ask you, okay, do you want to attach an email to squareproducts.com? And then you just click yes. And then you can email everybody from GoDaddy.com using that actual, domain name and that email. So it's super easy to do. Again, it's you can buy a domain for like $7. Sometimes if you get like one that's like popular, it'll be like $15. If you get one that's like really popular, it can be super expensive, but like you don't need that. You can find a domain for $7 to, realistically $20, depending on whichever one you pick. And then set up an email again for like another $5 to $7 from there. And now you have a professional looking email that's going to increase your response rate for, maybe $20 to $25 total. So it's a no-brainer. You should look into that. It's not necessary, but it's going to increase your response rate and make you come off more professional. Because one thing we're going to talk about briefly in this lecture as well is like these companies get thousands of emails, if not, at least hundreds, right? If not thousands of emails. And so you want to do everything that you can to stand out and look more professional so that you kind of get through that initial gatekeeper and they kind of, see you as a potential company that they might want to work with, right? So examples of this, obviously, like Brian at invertmedia.com comes off way more professional because it's an actual domain name than like Brian Guerra at gmail.com, which anybody can sign up for free, right? Or obviously this goes without saying, but like if you have like one of those, I've seen people do this before. That's why I wanted to add it in here. When I used to teach wholesale, like buying wholesale in bulk and shipping it into Amazon FBA, I still teach it. But like when I used to teach it a lot, like one of the things that like people would do is they'd email suppliers from emails like this that they had when they were like 12 years old, or like it was like baseball fan 564 or something like that at gmail.com or at yahoo.com, and they'd wonder why the wholesale company wouldn't respond. It's like they're never going to take you seriously with an email like that, right? So those are two key things that you can do super easily, super quickly, super cheaply. That's going to help increase the response rate when you send an email to a wholesale supplier, right? A logo in your header, super cheap, super easy. I gave you plenty of examples of how you can do that. And again, a professional domain, a professional email. Now, another thing that you want to be aware of, this isn't something that you're necessarily going to touch on in the email, but that's map pricing. So map pricing is something that a lot of serious distributors and wholesale suppliers will have and also want you to be aware of. Because it makes you come off more professional, like you understand this, and also because they want to protect the brands that they're selling, right? So they'll set a minimum advertised price. So that's the abbreviation MAP, minimum advertised price, meaning that you're not allowed to sell that specific product any lower than that price, okay? So obviously you want to understand if they do have a MAP policy. You can find that clearly on their website super easily. But it's just something you want to be aware of in case they ask you if you're aware of their MAP prices, or if you know what MAP pricing is, or if they mention in their email that, you need to abide by MAP pricing, like then that's something that you can respond to because you're going to understand what it is, right? And then you can look at what their MAP policy is, their MAP pricing for that specific product or that, whatever it is. And then that's something that obviously you'll be able to respond to, because this is, again, something I wanted to touch on, because when I used to teach this a lot, when like buying in bulk and shipping it into wholesale, whereas obviously we're doing drop shipping and then, listing it, we don't actually, it's very similar, but slightly different. People used to all the time like not understand what MAP pricing is, and then they get tripped up in emails when suppliers would ask them about it. And so I just want to kind of cover what it is so you obviously understand, right? So generally you do want to keep their brand. They generally do this, suppliers and wholesale companies, to keep the brands that they sell happy, because they don't want to devalue the brand so that people are buying it and then reselling it and race to the bottom pricing. And then because like the perception of the customer is like, okay, like this brand is like a $20 brand, whereas realistically the brand wants to be known as like a $30 brand or a $40 brand, and they don't want to be like known as the cheap brand. So like that's a very simple and simplistic way to put it, but that's typically why it happens, right? They want to protect the brand authority. They want to protect the brand's name and the value of the products. So MAP differs obviously product to product. If you don't see a MAP price listed, assume that there is none. But just something to understand, like I said, that this potentially could be an issue that you would run into, or, often, if you don't see it, sometimes a brand will reach out to you, or someone will reach out to you through Amazon and be like, hey, the MAP pricing here, if you're selling it too low, is, hey, the MAP pricing here is 70, you have it listed at 65. Like, where are you getting this from? So in those cases, obviously you'll understand what MAP is. You can look into your supplier, figure out if that's actually true, and then raise your price back up to the MAP price, right? So this is just stuff to understand. You're typically not going to deal with any issues like this, but just wanted to kind of touch on it in case you do. Okay. And obviously just understanding this, if you do have a back and forth with the company through email, will show that you have experience buying wholesale, and that you understand why companies like them would want to keep their MAP pricing at certain price points to obviously keep the brands happy, right? And the brand necessarily, like they're not out there, the wholesale company isn't always out there policing this, but they have the policy in place so that the brand can sell to them and they can be the distributor, and they can trust that they're going to protect that brand's name, okay? So obviously, if you do see the MAP pricing, abide by it and follow it. Now, the next thing that you want to do is, and we've touched on this before, is obviously you want to look into or ask if they have any minimum order quantities. Again, not only because we're drop shipping, and that's crucial because it disqualifies any company that does, but also because, if you don't see a minimum advertised or a minimum order quantity advertised on their website, and you reach out to them asking about it, like that also kind of lets them know that you have experience in wholesale, right? Because somebody relatively new to wholesale isn't going to know about minimum order quantities, right? And obviously, just to recap, that's the lowest amount that you have to purchase to be able to buy from them, right? And like I said, this is going to differ from supplier to supplier, but like I said, any company that has any minimum order quantity over 1 is already disqualified. So just move on because it defeats the entire purpose of drop shipping, okay? Now, we're touching on a lot of things to remember here, like I said, so keep your emails as short and to the point as possible. People aren't going to read long emails. I can tell you that 1000%. So I know that we're touching on there's a lot of info that we're going to go over here, right? There's tons of stuff. But I'm going to give you email templates that are short, succinct, and to the point at the end. I just want you to understand these things, but understand also that you want to keep your emails short. Do not make them long or you'll never get a response, okay? Now, the biggest thing distributors want to see is that you're not basically a one-man show and that you can also bring value to them as a distribution chain to them as well, right? Now, even if you are a one-man show or a one-woman show, sitting on your computer in your office or down your basement or wherever it is, right? It doesn't matter. Even if you are, I'm not a one-man show anymore, but I actually wrote this lecture when I was. But even if you are, right, it doesn't matter. That's the point that I want to get across. But you don't want to advertise that to them, right? You want to come off professional, like you have a legitimate business set up, and you want to come off professional, like you bring a valuable distribution chain to them, and you want to come off like someone that's, you don't want to come off like someone that's just sitting in their parents' basement, even if that is what you're doing, and trying to buy their products to profit off them, right? Instead, that's why all these things are important, because you're subtly implying that, you are professional, you do know what you're doing, and then they won't even think twice or ask those types of questions in their mind, okay? Now, some crucial things that are going to give you immediate credibility, okay? We've already, again, touched on the importance of the business email and the business domain versus the personal one. That's a no-brainer, right? But another thing that we haven't touched on is a website, okay? So a lot of companies, not a lot, but some of them will ask if you have a website. And if you do have a website, that can also help increase your response rate. It can get you in the door of these companies and get you, accepted after you apply, because it's going to help increase the likelihood of them getting accepted because they'll take you more seriously. Now, if you don't have a website already, that's totally fine, but you should start thinking about creating one, even if it's a simple one that just has a few blog posts or a few products on it, and selling something similar to whatever it is that you're obviously reaching out for, right? So you can do this super easily. I'm not going to get into the nuances of building a website. Not only can you build a website for free if you really wanted to, you can build a free website on Wix, and then it just has the little Wix logo at the bottom, that pretty much nobody's going to see anyway. Or you can just buy a Shopify website or build a Shopify website and pay I think the lowest one's $19.99 a month. Or you can build a website on any of the free website builders and then pay for the upgrade, which is $10 on some of the ones. So there's so many different methods out there. If you're going to be doing this seriously, and if you're going to be reaching out to hundreds and thousands of wholesale suppliers, it might behoove you to invest that money to create a website so that you can be taken more seriously for the distributors that specifically ask for it when you're applying, okay? Again, if you don't want to do this, it's totally fine. Not having a website's not going to completely kill your likelihood of getting accepted to some of them or a lot of them even, and it's not going to kill your chances. But if you do want to increase, like I said, if you want to add all the tools to your metaphorical tool belt, then having a website can help increase the likelihood of response rate when you have that. Plus, you can add a domain to it, like I said, so you'll have or an email to the domain as well. So you have the professional credibility there as well. And on top of that, when a company asks you specifically if you have a website in an application, which you will see from time to time, that also, if you do put in a website there, often they don't even check the site, believe it or not, or they might just click on the site to make sure it's live, but they're not scanning through and actually vetting your site to see how legitimate you are. If you just have a website with a few things up, it's going to increase your chance of getting accepted for that, okay? Now, I wanted to cover that because that's something that a lot of people are worried about, but not having a website will obviously hurt your credibility and decrease your likelihood with those companies, but it's not the end of the world if you don't have one or you don't want to create one. Let's say hypothetically, like you download the list in the next lecture of 10,000 suppliers, if you don't have a website and some company wants your website URL or is going to, obviously not accept you because you don't have a site, that's totally fine. Like I said before, it's a numbers game. There's still 9,999 other companies that you can email and apply to. So it's not the end of the world, but I just wanted to cover it because it is something that a lot of people worry about, and it can be important to get accepted on some suppliers, okay? Not all, but some. Now, there are also 2.5 million third-party resellers on Amazon currently, okay? Now, obviously, all those are not selling wholesale, but you can still imagine just how many people there are that do email these distributors on a daily basis, on a weekly basis, all right? And that's why these simple little things that might be subtle that you might think aren't important are important, right? Because you want to increase the likelihood of getting a response from these companies. You want to be taken seriously. You want to stand out from all the other people that are emailing them. And these simple things are the easiest ways to do that, okay? Now, the big ones are probably getting lots of emails every day, right? And that's why it's crucial to be able to stand out, like I said, and appear credible, as well as you want to appear to have something of value to bring them and come off like you're going to be a valuable part and a valuable asset for their business as well, because you're going to be a valid sourcing chain or a valid distribution chain to your customers for them, okay? And again, all of this stuff is not stuff that you're saying. It's subtly implied by doing the things that we're covering in this lecture, okay? Now, another thing that I do want to kind of touch on is not necessarily sending the same email to every supplier. I'm going to give you email templates, and it's totally fine if you want to blast out email templates to get started. But once you start doing that and you start getting a few and you start adding a few products, you want to start adjusting. You want to start seeing what's working for you in these emails and what's getting your responses, and start coming up with your own templates, all right? Now, you can obviously create an email template and, send the meat and bones of that essentially to the majority of yours, but then you kind of want to personalize it a little bit each time so that you're not sending the same one to every supplier, okay? Because people can kind of like inherently they just get that feeling when they're getting like a blank template, rather than if you personalize it just a little bit. It doesn't take a little bit of time, maybe like 30 seconds to personalize a template and then kind of send it to them. I'm telling you, it seems subtle, but it's going to make a difference, all right? Also, you don't want to blast out too many emails to too many suppliers at once, okay? Now, this is a big mistake that beginners make, because when you do that, you might be getting, like, let's say hypothetically you're hopping into this and you're like, all right, screw it. I'm going to blast out 1,000 emails today. I'm going to do 1,000 emails, and by that numbers game, I'm sure to get accepted to some, right? Like, that's logical. That's honestly how I would think to approach it. Like, if I was a beginner, like, I would just do everything I possibly could, maybe like 1,000 in a week or something ridiculous, right? Whatever it is. But you don't want to do that, trust me, okay? Instead, you want to go for consistency. You want to aim, maybe it's 5 a day, maybe it's 10 a day, whatever it is, until you start getting accepted. And then you want to slow down, right? Because the worst thing that you could do is like email and burn, because that's what you're doing. When you email these companies and they respond, and then you're not ready to kind of like hop on and go through their products, like, you're burning them as a potential supplier. You're burning that bridge, because you're killing the relationship that you potentially have with whoever's responding from the email, right? So the worst thing that you could do is email a lot of companies, get too many responses, and then burn those bridges and waste those opportunities, because you're talking to too many companies and trying to source from too many at once, okay? Do a couple consistently, then the next day do a couple consistently, and that's the best way that you can obviously approach it. And it's easier to do that. It's easier to do a lot that way anyway, because consistency always wins over time. Whereas if you try to do too much, you're also going to burn yourself out in the beginning, right? So you might never get a response again if you do this to too many companies. I'm telling you, just go slow, go for consistency. You will build your store consistently over time. That's the best way to approach it. All right. So before we get into the email templates, I know this was a long one. Some key takeaways here are: it's a numbers game. It's totally fine. Don't get caught up if companies don't answer your emails. Don't get caught up if a product catalog doesn't yield you any results, okay? You have access to tens of thousands of suppliers, literally, okay? In the next lecture, I'm going to give you access to 10,000 suppliers that you can download for free, and you can contact all of them, okay? Also, I've given you inventory source. I've given you other lists of suppliers that you can obviously go through. You can also Google suppliers if you want to. There's many other ways to do it. Obviously you can reverse engineer your own supply, like your own retail products. There's a million ways to approach this, but the key here is you have access to tens of thousands of suppliers. So if you run into a tough one, or if you have trouble getting accepted, or if a company's products suck after you get accepted, that's totally fine. Move on to the next one. All right. The more wholesale products that you can obviously do and add to your inventory profitably that are good, the higher and more consistent your sales will be, not just this month, not just next month, but for the years to come. Okay. So build slow, build consistent, and it will pay off. I promise you. All right. So here's 2 email templates that you can send out. Now, obviously, the first email template is if you already know that they have no minimum order quantity and you already know that they're dropship friendly. In this case, you either want to apply on their website if there's an application process, or if you can't find that, then email them and reach out to figure out how. All right. Also, I'm going to give you email templates. You should personalize these a little bit. But also with different subjects, like in the email subject line, like the header, you want to test different things out, right? Like the simple ones typically work better for me, believe it or not. Like I wouldn't have expected that to be the case when I was first starting, but they do. Like just wholesale account or new account or even expanding supplier base work the best for me, right? But try different things. Try little things, little tweaks, right? You might increase the response rate simply by having a better subject line, okay? Here's the email template. Obviously, if you already know that they don't have any minimum order quantities and that they are dropship friendly, all right? I'm reaching out to you. Obviously, you put your company name in there. I'm reaching out to you from your company. We are an online retailer looking to expand our supplier base and are interested in setting up an account with, obviously, their company there, right? We have customers all over the United States, and we believe we can be a strong distribution channel for your products. That basically is communicating to them that you have experience, you have current customers, you know where you know where to sell their products. Obviously, you're not telling them it's going to be Amazon. You're not advertising that here specifically, but you're basically telling them that hey, you are going to be a valuable asset to their business because you can bring them sales. Okay. Can you please let me know what you would need from me to get started and kindly send me over an application? Best regards, your name. All right. So that's email template number 1. Again, you can blast this out if you want, but I would recommend personalizing it, or at least personalizing it, in the future at some point. Email template number 2 is obviously if you're not sure about minimum order quantities or if they're dropship friendly. Now, if you're already sure that they do have minimum order quantities or that they are not dropship friendly or they don't do order fulfillment, then that already disqualifies them and you shouldn't be reaching out to them anyway, right? So they're either going to fit email template 1 or email template 2. So again, same thing with the subject line. This one is the same, meat right here and potatoes. So I'm reaching out to you again from your company. We're an online retailer, blah, blah, blah. The only thing different is this second line here where it says, instead of asking for them to kindly send over an application, you simply say, I was unable to find any information on your minimum order quantity policy and whether your company offers order fulfillment. Would you mind directing me to where I could find that information? And here you're subtly basically saying okay, are you dropship friendly? And do you have minimum order quantities? But you're saying it professional and it's implied. It's not literally asking hey, do you allow drop shipping? That's never going to work. I see people recommending that, and it blows my mind that that's actually something that they actually reach out to companies with and think that it's going to work. Will it? Every once in a while, if you throw shit at a wall, something sticks for sure, but that's definitely not a successful way to approach it, right? These 2 sentences right here come off so much more professional. You're literally saying the same thing, but you're saying it with professionalism, okay? So those are the 2 email templates, and that's basically all the information on tips for writing good emails to wholesalers. All right. Now, like I said, in the next lecture, I'm going to cover how to use the email spreadsheet or the 10,000 list of wholesale suppliers that you can get for free. So watch that lecture to figure out how to actually use it. And then we're going to hop into the software so that once you actually reach out to the suppliers and once you get the product catalogs from them, you can figure out which of their products are profitable so that you can then list them on Amazon. All right, so I'm building out the wholesale course, as you can see, the wholesale section of the Amazon dropshipping course, right? And the strategy, like I've said a million times, remains the same. It's, the same thing, the same approach as finding good profitable products on retail suppliers, obviously going through all the software, setting up your automated pricing, setting up, your stock monitoring, setting up your spreadsheet so where to order from. And then it's, just about placing the orders, right? The same overall strategy is applicable to wholesale. The only difference, like we've covered in previous lectures, is that instead of going to a retail supplier when you order and when you get an order to actually make that purchase and send it to the customer, you are instead going to a wholesale supplier this time, making the purchase and having the wholesale supplier ship it to the customer, right? There's the only interchangeable parts here. Now, as you can see on the screen, I'm building out the wholesale section of the course because this is literally what I'm moving into myself, like currently, right? Like I still have retail products, but the majority of the products, it's probably about 50-50 right now, but I'm moving more into wholesale. I'm turning retail products into wholesale products. I'm adding more wholesale products to my specific inventory. And it's more of a long-term approach like we've touched on, right? So this is exactly what I'm doing right now. And I use Scan Unlimited, which is a software we're going to cover in the next few lectures here to do that, okay? So the overall things that we built out remains the same in this actual module right here, right? So I gave you the introduction, for those of you that didn't know, like what the differences between wholesale and retail are. Then we talked about vetting wholesale suppliers specifically. Then we talked about getting a reseller's permit so you can obviously apply to those wholesale, the wholesale companies so that you can obviously get accepted. And all that stuff remains the same. Like reverse sourcing is another method. Obviously the wholesale directories and like all the different stuff are how you're going to find suppliers, how you're going to vet them to make sure that they're dropship appropriate. Do they have MOQs? Are they, do they allow drop shipping? Are they good suppliers that obviously have profitable products? And that's where we are. That's where it leads me to the software right now with Scan Unlimited. So Scan Unlimited is a software that I use to then put the product catalog that you get from the wholesale supplier into so that you can find profitable products, right? Because if a wholesale supplier has, for example, 20,000 products, you're never going to be able to sort through all those products manually or even hire a VA to do that for you or multiple VAs to do that for you. The Scan Unlimited software will literally go through and spit you out the specific products that are profitable that you can buy, okay? So that's what I use to find wholesale products. It's what I used to find wholesale products when I used to buy wholesale in bulk and ship it into Amazon FBA. And it's also still what I use today to find wholesale products to drop ship on Amazon as a merchant fulfilled seller, which is exactly what we're doing, right? So in the next few lectures, I actually have an entire wholesale like into FBA course because that's what I used to do predominantly before I got into drop shipping like a year or two ago. And so all the tutorials where I still have from going over Scan Unlimited are going to be from this specific wholesale course right here, which is also on Resale University. And I'm just taking all of these lectures. There's about 6 of them. There's probably like 5 or 6. And I'm putting them in this course for you because you'll get the gist of how to use Scan Unlimited realistically within like the first tutorial or two. It's not hard at all. It's actually very easy to use. You literally just drop or you open or you drop the file, the CSV file that you get with like the product catalog. So the Excel file of the products into Scan Unlimited, and it'll just start running through. And then from there, you can literally filter different things and sort it to figure out which products are profitable and which ones you want to buy, okay? But the whole reason I'm telling you this, the whole reason I'm creating this lecture right here where I'm introducing this to you is because I don't want you to get confused, okay? The overall, like the lectures that I'm going to drop from this wholesale course, rather than rebuild out all those lectures, which would take me weeks to do, because not only did I record them, but I also set up a joint venture partnership with Philip, who's the actual owner of Scan Unlimited, and he went through and recorded a bunch of videos for us as well, right? And so there's a bunch of great videos, not just from me, which there are videos from me of going over like how to sort through the software, but also the owner has created videos for you showing you how to use the software and how you can obviously use it to find profitable products. So all of these 5, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5 lectures that are about an hour long of content will literally take you from beginner to master using the Scan Unlimited software, but it's not difficult at all. So these lectures will be the next 5 lectures that we drop in the Amazon Dropship Pro course, okay? But the reason I'm creating this lecture is because while I have all that content and it will literally take you from beginner to master of Scan Unlimited, it's more geared, those specific lectures were recorded for wholesale in bulk buying into Amazon FBA, right? But the same overall strategy is the same, whether you're drop shipping as a merchant fulfilled seller, where you're literally creating the listing yourself and then having the wholesaler ship it to the customer. It's the same strategy as if you were going in and buying bulk from Amazon, bulk from the supplier and having them ship it into Amazon for you, right? The only difference that you're going to see is in these lectures, we talk about finding profitable products that you want to buy in bulk to ship into Amazon. The only difference that you're going to be doing is you're still going to be using the software the same exact way as the tutorials go over and teach you, right? The only difference is instead of buying them in bulk, you're just going to add them to your products in Amazon, okay? That's the only difference. So I just want to reiterate that difference. All you're doing when you're finding these products on Scan Unlimited, when you're drop shipping on Amazon, is when you find profitable products, you find the ASIN, right? Assuming that the supplier is already pre-vetted, which you should have done. We've covered that in a previous lecture, right? So this assumes that you've went through on their website, or you talked to them, they have no minimum order quantity. So you can buy one item and have it sent to customers, right? They do order fulfillment, or they allow drop shipping, which means, again, you can have them shipped to customers, right? Assuming that they meet those two criteria and you've got their product catalog, then all you need to do from there is, once you use Scan Unlimited to go through their product catalog and find profitable products, is take the ASIN of that product, and just like you would anything else, you add it to your Amazon inventory. And then you also want to add it to SKU Grid. You also want to obviously reprice it and figure out what your minimum price is. So all that stuff remains the same. And then you also want to put it in your spreadsheet, right? But I just wanted to reiterate, I just wanted to add this lecture so that you don't get confused, because the two business models are different, and they're very similar. But instead of buying in bulk like the tutorials we'll talk about, because these are from Wholesale Seller Pro, as you can see here, this is one of the other courses in Resale University, because I used to buy in bulk and ship into Amazon FBA. Instead of that, all you're doing is you're using Scan Unlimited, just like these tutorials will teach you, the next 5 tutorials. And then you're just, once you find profitable products, you're just adding that product into your spreadsheet, and you're adding it to Amazon, and obviously make sure that you're monitoring the stock and you're repricing it just like you would in the retail section, okay? So any questions, just drop them in the Facebook group. I would love to answer them for you, but it's really easy. These tutorials will help you master the Scan Unlimited software. And once you kind of get your feet wet with it, so watch the tutorials, download Scan Unlimited. There's going to be deals for you where you can save a lot of money doing it, and it's going to pay for itself time and time again. And I think there's also a free trial. I believe that they still offer it. I obviously don't use it anymore because I pay for it monthly. But so there will be a deal for you in Scan Unlimited. So what I recommend that you do is you watch these tutorials so that you can obviously understand them in depth. And then the best way that you're going to learn is simply getting a product catalog, putting it into the Scan Unlimited software, and starting to kind of sort through the filters and looking at products from your product catalog, just like we cover in the tutorials. You'll learn so fast doing that, and you'll realize just how easy it is, all right? So the next few lectures will cover Scan Unlimited and how you can actually scan through the software. But again, the only difference is that instead of buying in bulk, you are actually just adding the product in your Amazon inventory and then waiting until you get an order.
So here we are in a wholesale scanning software. And what this basically does is it's Scan Unlimited. You're going to get wholesale supplier lists from your wholesalers, okay? One of the ones that you're going to see me go through a lot is EE Distribution, because it is a reputable supplier. They do have a valid sourcing chain with Amazon, obviously, when you can send the invoices in to get ungated. And they have a number of products. I think it's usually anywhere from like 5 to like 15,000 products. Currently, I think at the last scan, which is this one right here, which is 2 days ago, they had about 10,000 products in inventory for sale, right? So there's a lot of potential products there, but if you spend time sourcing through them manually, you're going to give yourself a headache, you're going to waste a lot of time, and you still might not find any good products. That means that if you take wholesale seriously, or you want to source wholesale products, you need to save some time by putting all that information, and you can get that from any one of your wholesale suppliers, right? Getting a wholesale spreadsheet from them of all their offerings, right, and all their products, and then putting it into a scanning software like Scan Unlimited, which is going to spit you out all the data, which you can then sort and basically see. So you can source through like, okay, is this a good buy? Is this not a good buy? By simply looking at the net profit, the ROI, and sorting through all the details here. And it's relatively simple, but I've created a tutorial. I'll create a few more in the future. I will drop those tutorials using Scan Unlimited myself directly below this. It's actually very, very easy to use. On top of that, I also set up a joint venture partnership with Philip, who actually owns Scan Unlimited. So it was very generous of him. I actually talked to him, and he said that I could put some of his videos from his YouTube channel in here, because while I use the software and I explain it fairly well, he's the one that invented the software. He's the one that obviously uses it himself to source. So he does have some great tutorials on his YouTube channel. I recommend that you go subscribe there, follow him there, and then obviously watch some of his videos. I will personally be selecting some of the videos that I think are going to help you guys out, that are just like my tutorials, where it just kind of gives you a different feel and a different look from him. So he's going to sort through in the next actual lecture. When you go to the next lecture, there will be a couple videos from him there that are going to help you talk about this software that he's actually doing, okay? He gave me permission to use them. He also said that obviously 50% off for the first month for anybody that I recommend. So anybody in the course can use the code. I'll pop it up on the screen right now. Gara, that's my last name. You can get 50% off the first month of the unlimited trial. So if we go back to Scan Unlimited really fast,
and we go over to pricing, there's a bunch of different pricing plans, right? So you can obviously just go free. If you only plan on scaling up wholesale slowly and you're not fully jumping into it, or you don't plan on buying and scaling this up as legitimate business, which is totally fine, and you just kind of want to test it out, then go purchase the free plan. I have an affiliate link for all of these. I'll make sure to link that as well. It will be directly above this if you want to go ahead and grab through it. I'd obviously appreciate it. Now, you don't actually need to scale up to the 2-day pass or the unlimited initially. It depends on where your capital is and how much money you have to throw into funds, right? I'm not sitting here saying go directly into the unlimited plan. If you're just starting out and if you're just testing it out, try it free, right? You get 1 file upload a month, meaning you can grab a wholesale supplier list from any of your wholesale suppliers, and there's obviously an entire list of wholesale suppliers in this module for you to actually sort through and go email the support or email your rep, depending on which one it is. Get a list and then put it into the software, and it's going to spit out you leads like this, where you can literally sort through and be like, okay, this is a bad buy, this is a bad buy, this is a bad buy. And you don't have to actually manually do that on the website and literally go from here, take the actual details, find it on Amazon, check the product, right? Can you sell it? Can you do this? Is it profitable? This literally outlines it all for you right here, so you can literally see. Now, obviously, we're super high sales rank, right? Like, where's the sales ranks here? Sales rank, so like 2,000 in toys. So obviously these are all going to be very, very competitive, hence why you're seeing not very good ROIs on a lot of these. But obviously the lower you go, and you'll see that in the tutorials and sort through, there are going to be opportunities to buy products, and then you can buy that product in bulk and make a good money. That's what wholesale is all about, right? So A, there will be tutorials from me, like I said below. B, there will be tutorials from him in the next actual lecture. But depending on how much you want to actually throw into wholesale, I would recommend starting with free. So getting a wholesale list, uploading 1 a month, and just kind of testing it out, maybe making a purchase here or there, and just buying from that one list, right? If you do want to kind of scale it up and take it a little bit more seriously, then just go for the 2-day pass, because then you have unlimited uploads for 2 days, meaning before you actually get the pass, right? Go contact all the suppliers, get all their lists, and in 2 days you can literally sit there, do a lot of work, bang out a lot of the different lists, sort through them, and only buy maybe 5 to like 20 different items in quantities of wholesale, and throw a few grand at it in 2 days or whatever, or a few $100 depending on what you're comfortable with. And then you can utilize it that way. Now, if you plan on turning this into a full-time business and actually scaling it up like I do, then I recommend going for the unlimited. And you can get 50% off the unlimited plan for the first month. So the second month, it will be $40. Highly worth it. It's going to pay for itself time and time again. I've tested a bunch of different things. I tested like Source Mogul. I tested a bunch of them like Buybox Pro, Tactical Arbitrage. I tested like 6 of them. There's a bunch of them on the market. This is the best one in my opinion. It's the easiest to use, and it's the most beginner friendly. Plus, it's super, I just like the interface. It outlines everything for you very, very easily, and it's pretty self-explanatory. That affiliate link will be linked directly below or directly above, depending on where I link it. There will be tutorials on how to use Scan Unlimited to source through wholesale sites and put it into the software so that you can see all that stuff directly below from me. And like I said, in the next lecture, you will see Philip from Scan Unlimited going through his tutorials. And remember, if you guys want more tutorials, I'm just going to kind of nitpick here and there ones that I think are very, very valuable and will help you guys kind of get started, because it's pretty self-explanatory once you get started. But if you want more tutorials, or you want more sourcing stuff, obviously I'll be creating them, but feel free to go subscribe to his channel. I'm very excited about this. I think that one of the things that I used to teach before I got heavy into wholesale was sorting through manually, and that is just a nightmare, right? You're going to waste a lot of time, and you might not even find good products. This makes it super simple. It's cut and dry. It's black or white, right? It's either profitable or it's not. It's either a good buy or it's not, and all the information is here for you.
To start a scan, all you have to do is press this big green button on the bottom right hand corner of your screen, and this window pops up. From here, you can click inside this box to upload a file, or you can drag and drop. I'm going to drag and drop the file that I got from the email, and it's parsed. So here's probably the hardest part, but trust me, this is so much better than going through the file manually. It's pretty easy once you get a hang of it, and a lot of it already has default information in. So let's kind of go through this step by step. So the first thing we need to tell Scan Unlimited is, what is the product identifier? And what I mean by that is, what's the number that is associated with your product. So sometimes products have UPCs, sometimes they have EANs, books sometimes have ISBNs, most of the time they do. And we can even search by ASIN. I'm going to switch back to my email. And let's see, in column G, as I mentioned, it's a UPC value. So let's go back to Scan Unlimited, and we're going to choose UPC. And you can choose any one of these that is applicable to your situation or your file. Now here we have an opportunity to give it a name. I'm going to just call it Melissa because the company name is called Melissa and Doug. So it's something to remember it by. Next, we want to tell Scan Unlimited if the file has headers. And what do I mean by headers? Let's go back to the email. It's this first row. It's kind of dark, but it's basically where all the labels are. So where it says description, unit price. If you didn't have this at the top, you would uncheck the file has headers box. In this case, the file does have headers, so we're going to leave this checked off. Next, we have to tell Scan Unlimited what column are the UPCs in. So we told it has UPCs, but we need to tell where in the file is UPC located. So in this case, it's the last column in the email, but you don't even really need to remember that because when you click the drop down, it shows you all of the header names. So in this case, it was the UPC column. And now we're going to do the same thing with the cost column. So wherever the costs were, in this case, it was the unit price column. So after unit price, we can choose which marketplace we want to search this under. So right now, Scan Unlimited supports all of the European marketplaces as well as all the North American marketplaces. As long as you have credentials for that region, you'll be able to scan your file in that region. So lots of opportunities there. So in this case, we're going to pick the US region. And here on the currency area, right now it's defaulting to US dollars. What you want to choose here is what is the currency that file that you're uploading is based in. So let's switch over real quick to my email. It's all in dollars. So when I buy from this company, it's in US dollars. So I want to show everything in US dollars. And then you have the opportunity to add 2 custom columns. If you don't put anything in here, it won't show up in the browser, like in the web app when you open the scan. But don't worry, it's still there. If you download the file, you'll still have that information, all of it. That's in the original file. This is just simply for making things easier. So since this is a full walkthrough and I'm going to create a purchase order at the end of this video, I'm going to select the item number. That's going to help me a lot with being able to create the purchase order. And also I'm going to bring in the case pack number because I don't like to buy things less than case pack because then you get this shipment that's really messy with a bunch of items in one box. So I like to at least buy a box of something. And then we just click start. And then it'll start processing. If you have another file, you actually don't even have to wait for this to finish. You can jump right into it and start scanning your next file. And you can do as many as you'd like. While this is processing, I wanted to mention how fast Scan Unlimited is. So we run the files at 30,000 items per hour, at least. Just imagine how much sourcing you can do with this tool. I mean, we've been talking for just a few seconds and the file is already halfway done. And this file had almost 1,400 lines of items. So now that the file is complete, we can open it up.
Sorting through this, what I want to first do is I want to go down and I'm going to go 100 per, sheet so I can sort through it a little bit quicker. And keep in mind too that I didn't sort through ROI. I didn't sort through, my return. I sorted through the sales rank, okay? Because I want to kind of identify stuff that's moving fast, but stuff that's going to give me a good ROI. So let's scan through, and I'm literally just keeping an eye on this ROI column. That's how I can do it so fast. And obviously, I would do this a lot faster if I wasn't creating a tutorial on this. But I'm scanning through and looking for something that catches my eye that I can make money on. So here we go, the first green one, 19.717%, right? Not something I really want to go after because while I do have a decent amount of cash to throw into this business model, I don't want to tie up my inventory or a lot of my cash flow, for a $1.38 profit. Not really worth it. You might be different, right? If you have like $100,000 to throw at products, by all means, go after products like this because you're going to just flip your money. Maybe you're turning that 100. What I'm trying to say is you'd be okay with lower profit if you're moving money because you're flipping all your money at the same time. You have a little bit more cash flow and you don't need to worry about tying your cash flow up. I don't have $100,000 to throw into products right now. I don't even have like $20,000 to throw into products yet. So I'm not going to go after low ROIs like that. I want a delicate balance, where I'm throwing a couple grand potentially into products that I'm going to be able to access that cash flow if I need to, right? And hopefully sell quickly, but sell for a good ROI. It's a delicate balance. So scrolling back over, here's another 15.9%. That's $8.22 profit, so not terrible, but that typically means that I'm going to have to spend more into this product to get it, so I might be okay with that. That might be okay. So you're spending 51 here. Not ideal. I've seen so many better products, so I'm not going to go ahead and source this. But just to give you an example of how I would do this, if you click this right here, you can pull up the Amazon listing and check into it a little bit. So this is actually selling for $79.99. If I bought it at $51.40, it's basically telling me here, and it's giving me the UPC identifier right here. So right here, I know exactly what I need to go ahead and search for on e-distribution, or I can search through the name, which also is a lot easier. That's going to be huge and crucial for when I actually make my purchase order on e-distribution, okay? So it's telling me that if I sell it at the Buybox price and I buy it from EE at $51.40 a unit, and all the fees are right here listed, right? So the FBA fee is $656, the referral fee is $12, the variable closing fee is $180. So it's telling me I'm going to net about $822, but I don't really want to spend $51 to make $822 every time. Not because I have an issue with that ROI or that profit margin. I'd be glad to make $8, but only because I know that there's better products because I've done this so many times. So I'm going to continue to go through and find a better example of a product. And keep in mind, a lot of these here, this is not, more often than not, there's not going to be profitable products on the side right here. More of them are going to be unprofitable than they're profitable because wholesale is competitive, okay? But because these are so low ranked, and I did sort through the ranks, literally right here we're 5,000, right? So super low ranks. It would, you're not going to see that many profitable items until you get a little bit lower, but obviously you want to scan through, and just to see if there's good opportunities. I think I bought one a couple weeks ago that was like, I want to say 2,000 ranked and had a good ROI, so it is possible you will see them, but just keep that in mind. So another great thing about Scan Unlimited is how fast it is. So when you actually do scan this entire spreadsheet in, and keep in mind it's got I think 10,000 products, almost 10,000 products. So it scans it in 30 seconds to a minute, so you're not sitting there waiting all day to get your scan and all your information. So 5% ROI, not good, not going after 84 cents, 8%, not good. Let's scan through. And this, while it seems like, for the untrained eye or the person just getting into wholesale, seems like I'm literally searching through this and not finding many things at all. If you sorted through this, just manually, and the people that have sorted through manually know exactly what I'm talking about because I've done it myself too when I first started before I had scanning software, understand just how long it takes to sort manually. This is a time saver, a lifesaver, and it's going to make you a lot more money. So here's a 19% ROI, but it's 86 cents, not my thing. 35% we're getting a little bit better, but only $1.27, not my thing. 32% with $4.74, not a bad one. So we're spending $14.60 per product. We're making $4 back, not horrible. I might target something like that, but I'm gonna try to look for a better example for you just because I want to show you the opportunity here. Now, keep in mind, if you set an hour aside, you can probably find a good 10 to 15, if not more, products to buy. And obviously, you're not just buying one of those, you're buying a bunch of those products. So, boom, if you buy 10 to 15 products off this just using this one software, and obviously you can think just how much products you can source if you do this with, not just EE, but all the wholesale sites that I go over in the course. Just imagine how much potential there is there. So all you need to do is find a couple products and then buy a bunch of them, and this software makes that super possible. Here's a great example of a product that I want to check really fast right here. And this, literally, you can be set for the month just buying a couple products like this and then scaling it up that way. So this is a good example. Like I said, 126% ROI, $12.43 profit. Where was that? It's right here. So let's keep an eye on that as we scroll over. It's a Silver Buffalo Disney Alice in Wonderland case. So let me click this to make sure it's legit. $31.92, Silver Buffalo Disney Alice in Wonderland sculpted mug case. $31.92. Is it actually selling well? Let's run the Jungle Scout Chrome extension. 10 sales a day, $270 a month, pretty solid. That is the parent one, but obviously this is selling relatively well as well. And it is the Amazon's choice, so that's a good sign. So if we did scroll down, it would obviously tell me that the sales velocity is very high. Where is it? Yeah, 17,000 in kitchen dining. So another thing is you always want to take the ASIN into Seller Central and make sure that you can sell it. Although when you're sourcing wholesale, especially from a reputable company like EE, if you're planning on buying 10 plus units, you can always use that invoice of this specific product and this specific brand as a way to get ungated if you are gated for that. So just keep that in mind as well. So now I want to go through and I want to find, okay, here's the UPC. Now, because lately when I've been searching on EE, it doesn't actually pull up with the UPC information when I search it, which is a little strange. What I like to do is I'll go back in and I'll run a search. So I'll go Control F on PC. I'm not sure what it is on Mac. And I'll literally paste the UPC into the spreadsheet and find it. So boom, here it is right there. Now I'm going to take the name of the actual item. So if we drag this over, I'm going to take, go away. I'm going to take the name of this actual item and I'm going to search that into the search bar on EE. And that should pop up with the exact item that, okay, so this one's out of stock right here. And this one actually is an item that I actually purchased. I'm not going to show you the purchase order, so that's why I want to kind of give you an example. It looks like obviously this cat mug's out of stock right here, but the other one, the Silver Buffalo right here, I bought like 20 of these units last night. That's how I decided to make this and kind of wanted to kind of touch home on this. So I bought 20 of these units last night. They were on here, but clearly they're either out of stock or on back order. That's why they're not popping up. But this is not the same mug. If you go over to the cat mug, it's not the same and the ROI isn't the same. So that was a great product last night. That shows you just how fast wholesale is, and that's why scanning software like this is super crucial. Let's find a better example since I hopped on that, but obviously nobody else can right now. So 32% ROI, $4 margin right here. Let's check this one out. Rick and Morty molded ceramic coffee. So I'm going to take the UPC because I want to search that, but I also want to check to see if it's a legitimate product. So Rick and Morty right here. And this is selling for, I think, like, what is that? 18 plus 7 is about $25, a little bit under. Looks fairly decent. 18,000 in kitchen dining. So it's telling me that if I buy it for $12.30 and I sell it and match the Buybox price, I'm going to make about $4.50 a unit or $4 a unit on this. So let's go through and see if it's actually in stock on e-distribution. So I need to go back to my spreadsheet. I'm going to search for that actual number. I'm going to grab the description of it. So Rick and Morty mug. I'm going to take it into e-distribution and search for it so that I can find that. And it should pop up with the actual item right here. And you want to actually find that so it looks like Rick and Morty's mug right here. Rick and Morty mug right here. So that doesn't look like it's the actual mug. So I'm going to, oh, there it is right there. Boom. Okay. There it is right there. There it is right there. Yep, that's the mug right there. But it is, of course, temporarily out of stock. Another example of how wholesale moves quickly. So there is a saying in wholesale that you want to be first to market or last to market, right? Because if you're in the middle, then you're going to be hit and stuck in a buy box race and a race to the bottom. Although typically when you are selling wholesale, even though there's a lot of competition for the buy box and on that listing, typically wholesalers are more experienced and they're not going to just drop their buy box price and race to the bottom because they don't want to lose money either, right? If you drop the buy box and we keep fighting for a race to the bottom pricing, then we both lose and we're both out of money and profit and we're both stuck with inventory that's unprofitable. So typically when you are matching buy box prices and you're selling on a wholesale listing, there aren't that many on this wholesale listing yet, but I'm sure that will increase within the next month. Typically, the buy box price can drop, but it doesn't drop as quickly as you should as normally anticipated on like a bulk deal listing or a book listing, because a lot of the wholesaler, the people that are sourcing wholesale items like this are not going to want to drop the buy box price and lose a lot of profit, and they're more experienced. So let's try to find another example of a product that you can buy that is profitable and will sort through really quickly. And another great way, and especially with like reputable companies like EE, they send out product lists, so you can obviously keep in touch with your rep and tell them to send you the product lists of all the new hot off the truck items. That's a great way to be first to market. So literally they'll shoot you emails every single time there's a new shipment in for EE and a lot of other wholesale companies. So you can literally just respond back to that email and be like, hey, can I get a product list for this? And boom. because they're getting a commission, I believe, every single time you buy, they're literally going to shoot you back the product list super fast, run it through Scan Unlimited, and boom, you're in, and you can be first to market fairly quickly if you're on top of your game, and that's not too hard to do. So let's find one product that you can source that's going to be good. 38% ROI, $4.92. Let's check this one out. So BioWorld, Suicide Squad, Harley, it looks like a shirt right there. So BioWorld, Suicide Squad, if we're buying this, it's telling us that we're profitable. We're going to make about $4, if not a little bit more, spending $12.90 every single time. Let's search for it. So Suicide Squad, Harley Quinn Raglan shirt. And you could probably flip this as well on Poshmark and Mercari, but obviously when you're sourcing wholesale like this, the typical idea is to resell it back on Amazon. So I didn't realize this is actually sold out, so that is another bad example of a product that has already been scooped up. All right, so here's the 25% ROI. Not ideal with the profit margin, but I just want to show you an example of a product that you can buy and source. So Monopoly Grab and Go, let's take the UPC. This will obviously move very quickly because it's Monopoly and it's Hasbro. It's only 23,000, in toys and games, I believe. So if we pull this one up, Monopoly Grab and Go, take the UPC and grab the info. So Monopoly Grab and Go. And the reason I don't actually just copy and paste, a lot of people ask me, like, why don't you just copy and paste? You can, but like it's difficult to get it because it's going to click into that. So it's very hard to grab this actual thing right there. So that's why I take it back into the spreadsheet. And temporarily out of stock. So this should come back in stock because it doesn't say out of stock and it doesn't say back order, but that's also a bad example. Not getting a lot of, you can tell I didn't set this up, not getting a lot of help today, but that's okay. That's typically how wholesale is going to be, right? So you want to sort through. This is going to save you a lot of time. It's only probably been like 15 to 20 minutes sorting through this, as opposed to a couple of hours to find one good product. Now, I did this last night and I bought 3 products. I probably bought, I think, 15 of the one, 10 of the other, and I think 20 of the actual one that I showed you. So it is very, very possible. It doesn't take a lot of time, but you do need a little bit of patience to sort through. And there's a 0.56, 4%. All those are This one's not bad. It's 16% ROI, but it is $6.79. So not horrible. I am spending $41 to get this, which is not necessarily ideal. But I do want to see if this is in stock to see if it's a good product. So the coupe, it looks like a backpack. And $65, so it is profitable probably if it's in stock. Take it into e-distribution, and boom. And it is in stock, so finally a great deal that we can buy. Now this is not an ideal one, obviously, because you have to spend $41 to make back $6.79 in profit, right? So it is profitable, it is a decent buy, so it is going to move quickly. It is in 29,000 in video games, so pretty decent buy. I would look more into that product, obviously, but that's an example of sourcing through Scan Unlimited and the power of utilizing this software to actually sort through wholesale sites like EE Distribution.
So this is probably one of my most favorite parts about Scan Unlimited, and that is the fact that after the file has been done processing, there is no downloading of the file and then having to open it in Excel or whatever your favorite spreadsheet program is. Now, there's still a possibility, but one of the great things about Scan Unlimited is that you can see everything right here in the browser. There's no need to mess with messy Excel files or anything like that. So some things that you'll notice right away are the first 4 columns in this table, where that's the information that came from that original file that we uploaded. So remember, the UPC, the cost information, the item number, and the case pack was all from that original file. So that's being brought into here. And then everything after that, for example, the ASIN, sales rank, title, brand, category, price, offers, Amazon fee, and ROI is all brought in by Scan Unlimited. And as promised, I'm going to try and make a purchase order. Now, remember, not every brand is worth buying from. The key thing, though, when trying to scale your Amazon business is that can you determine when something's bad and when something's good quickly? That is more important than actually finding a good product, if that makes sense. Because you know you'll eventually find something. It's just about being able to find it fast so that you can go through all the ones that are not good. Hopefully that makes sense. So the first thing I like to do is sort by sales rank. And there's many ways to go about this. This is how I suggest people that are just starting out look at or analyze the Scan Unlimited results. So starting from the top, you have the best rank at the top going down. Granted, you could do it you could sort it the other way, but in this case, I'm going from best rank down to the worst rank. Now, remember, I made a previous video about not always buying the best ranked item. It's not always about rank. And same thing goes here. These are really good ranks, but as you can see on the right-hand side, the ROIs are really, really lacking here. Some of them are going to lose you a lot of money if you purchase them. Try and find some items that I think would be good to purchase. So what I like to do is I just start to scroll and I keep my eye on the ROI column. And the nice thing is Scan Unlimited highlights these numbers, so anything that's negative is going to be red. So I'm looking for green numbers, and I'm looking for an ROI that I need. Granted, everybody's different. If you have like unlimited money, then maybe lower ROIs are okay because basically you don't really worry about it. But if you have limited funds, you're going to have to set an ROI number that you're comfortable with. For me, that it depends on the sales rank. So the lower the sales rank, the more likely I am to go with a lower ROI, because the lower sales rank item is lower risk. And the reason I justify that is because it's higher velocity of sales. So at any time you can get rid of your inventory. If you buy a poorly ranked item and you need to get rid of it, you can't, right? Okay, so I've gone a little ways down and I found one I think I like here. So cost is $149. The rank is 5,926 in toys, and it's going for $6.99. Amazon fee is $4.24. Some people might not like this because the price is way below what they like to go for. Some people have rules of thumb to kind of maybe only buy things that are at least $15, at least $20. Again, it's going to depend on you, but the important thing is that you have the information to make that decision, right? So I'm going to go for it because I like the return on investment, and it is one of the most important metrics that you can look at. So let's add this to my purchase order. But first, I would like to find out how many I should buy. If you click the link of any item inside of a scan, it'll take you to the Amazon detail page. So I'm going to click that. It opens a new tab, as you can see, and here it is. So let's use the Jungle Scout extension, and it's saying that sales are 534 for this particular item. So another thing I'll look at is who am I competing against. So let's just say that I'm going to try and sell this at $6.99 with everybody else. So let's see how many competitors we have that are at $6.99 too. So let's say I jump in there at $6.99 and I'm going to share the Buybox with them. So that'll be a three-way split. And I said it's about 500. So I'm going to say I'm going to buy about 150 to say that I'm going to buy about a month's worth. That's going to be split amongst three, four sellers. So I have a little Excel purchase order. I don't typically use Excel, but for this example, I was going to just use Excel. So I'm going to add 150. Use Excel as a purchase order. It's a good way to stay professional instead of like writing an email saying, I want 100 of these. Something, if you can generate a PDF, an Excel, something that just adds a little bit of professionalism to it. So I'm going to say 150. Let me get the item number, which is also here, right? That's the reason why I added it as a custom column, so I can easily copy and paste it into here. Unit price, let's go back to the spreadsheet, and let's see here. We've got 149. And it automatically has a little formula here to calculate for me. So that's $223.50. That's how much I'm going to pay for this inventory. But for an 80 something % ROI, I'll be able to earn about, maybe, what is that, about $200 or so on top of that. So pretty good. Let's keep going. Let's see, what else can we find? Right here, another one. $9.99 ROI, 77%, really good rank as well. Let's go open it up and let's run Jungle Scout. 530 sales. So similar to the other one. Let's see how many people are competing for the Buybox. Wow, there's actually no FBA offers, so I might actually be able to sell it. I can easily sell this for $9.99. So let me grab the item number. I'm not going to be greedy here. Probably only going to buy a half month's worth of inventory. I'm kind of risk averse. I don't really like to take much risk, to be honest. So I like to not buy so much. So I'm only going to buy a half a month of inventory, or demand, I should say. So that would be $250, give or take. And let's see, how much was the cost? This item was $2.99. So let me put that into my spreadsheet here. All right, we're already at $971. Pretty good. Typically, if you haven't bought wholesale before, generally the minimum order for a lot of companies will be like $200 maybe. Some of them I've even heard of being as low as $100. So I'm way above most minimums right now. If you wanted to stop right here, you could stop right here. But I think we're gonna find more opportunities. Oh, look at this one. Again, it's again a lower Buybox price than some people might like, but for my company, I focus more on the ROI. Let's open it up to see how many are being demanded, or what's the demand on the item. 517 again. $6.99 is the Buybox. Looks like there's about 3 people around the $6.99 price point, so I'm gonna say I'm gonna jump in and be the 4th one. So I'm gonna buy 125 of these. So this item number, let's go back to our PO. 125 of these, and the cost was $149. All right, so we're already at $1,157. So I hope that makes sense. I'm not gonna bore you guys to death to go through a purchase order, but I just kind of wanted to point out like what's kind of the process of going through a scan file, so that you can like understand why this is useful and how you could, move forward with this. Now, this is one of the more important features of Scan Unlimited, and it's kind of hidden because a lot of people focus on the data. You want to keep a central place for all of your files that you have from your suppliers. So, one great thing about Scan Unlimited is that at any time you can, so I navigated to the scans area. At any time you could revisit a scan. I only have 2 in my account right now, but I've seen Scan Unlimited users have hundreds of files, and they're able to filter through and keep it all in one place. And you can access this on a iPad, you can access it on a laptop, your desktop, doesn't matter. You don't need to install any software. You just go to scanunlimited.com and it's there for you. And one really, really useful feature is actually this little refresh button right here. So let's just say the file that we just ran we ran it maybe a week ago, and we made an order, we made that purchase order, but a week later, we want to kind of update it. Maybe there's some new opportunities, because maybe something was a bad price before, now it's a much higher price, or maybe the rank has improved on something. We want to be able to take advantage of that. So the refresh button makes it really easy. You don't even have to upload the file again. You can even lose it. Like if you don't have that email that your supplier sent you, it doesn't matter. You click the refresh, asks you if you want to resubmit the file, you press start, and it starts to rescan the file all over again, and all you had to do is click a button. Now that the file is done processing, we can click it to open it up. either in the recent scans, or you can go into the full scans component and then you'll have all of your scans there. But since we just recently scanned it right here, just click it, it'll open up, and then this is what a scan looks like. If you'll notice in the first 4 columns, these are the columns that came directly from the file we uploaded, and everything from ASIN down this way is all the data that Scan Unlimited has pulled in for us. So the first thing I recommend for users is to sort by rank. So having the smallest rank at the very top and then working your way down, because you want to be looking at the items that are selling the most on Amazon and then working your way down to the items that sell the least. I mean, it seems like common sense, right? The next thing is you're going to see that at the end here, a lot of these items are negative ROI. High ranked items, so items that are doing very well on Amazon, tend to be very competitive. So you definitely want to filter these items out so that you're not like focused on super competitive items. That's just my recommendation. I don't personally sell super high ranked items. Like some of these are ranked 13 in toys and games. That's way too high. There's too much attention there for there to be profit. So let's go ahead and filter. There are 2 ways to filter in Scan Unlimited. The first one, which is kind of a shortcut, is to click the little menu icon to the right of each header. So like for example, ASIN right here, you see this little icon, you just click it, and then you get a little filter window where you can choose what type of filter you want to choose. So let's say for example it contains something, and then you put your value in and then press add, and that will add a filter there. I don't prefer to do that. There's a filter button at the top right. If you click it, that basically gives you access to all of the filters, including the ability to hide columns, all in one area. So definitely recommend it. And also definitely check out our update 1.7 video. I'll put a link here that will show you how to load up and create presets, which are very handy if you find yourself consistently applying the same filters over and over again. So we have access to all of our columns right here. So let's go down to ROI, and let's say we want to have an ROI that's greater than 20%. So we'll say 20. Press enter or press add. That'll apply that filter. Let's also say that I need to have a profit of greater than $1. So I don't want to see anything that's in the cents. So press that, add. Also, to make this a little bit more efficient to look at, let's hide columns that we don't really care about. There's reasons why you might care about something, so don't take it as like these aren't important, but some of these are going to be less important to some people. So for me, in this case, I'm going to hide the height, the length, the width, the height. Let's go ahead and also hide the referral fee, and let's hide the variable closing fee, and also the variation parent. I don't need to see that either. So once I'm done with that, you just click outside of the filters, and it will apply the filters and also hide all of the columns that you chose to hide. So now we don't have to scroll as much. So that makes it a little bit easier to find products that are selling well. What I like to do is, since it's already sorted by sales rank, I like to focus more on how the ROI profit area is doing. So I'm going to scroll over so that I can get that into view. And then I kind of work my way down. So looking at the top one, actually, this is already a really good start. We have an item that is ranked 542 in toy and games. You can see right here. And it has an ROI. Yeah, so ROI 68%. That's pretty good. So that kind of leads me to the second feature of Scan Unlimited that is very, very useful, besides the scan as like the core function of Scan Unlimited, is the product detail. So you can get to the product detail by pressing this launch icon on the right side of each item in your scan, or you can click shift click as a shortcut to get there. So let's just press the launch icon. And what this will bring up is essentially all the data from that row, but also more data, more detailed information about each product. So you'll see that the image was brought in. You'll also have a button here to check if you're restricted or not. So you just click that and it'll bring you to Seller Central, and you can see if you're restricted from selling this on Amazon. You get 30-day, 90-day, as well as 360-day Keepa charts. You get all of the offers, including if Amazon is a seller. In this case, Amazon is not a seller on this product. So you would see an Amazon logo in this area right here if Amazon was the seller. If you keep scrolling down, we have a very nifty, handy ROI calculator that you can mess with to see, like, you know, kind of what if scenario. So let's say, what if the product didn't sell for $7.94, we said it sold for $8.50, and then it would calculate your net profit and ROI. And then the last thing we have is the variations component, which will point out any other variations that are on that page. So like variation by color, by size, things like that. In this case, there's only one item, so there's only one variation. If you need to get back to the scan, you can press here to go back to the scan, and it will actually take us exactly back to where we left off. So very useful for kind of going back and forth. And that's kind of the workflow. When you find something good here in this view here on the scan, you want to look at the product detail afterwards and then kind of see if it's worth purchasing or not. So I'm liking this item that we found. So let's go ahead and add this to our purchase order. So I found this free purchase order generator. Seems fine for our purposes, but you know, if you use your own inventory management software or whatever you use, Excel is fine. Go ahead and use that. This is just free, so I decided to use this as an example. So let's go ahead and create this. So I want to say, you know, my company name here, my company, you know, and then my address, 123 Main Street. Obviously don't use this, you know, put your own. And then you would put your vendor name. So in this case, it's Melissa and Doug. So, and then you can put their address if you want. Give it a PO number. This way you can reference it for later. 1, 2, 3, 4. The order date, deliver date. I recommend putting some notes to say that the cancel date, you could say for, let's say March 1st, 2019. Essentially what a cancel date will do is it says that if they haven't shipped this by the cancel date, then the order is just canceled. This is very useful because, of course, we're looking at product data from Amazon right now. It can change over time. So you don't want something coming in like months later because you haven't checked the rank and the pricing and all that stuff. So it's good to keep a cancel date there. So going back to Scan Unlimited, how would we order this? Very simply, just grab the item number. Remember, that's what we uploaded in the file. That's why it's really useful to put it in your custom columns, because this gives us easy access to it right here in the browser. Notice I'm not opening Excel anymore because there's no need whatsoever to use Excel. If you do need it, there's a option button in the top right. You click that and you can download either the whole scan or only the filtered results. That will download an Excel version of the scan, but I don't recommend it, obviously, because one of the main purposes of using Scan Unlimited is that you're able to use it in the browser. There's no need for Excel. So anyway, we're going to grab the item number and we're going to plug it into here. If you want, you can also grab the title here, but in this case I'm not going to do that. So we're going to say item number this, the case pack. Remember, we also uploaded that was 40. So I want to order things in quantities of 40. So that's good to know. But then the question is, how much do I order? Well, this rank is really high. I would suggest using a free sales estimator. The one that I know of is the Jungle Scout one. So let's go ahead and open that. Let's put the sales rank in. The sales rank was 542. So we'll put that into the estimator. United States. Category was toys. So this is selling $25.80. This is quite a bit of inventory. So if you can buy a month's worth, sure. This is a little crazy, especially on a really high ranked item. You never know what to expect with these items because like the rank and pricing can fluctuate quite a bit. I would, when it's this high of a rank, when I say this high of a rank, I'm saying above 1,000 rank, I would buy maybe only 10% of what Jungle Scout is saying is the estimated sales, because this way it allows you to quickly get out if you need to. So let's go ahead. So let's see, 10% of 2580, that's going to be 258. But we want to order things in quantity of 40 because of the case pack. Remember the case pack over here? So what does that come out to be? We'll do like 240. That's that's a multiple of 40. So let's do that. Right? Yes. And then we're gonna get the rate, which was 249. And that, where RPO, why is there tax here? There's not supposed to be any tax here. Don't get discouraged if you haven't found a file that has good results. But sometimes it's a matter of just getting more products lists from your suppliers. This way you can constantly scan them, and with Scan Unlimited, it's unlimited scans, so you can just constantly refresh these, and something that was bad yesterday might be good today. So anyway, let's keep going down this file to see if we find any more opportunities. This one looks promising. This one right here has an ROI of 31%, but so that's not like a very high ROI, but the good thing is that the profit margin is much higher than our previous one because the sales price is much higher. So you kind of want to like give that some weight to say, because when you're dealing with a small product, like meaning low price product, the ROIs can fluctuate quite a bit because it doesn't take much of a price difference to change that. A higher price product is not so sensitive to that, so it's a little bit more stable. So I'm going to say we're going to add this in. Let's check the product detail. So remember, we click the launch icon. Let's see what's going on. I like to look at the Keepa. Let's look at the 90 days. The price is actually pretty steady at $30. Sometimes you'll see it dropping below. We'll say like $26. But most of the time it's at $30, so it's pretty stable. Looking at the offers, it looks like Amazon is a seller, so definitely want to consider that when purchasing this item. It's a little difficult to sell against Amazon. Let's go ahead and use the calculator here. If the price were to go down to $26, what would the ROI be? All right, the ROI is not doing so well, but we're still making $1.30 on this, meaning we're still making a profit. We're not losing money, even in the case when the price goes down. There was a time period where it actually went down to like $23 or so. That would be bad, but looking at this chart, most of the time it's not selling for that. So during that time period, you wouldn't sell any. I would keep my price up and then wait for the price to go back to what it's normally at. So definitely very useful to look at the Keepa chart to get an idea of like the average. So let's see. I'm going to order this. So let's go back to the scan. And let's find out how many sales this is. So this is ranked 943. Let's go into here, switch this to 943. Sales are 1,860. But as I said, with these high ranked items, I would only buy 10% of what Jungle Scout is telling you to buy. Especially if Amazon's on the listing, which Amazon is on the listing, so I would not buy more than 10% of 1 month sale. So let's see, what's the case pack on this? Case pack is 6. 1 month, or 10% of 1 month would be 190. Let's say 200 just to keep it even. So let's see, 200 divided by 6, 33 cases of 6, so 198 would be a nice even number. right? 198, yeah. 198 to keep it in case pack. And let's go get that item number. Item number is 8520 and put it into here. And then the rate, what was our cost? $14.99. $14.99. So great. We got our 2 items here. We already have a purchase order of $35.65. So that's already quite a bit of product there. And we could keep going down this file, but I don't want to bore you guys because that's a lot to go through. But as you can see, let's say you feel like these quantities are way too much money to invest in each one. That's fine. The nice thing is you have these opportunities that are profitable in the first place. Because remember when we first opened that file, let's go back to Scan Unlimited. If I remove the filters, which I can go to here and say clear, and go back, remember how our scan looked like initially. These were all negative. Like the benefit of using Scan Unlimited is so that you can go through a file that if you were to go one by one, you might find a lot of negatives. I mean, it seems like there's a lot of negatives here. And to be able to find, like, by doing this in bulk, this file took like less than 5 minutes to scan. You can find opportunities because you're doing everything in bulk, and you're going to find the little golden nuggets, so to speak. First thing I recommend for people to do is to filter their scans. So let's go over the filtering process. There's 2 main ways to do it. There's either you can click these little menu icons and apply a filter individually for each column. Or the method I suggest is by clicking the filter button and getting access to the filter side nav, and that allows you to apply filters to many columns without having to click through each one. A basic filter that I would suggest is, first off, sales rank. Everybody knows how important sales rank is. That's the number that's going to tell you how well it's selling on Amazon. So if something has a high profit, it doesn't really matter if it doesn't really sell very well on Amazon. So the first thing we want to say is that that the sales rank is less than, let's just put 200,000. And we also want to say that it is greater than 0, because we don't want to see any sales ranks that are equal to 0. So that's good. And another thing I like to filter on now is the profit side. So I want to see ROI that's greater than, we'll say 10%. And I also want to see profit that is greater than, let's say, $1. And I know that these items are a little bit they're not expensive. All of these items should be less than $100 retail. So for $1 profit, it's actually a reasonable amount to put. While we're here, I also like to hide some columns that I'm not necessarily worried about this time around. And the way you do that is by clicking the little eye icons next to columns that you're not so concerned about. So I'm going to hide the size, color, and variation parent. And let's see, anything else? I'll keep the rest. Something that's new in version 2 is the ability to sort columns. So for example, let's not sort columns, but order the columns. So let's say I want to have the brand right next to cost. All you do is click and drag, and that'll reorder these columns in the order that makes the most sense to you. So for example, I like to have item number way up towards the top next to cost, and that just helps me with the ordering. And why not? Let's bring up case pack while we're at it, right next to item number. And then when you're done, you can create a preset from this, or you can just let's apply the filter now. And it'll process, and here we are with the end results. By default, it will sort by sales rank from the smallest sales rank to the greatest, which is ideal because the lower the sales rank, the more sales there will be. So let's start to go through it and see if we find any winners. So since we already kind of did all of the sales rank filtering, I'm going to scroll over to the side and see what the net profit and ROIs are looking like. It does meet our criteria. I do like that it's over a $2 net profit. So this would definitely be something worth considering. A new feature in Scan Unlimited is the ability to see Keepa charts within the app, and not just within the app, but also within a scan. So you don't have to necessarily open the product detail feature, which I will be showing you soon. But to see a chart, all you do is hover over the little graph icon and you'll see the 30-day Keepa chart in the bottom right. So that makes it very convenient for you to quickly look at the Keepa chart and make a decision on whether you should source an item or not. If you need more information, there's a whole bunch of data that you can get from accessing the product detail feature, which is accessed by clicking this little launch icon. So let's go ahead and launch the product detail feature. And this is going to give us much more data than there was in the scan row. So for example, we can see the category tree. So like it starts with toys and games, but it goes down to dress up, play, etc. We can see the Buybox price, the last time the price was changed. We can also see sales rank averages and over a period of time. So instead of just looking at today's sales rank of 637, which might be doing better because it's Christmas, or it's not Christmas, but it might be doing better because the holidays is coming up and it is a toy item. So that could be one reason, and you can kind of figure that out by looking at the averages. Keepa charts back again, 30, 90, and 365 day charts. And for those that are curious, if you do not have a Keepa subscription, that is actually okay. If you're just a free Scan Unlimited user, you will see the Amazon and new marketplace price on the chart. If you are unlimited or you're on the 2-day plan, you will also see the sales rank data. So even if you don't have a Keepa subscription, you can still see the sales rank history, which is another nice feature of paying for one of the plans. On the right hand side of the Keepa chart, we have the offers, which shows all of the offers that are on that listing, including the seller's name, feedback, and rating, and also their stock information if we are able to gather that information. Down here we have the ROI profit calculator. What it allows you to do is go through a few scenarios of kind of what if this happens, what if that happens. So right now, just based on the data that's currently available, the profit is $2.53 with an ROI of 10.12%. And we can look at this Keepa chart and kind of see like, okay, well, it does look like the price doesn't necessarily stay at the $41 mark all the time. Let's kind of zoom out a bit to 90 days and see if it's true for the 90-day period. Actually, it does kind of stay at 41 pretty often. It was just this short period of time where I guess maybe Amazon was trying to liquidate their product or their inventory for the item. But overall, it's pretty up there at $41. But let's just say that we kind of look at this price right here and we see, okay, well, it kind of got down to like $37 at one point. So what you can do is you can just change this to the price that you would like to see what would happen at. And we can see that at $37, the ROI is negative, and so is the profit. But it's not incredibly negative, so we know like over the past 90 days, the worst case scenario is we would take a loss of $129. Of course, I would not suggest setting your pricing so that you would make a loss. If you're using a repricer, definitely want to make sure that your minimum price is not at 37 for this item. We want to make sure that it's above break even. So, and you can also do it for, of course, the other way. So let's say $43. Instead of making 10% ROI, we would be making 15%. There's two other fields that you can edit. You can edit the shipping cost, which I didn't go over this yet, but we can quickly, well, I guess towards the end, maybe I can show you guys about shipping costs, but there's a global setting in your settings for Scan Unlimited that allows you to put a price per pound, and all your scans will calculate based on this global setting. So I think I have it set to 50 cents per pound. So, or that wouldn't make sense. I guess it was closer to 25 cents per pound because the product weight is 4.8. Actually a little less, maybe 20 cents per pound. And so these two fields can actually be edited here as well. So let's say, for example, you knew that you were going to get like a 10% discount on the product cost. Then you can say, oh, well, I know that actually instead of $24.99, it would be closer to $22.99. And my profit and ROI is now changed. Or maybe you might want to increase your cost because your shipping cost, because you know that it's going to cost more for shipping for some reason. So you can also change that as well. And the last thing in the product detail is the variations component, which in this case is just, there's only one variation on this product, so that's very simple. But if there was multiple variations on this product, this would allow you to see all of the different options. So sometimes certain variations are better than others, and we have the sales rank per variation on there if it is available, because sometimes the variation is tied to the parent. So, but if it is available, we do show the sales rank of the child ASINs. When you want to go back to the scan, all you have to do is scroll up to the top and press back to scan, and that'll take you exactly where you left off from this view. So our filters are still applied. We are actually scrolled to the exact position that we were, so you do not have to worry about losing your space if you jump over to the product detail. Just make sure not to press the back on your browser, but rather the back to scan button, because then it will take you right back. So let's say that we were planning to source this item. Let's actually jump right back to the product detail, because we need to figure out how many we want to buy, because it is meeting my criteria. Now, one thing is, in the offers tab, I see that Amazon's on there. Right off the bat, I already don't buy more than 10% of what I expect the monthly sales to be, because even if I'm trying to compete against Amazon, I might get the buy box maybe 10% of the time.
So how can you use the 10K supplier spreadsheet once you download it? All right. You'll see there's a load of information in here. It's freaking jam-packed, right? There's 10,000 plus suppliers in here, not just the supplier names or the supplier website as well, but like so much information on them, right? The number of employees that they have, their Facebook profile, their LinkedIn bio, right? The company's name, where they're located postal code wise, right? Their city, the name of the company, their telephone number, if you obviously want to call them, which is going to help you guys a lot. If you're calling and dialing specific wholesale suppliers to, set up an account with them, right? You can directly reach them with the phone number. The state or their region that they're in. Obviously, like I said, it's going to give you the location of them. So if you're looking for suppliers close to you, potentially, this could help you as well, right? The email address. This is vital as well, because a lot of you are going to be emailing these companies. So if you need their email address, then check this box right here. If you can find it, obviously, then email that. If not, go to the contact page or the specific link and look for it there, right? Again, the LinkedIn page, the address, the country, and the region. So the main things that are going to be prevalent to you guys, obviously, are, the name, that goes without saying, of the company specifically, their location, but most importantly, their phone number and their email address so that you can contact them. But the way that I recommend a lot of you kind of look through this is see what the company's about, right? So You can go to the website URL and check them out, or you can even go to a description of what the company does and how they, how they actually approach, their products and what type of products that they actually sell and what type of, brands and categories and stuff like that. So if you grab any of these specific in Excel and you put it like on any of the specific bars at the corners on the sides, you can drag these, so that you can see a little bit more of the information if you need to. And what that's going to allow you to do is, for example, there's 2 ways that I recommend that people can use this 10K supplier spreadsheet, okay? Literally, the first is to go down the list and reach out one by one and cross out one by one or highlight one by one as you contact them, right? So for example, you can say like, okay, yellow filler means I've contacted them and you can know that. A green filler means I'm doing business or I purchased with them, right? A red filler means that I contacted them. Well, I didn't mean to do that. Red filler means that I contacted them and they were, either a bad fit or they didn't get back to me or, whatever it is, or you didn't have any profitable products or whatever. You can set the parameters up for yourself. That's typically what I do with most of my spreadsheets, as you'll see in other, specific modules in this course. But so just identify certain colors that mean certain things. And the first way you can do it is literally go down one by one, right? Start with number 1, contact them. And then if they respond back to you, obviously cross it off. If you're buying from them, cross it off. If they're bad, cross it off. If they haven't contacted you, or if you've reached out to them and they haven't responded back to you yet, well, then maybe you make that like gray so that you know that you've reached out to them, but you haven't heard back to them, right? So identify certain colors that mean certain things to you within this spreadsheet, and then obviously go through one by one and cross them off, okay? That's the easiest way and the first way, okay? Now, the second way is exactly what I just showed you, right? So go over to the description. And what you want to do here is you want to highlight this entire column here by clicking the R tab up top, right? Because then when you go to search by going Control F on a PC, and you'll see this little search bar pop up, or Command F on Mac, right? Then you can search through every single word that's highlighted in this column. Now make sure that you highlight the column, because if you don't highlight the column, then it's only going to search in the specific field that you have selected, right? So highlight the column by clicking the actual R right there, and it's going to highlight the entire column. Then you can drag this over a little bit, and you can literally type in keywords here and use this as, ways to find specific products and specific suppliers that supply those keywords, right? So for example, you're looking for a toy manufacturer or a wholesale distributor that sells toys. Well, highlight the column and search toys and go find next. And then it's going to literally pop you up with specific toys. You drag this over, type that in and go bam. And it's going to highlight you toys. So you go find next and you see, okay, well, this is clearly right here, has toys in there. So what is this? Here you will find robots, robot toys, and et cetera, et cetera. Well, that's not what we're looking for maybe, so let's go find next. And the next one is, okay, this is a gift toy store, so maybe I contact these people. If you don't want toys, then maybe we go, let's go clothes, right? Oh, this one's a clothes supplier, right? This funny and cute baby boy and baby girl's clothes. Well, maybe we want something different. Let's go to find next. And okay, fishing and hunting distributor, Canada, with equipment, gear, supplies, including clothing for fishing. Okay, so this is the best way that if you're looking for specific products or specific suppliers that are selling specific things to sort through. So do not sleep on this. Really hope it helps.